On the gridiron, success is measured in a 60-minute gauntlet of athletic resilience and mental fortitude. The ability to outplay and outthink one's opponent is the difference between that sweet victory and crushing defeat. And on these 64 squares, much is the same. It's a battle of will, grit, and determination, minus the bone-crushing hits, of course. But what happens when the two cross paths? This.
2 seconds.
What?
Gotta move.
What?
Oh my God.
For the second year, some of the National Football League's biggest stars turned their attention from the field to the chessboard once again.
Oh my God.
Instead of in zone, it's in game. Instead of QB sacks, it's queen sacks. Instead of check downs, it's checkmates. All the metaphors you can handle.
Oh man.
He's about to be Blitz champ.
Chidobe Awuzie is the first Blitz champion.
And the winner, well, they get to talk about it forever. Put the cleats and pads away and get ready to lead your 16 chessmen to glory. This is BlitzChamps II, and it starts now.
Self-aware.
Gotcha.
It is BlitzChamps II. It is live. He is John Urschel. I am Danny Wrench. And boy, are we excited to once again welcome the biggest stars from the National Football League as they throw down on a different type of battlefield. The 64 squares, like the video said, John. Are you excited to be back, my man?
Very excited. Year 2, round 2. We're going to get some good chess. A lot of cringy football chess references already. I've seen that opening video.
What was the cringiest football reference a coach or player ever made to you while you were in the NFL?
It's always a chess match. You got to be 2 moves ahead, 3 moves ahead. You know, this defense, they're going to do this because they're 3 moves ahead, but we're going to be 4 moves ahead.
Yeah, there you go, right? Well, today, absolutely, the players are literally going to try and be 4 and 3 moves, if not more ahead than their opponent on the board. Let's talk about a guy and the field in general that was ahead of everyone last year. As we look at the bracket, you see him, Chidobe Awuzie. Chido is back. He is the defending champion. But a lot of other names, some new names and some familiar names, John. Who are some of the players, maybe some of the storylines you're most excited to talk about here?
All right, let's take a look. So first off, all right, I'm very excited to see Eric and Larry going up against each other in the first round. Those of you who were hanging out with us last year, remember, that was an absolutely amazing match. Lots of time pressure, things going down to the last second. I mean, I think that was the match of the year last year, so I'm excited to see them run it back, see how it looks. Chido, obviously the returning champ, excited to see what he does. But we've got some really impressive newcomers, and I gotta say, Wes might be the most impressive person in this entire field. You know, I did some very complicated mathematical predictions, some statistics, and it turns out he has a 1450 Chess.com rating, and that's a lot higher than everyone else. So that's my very advanced prediction.
And he's played. It takes a PhD in advanced mathematical theory, something that John Urschel happens to have, to figure out that Wes is 1450. He's also played more than 7,000 games. You start getting compared to people like Hikaru and Danya Naroditsky, the late night streamers, when you played that many games. So, all right, so much to talk about, so much ahead. Let's dive in and talk about the guy, as we said off the top, who won last year. We owe him his due here. You see that Pro Bowl list. The pedigree is strong. 307 career tackles, 6 career interceptions, 3 forced fumbles. Look, the guy's a star, but I think the most important thing on that list is obviously that he is the reigning and first BlitzChamps champion.
Yeah, I'm glad we have like our priorities in order. Like first comes first BlitzChamps champion, then we'll talk about tackles and interceptions. But we know what he really values. We know what he really like puts up on his mantle in front of his living room, you know?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we're joking, but we know that these guys take this super seriously because they're here because they love chess. For many of them, it's been a lifelong passion. And so I think sometimes when you have a field that you're obviously known for, you know, he's a star in the NFL, but over time, you really do take your hobbies very seriously. You appreciate the growth there. So I'm both agreeing with you that we had it in the right order of priorities, but I think Chido's pretty proud of that victory. All right. Who's he playing though? This is the guy who I think, as far as big names in the field, certainly of the newcomers, has everyone talking. He is Kyler Murray. He is the star, the number 1 draft pick overall taken by the Arizona Cardinals just a few years ago. We've always known he was a lifelong chess fan, and we don't know as much about his chess as we do about Cheeto, although a birdie tells me some rumors he's been working hard and preparing for this event with a well-known streamer. So your thoughts on Kyler Murray and just how he might be feeling as an underdog right now, John?
Yeah, Kyler has a very different storyline than Cheeto. Kyler is not necessarily as far along in his chess progression and his chess career, but he's clearly a competitor. From what I've been hearing, he's been working very hard to prepare for this match. So I'm excited to see how much he's improved over the past, let's say couple months.
Yeah. I'm going to find out whether it's like a secret relationship. We're allowed to shout out his coach, who is a streamer online. I'll get some word.
Yeah, I mean, my favorite streamer. We can say.
I try to operate with discretion in that because celebrities work with chess coaches, and some are okay at talking about it, some aren't. So I'm just trying to be respectful before we totally throw it out. But all right, let's pay our respects to what you called out when we first saw the bracket, John. You said this was your favorite matchup last year, the one that stuck with you in memory. That, of course, was Larry Fitzgerald versus Eric Armstead, the NFL Hall of Famer. My guy Larry on the left, Eric Armstead, awesome player on the right. Do you expect this one to come down to the wire once again?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if going off last year is anything, I think it's going to be an incredibly close match. But the thing I'm very excited to see is how have both these players improved since last year. In particular for Larry, how has he improved his time management?
Yeah.
This was a big issue for him last year. He got under pressure near the ends of games, and he even flagged in a game. Let's see how much he's worked on that and how much he's improved.
Yeah, no, it's a good call out, and obviously I do know Larry pretty well. I know he's excited about this. We were talking a little bit about prep. He loves solving puzzles, and he's like, "What else do you need to do in chess besides solve puzzles?" And I'm like, "All right, well, we're going to work on some other stuff." And I think time management is obviously something that's got to be at the top of his list because he was better in both games, the one that he lost on time. So we'll see if he can fix that and maybe prove to be the better player against Eric. But all right, we're gonna right now be joined by a super special guest. She is joining us as a commentator, going to bring us a ton of action behind the scenes. She is Cynthia Freeland, the one and only of the NFL Network. She's an NFL analyst, a data scientist by trade, a Michigan native. Cynthia, thank you so much for being here for BlitzChamps II.
I'm so excited to be here. This is right up my alley, combines two of my favorite loves, chess and football, and it's going to be so much fun. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. Well, let's talk about that. You say two of your favorite loves. Obviously, you're known as a star analyst for the NFL, but tell everybody a little more about your love of chess. How far back does that go? When did you learn the game, and how did that start?
Well, you mentioned I am from Michigan, but I did spend 4 years growing up in Luxembourg. And back in the day when I was there, not everyone spoke English, which meant if I wanted to play with the other kids, I had to play sports and chess. So I got a chance to learn from a really young age. And by the way, it is so international. Everyone can play. Everyone can enjoy it. You don't need to speak the language. Everyone speaks the language of chess. And in this case, the other kind of football, which was soccer.
Gotcha. And what do you do these days to keep up with chess? Do you have time for this as a hobby?
To be honest with you, I prefer playing in person, or I've just been playing in person more often, so I feel more comfortable. I'm just getting on Chess.com. Larry and I have a pretty heated debate going. He kicks my butt, but that's great. I will get better on the online formats, but I love Chess.com. It's been so fun learning to play online, but again, I like the old school, like my dad can kick my butt when I'm not doing a great job type of thing as well.
Gotcha. Okay, we might have to at some point. We could have some fun.
Anytime. I mean, you're gonna kill me, Dr. John, but it's good. It's what is it? Iron sharpens iron, and I'll be playing checkers. Exactly. You can play chess. Had to add more puns in there.
First checkers chess reference of the day. Cynthia steals the show, right? We'll check that box. We're waiting for more of them. But all right, Cynthia, that's awesome. And obviously you gave a huge endorsement. We like to say that chess is an international language to be shared, and your story is certainly an authentic one with that. So let's talk a little bit about the stories we're about to see here, right? We mentioned off the top, you heard John and I talking about Chidobe returning champ, facing off against Kyler Murray. Where do you want to focus, not maybe just in the first round matchups, but also your overall thoughts on some of the big names and stories here for BlitzChamps?
Well, obviously, Cheeto's accolades speak for themselves on the field, but I will say we need some context there because he could have even more interceptions if they didn't play so much zone defense. Obviously, they play a lot of cover two to defend the likes of Patrick Mahomes and or Josh Allen. So when I'm watching in this NFC matchup against the NFC quarterback, it's going to be interesting to see how the time management factor plays in because last year, Kyler Murray actually called plays for his football team. Remember, we saw him out there when he was injured, calling plays. So I'm going to be interested to see how time management factors in and that whole like the cornerback adapting to the quarterback type of situation to see what happens in this matchup.
I love that. The prep of a quarterback and a great quarterback coming maybe onto the board here. So we're going to see how that breaks down. Cynthia, I understand you're going to be catching up with the players throughout the day, right? We'll hear from you a little bit later in between rounds and as maybe you get some behind the scenes from them.
You got it.
Awesome. Well, thank you for stepping in here. We're going to see you in just a little bit. We will let you go right now as John and I set the table for what's about to happen. We've got a lot at stake here, John, not just the bragging rights, as everyone knows, who will be the next Blitz champion. Will we have a repeat champ? But we've got $100,000 for charity up for grabs with a lot of charities that mean a lot to these players.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of money on the line and definitely a lot more than bragging rights. Each of these players has a charity that they really care about. It's very close to their hearts. Some of the same charities coming back from last year, and they obviously want to do well to support their charity. For anyone watching at home, don't forget that this isn't the only way they can raise money for their charity. If you hear about one of their charities and you feel inspired, feel free to go and donate to that charity in their honor.
I love that. It's true, right? We're doing this for charity and the fun and the bragging rights. Let's talk about what we're doing real quick before we get set for the games. What we're doing is playing a match format of 2 games. Let's remind everybody of how these things will break down. It's first to 1.5 points, so it's a best of 2. You get 1 point for a win, a half a point for a draw in chess. We all know that. The time control is a well-known time control to a lot of the celebrity events we do. Those who know and love PogChamps and, of course, BlitzChamps last year. We get 10 minutes as a base and then 5 seconds bonus time per move. In chess, that's known as increment. And if we get a tied match, we will move to sudden death blitz chess. Nothing more exciting than that. You get 3 minutes plus 5 seconds as a tiebreaker, and that fast-paced 3-minute time control going to make a lot of players nervous. John, your thoughts on whether these players are trying to maybe avoid that tiebreaker if they don't play a lot of blitz?
Yeah, I think it's a really kind time control. Like 10 plus 5 seconds gives you enough time to really think during the rapid, and then the 3 plus 5 I think is incredibly kind. Like who gets 5 seconds per move in a blitz game? So they're definitely, I think, going to be able to play a comfortable version of blitz, but still, some of these players only play rapid and don't play blitz at all. So I'm excited to see how different players manage the blitz component and what sort of strategies some of these players use, in particular, some of the stronger players.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I mean, I don't remember us having a lot of tie breaks last year, but as I want to talk about you, when you were in the NFL, how much chess was being thrown down in the locker room between you and your teammates? And did you guys, is it mostly like not timed chess, or are there blitz games going down when you're playing against teammates?
Yeah, so when I was playing for the Ravens, it was almost never time chess. It's people playing like on Chess with Friends, playing a move every, day or something like this. And it's just guys hanging out in the training room. They make a move. Guys hanging out in between meetings and training camp, making moves, things like this. Just very laid back, but also a lot of trash talk, a lot of competition. And it was definitely like a source of pride beating someone in chess. This is something you definitely talk about in the locker room.
Well, did anybody ever beat you? Like, let's be honest.
Yeah, no, I mean, I've been playing chess for a while, so I don't count.
Okay.
I don't think.
Yeah, but you're not the type of guy to brag. So when you say it's a source of pride and bragging, I don't imagine you winning chess games and then kind of
Yeah,
talking
I'm
smack.
not winning
I
chess
just don't
games and
picture
like
you
telling
that.
anyone about this. I'm everyone that's not me. I mean, I'm not really. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll play someone if they want to, and I'll give them some tips. I mean, we had Will last year, and Will, like
Yeah.
when we were on the Ravens together, this dude would just like always want to play chess games with me, always want to have a game going, always want to review the game and learn about how he could do better and different strategies. Always asking me about what chess books he should be reading, like a true student of the game.
We should give a shout out to Will Davis, by the way, for those who are true BlitzChamps fans. You'll know that we had a player have a conflict at the last second, and John literally gets a hold of Will, who was watching a movie with his girlfriend or fiance, I forget at the time, and he literally blitzes out of the movie, runs out of the movie to go home because he wouldn't miss an opportunity to play in BlitzChamps. So shout out to Will Davis, a lifelong
Will
learner
was
of the
like
game.
literally he was our Batman. We just we put out put the lights out, and he saw it, and he had to run out of the movie theater, run straight home, and answer the call.
So Will's awesome, a player we talked about last year. Let's talk about some of the new players as we get set for the chess, everyone. Thanks for being here, BlitzChamps 2. A new player joining, you called him out at the top, right? We have Wes Schweitzer. This guy was not immediately on the invite list. We eventually found him, and we found out that okay, maybe he should have been all along. Are we going to have a new BlitzChamp champion at the end of the day? And is it going to be that guy right there, John?
Yes, he is about to smack everyone. You heard it here first.
Wow.
Yeah, I am convinced this guy is about to clean up. We'll see what happens. We'll see if he proves me right, proves me wrong, but you heard it here first. He is about to smack everyone in this field, and he's going to be the new champion.
Well, it's funny because
offensive linemen, we got to stick together.
The game, offensive linemen got to stick together. The game is meant to be played for a reason. It's not a foregone conclusion. But I'll be honest, like every year we find out there are new NFL players playing on Chess.com, and this is like a light bulb where you see a guy who, as we said, has played more than 7,000 games on Chess.com. I don't know that he's playing a lot of other games in his free time. If he's played 7,000
how many games have you played on Chess.com? Is my question.
Can we get a stat guy? Can I get Vaughn?
7,000 is
give me
crazy.
Vaughn. Yeah, I know. Give me Vaughn here. How many games have I played on Chess.com, team? Someone's going to run and check that out because I actually am curious. Now, to be fair, I run a chess company now, which means I don't play chess. Right? I write you know that I write emails, but
I mean, no matter how many games you've played, I'm guessing like if we say how many games have been played in the last 2 years, he might have played more games than you.
I bet so. So, all right, let's continue to move around the horn here. We have Drew Tranquil next. Drew is joining us from Kansas City, and we don't know a lot about Drew as a chess player at this time, but we know he's got an awesome man in the arena quote, which I love that. I think that's a Winston Churchill quote, if I remember, or Teddy Roosevelt, someone. But that's a great quote. The man in the arena.
Oh no, you gotta love that quote, that sort of speech, and I think it's definitely what you need for this type of competition. Like, I was talking about Wes. He's obviously, if you look at Chess.com ratings, stronger than everyone. But like, this is why you play the game. This is why you compete. It's not about who has the strongest rating on paper. It's about who comes out here and competes and does the best they can, and maybe makes a couple upsets. So anything can happen, especially if it's only two games.
It's fast time controls for a reason too, right? We don't have all day. These guys are all pros, literally NFL pros, and they're busy. And we've, by the way, we have help from one of our good friends who gave us some stats here. So I've played 14,210 games. So I've played double the games Wes has, but I don't know. I think that's still a nod to Wes. I mean, he's played a lot of games. But all right, here we've got Eric Armstead. Let's give him a shout out of the Niners. Eric, awesome. We actually had the pleasure of Chess.com being at his fundraiser that he held not more than just a few weeks ago. Eric doing awesome things with his foundation, and he wants to get some revenge, man. He wants to right the ship against Larry this year.
Gotcha. Yeah. I'm curious to see them run it back. I think he's got a really good shot. He was very competitive last year. Clearly a very strong chess player. And like I said before, I'm just excited to see how much he's improved.
Yeah. That being the Armstead Academic Project, by the way, was founded in 2019 by Eric and his wife. Just want to give that shout out because we were at their fundraiser in San Francisco, and of course, any money that Eric earns today is going to go toward that. But all right, speaking of charities and ones that I've had the pleasure of being a part of, whenever he invites me, that's the man, Larry Fitzgerald. The Fitzgerald Foundation has been around for a long time. And it is one that does a lot of good for kids and youth and education, also raising money for breast cancer awareness and research. That's the guy, Larry Fitzgerald. He beat Eric last year. He's the NFL Hall of Famer here. And we'll see if he can play a little faster, avoid some of those time scrambles that he had last year today, John.
Yeah, absolutely. The man, the myth, the legend. This is I mean, we all have amazing NFL players here, but this guy is something special.
Yeah, again, I'm biased, greatest wide receiver of all time. Okay, I'm sorry. All right, if he had a more consistent quarterback, we're talking a different stats when you compare him against your Randy Mosses and your Jerry Rices and the like. So sorry, Larry Fitzgerald, greatest quarterback.
No, I mean, considering he's the only
wide receiver ever.
Hall of Fame, caliber wide receiver playing chess for us right now, I'm 100% on board. Greatest wide receiver of all time. We can just do it.
All right. Well, there you go. Larry Fitzgerald, greatest wide receiver of all time. Clip it and ship it. Someone help that go viral. All right. Speaking of going viral, this guy looks like he came not just to defend his title, but I mean, I don't know, like hit the DJ scene next and just or stream. I mean, this guy is looking.
What is
good
this
with
gaming laptop? This thing is like pulsing different colors. This dude's not messing around.
He's already throwing down with something, and my guess is what he's doing is posting on the Insta for the kids, as they say. I'm a cool guy as well. I also post on the tweets.
Gotcha. We're the kids.
All right, but he's like, he looks so good. How come I can't look that good whenever I post a selfie video on Instagram? Like, look at that. That in my head, John, that's what I want to look like.
Gotcha. You're not ugly. You're just poor.
He's got some bling and he's got some headphones that I do not have. Thank you. I'm going to use that line later. Not ugly, just poor. But he's still going. I mean, if anyone isn't following Chido on either Twitter or Instagram, now's your chance to go do it. I don't know exactly what it is. I know I am following him on Twitter. But anyway. So go check out whatever Cheeto's saying. Let's check out our next player, Caleb Farley. Caleb Farley, another newcomer to the BlitzChamps field. We've got him throwing down here in just a second. My apologies. I called for Caleb. John and I have a great view of Caleb off screen.
Yes. He has a very nice beanie on, some nice glasses, a very nice little chain going. Yeah. It's a good look.
Looking chill. Not exactly the setup that Cheeto had, but
he's calm and confident.
Yeah,
he's got some
confident
hanging something in the background. There was a picture or something.
I was going to say there was a picture there.
Yeah,
he might be in and out of moving. I mean,
maybe it had his chest prep on it and he needed to hide it.
There you go. You've got one of those Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Conspiracy maps. Speaking of which, I don't know if you saw the most recent episode of Always Sunny in Philadelphia, but it was interesting.
Hess sent me a message about it. It was some chess thing. I got to watch it.
You got to watch it. It's a bit of a nod to something that my lawyers would tell me I should not talk about on camera. That's what I would say. My lawyers have just texted me and said, Danny, stop talking. Okay.
I see some beads were involved. I understand.
I don't know. All right. So legally, I did not just mention that, and don't yell at me. But I think legally we're also getting set to start the games here. We've got the you can't do that today, young man. You cannot do that. Okay. All right. We're gonna start. Apparently, we're gonna start with the matchup between Larry and Eric, which is awesome times, fun times to throw down with a matchup that we all are waiting to see eagerly, because this is a rematch of last year. Again, at the top of the show, we talked about it. It was a time scramble affair, a very close one, and we'll see what these guys can bring today. We also know we have Kyler and Cheeto throwing down. That's kind of the marquee matchup, I think, of the first round. But we knew going in, John, I'll just spill the beans. Kyler is coming to his chess from his first workout of the day, which I'm sure he's got like 7, right? Don't you miss those days? Do you miss the days of like 7 workouts a day? Does your body miss that?
It does not. My life is so easy right now compared to like any time in my life. It's crazy. Yeah, let it be known, being a mathematician is like easiest job in the world.
Okay, let it be known. Even easier than chess commentator.
I just come to the office and I just hang out, read some math, think about some math, commentate on some chess. This is my life.
Dude, it's you deserve it though, right? Anyone who's played offensive lineman in the NFL, like just hearing about some of those things makes me cringe. And all right, well, I'm glad your body is not missing the 7 a day workout. So, all right. Well, John and I are going to continue to vamp here. I'm going to do my first kind of shout out to chat. Shout out to Luke, who just subscribed with Prime. Throw us your Prime.
Should I be watching the chat? Do I need to pull the chat up?
I mean, you can.
I can. Last year, the chat was going in on me. Do you remember this? Last year, the chat was just hating on my hair for like hours and hours.
Remember that? That makes me mad. Why would you do that, chat?
It's okay. It was like, oh, John's so nice to like allow our bird's nest to like hang out in his hair, things like that. It's okay.
That sounds like chat. You better not.
I won't forget. All right. I didn't forget.
Here we go. Yeah, he never forgets. See,
never. All right, forget.
So look what we got, man. We've got
we got a chess game. Wait, what happened? How did
we had? I'm going to quickly play through the first few moves.
Is it some like Queen's Gambit accepted? What is this?
Okay. Yeah, it was a Queen's Gambit accepted.
E3, now, Bishop G4. So, okay, here's my first question. Bishop G4, could you have gone F3 and gone for a big center?
You probably could have. The other, probably the best move tactically was actually the move I'll quickly show. Yeah, okay, look at you. You're all over it today. You brought your Wheaties. All right. Larry develops, though, not bad. And I'll say this. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Eric is white, according to the... We might want to get a clarification on this from our staff. I'm not exactly sure because on the screen I see Eric is white, but on the cameras I see Larry is white. So I'll let staff confirm that before I fully commentate on who's doing what. But overall,
also confusing. One's wearing a white shirt, one's wearing a black shirt. It's very easy to be confused. Yeah.
This is actually confusing. It's an optical illusion. So we'll get confirmation here in a minute. All right, but look how fast they're playing. I think both these guys got the memo, regardless of who is playing which color. And we're stepping back to our bird's eye view for the first time. That might allow us to kind of address the color situation. We've got these are your 4 matchups, by the way. If you're just tuning in, you're going to have Caleb versus Chaz in a little bit. As we said, you've got Drew versus Wes, but then you've got that marquee matchup, the defending champ, Chido versus Kyler. Can't wait for that one to kick off too. So, all right. But the first one to get underway there in the lower right corner was Eric versus Larry. And this is some solid chess, John. I think obviously maybe a small mistake there in the opening by Larry with Bishop B4, according to the computer. But overall, both sides getting developed and both sides are now castled.
Yeah. And this is a common mistake in these like Queen's Gambit accepted positions. Sometimes in Slav positions, you miss this like Queen B3 idea as black, and hitting the B7 pawn, hitting the F7 pawn can be an issue. These things can be a little tender.
Confirmed that Eric is white, by the way. So
you did confirm? Okay,
we've confirmed Eric is white. We'll get these guys back on camera in just a moment. Look at that solid move.
Yeah,
and
C6.
Right now Larry. Yeah, C6, just controlling the center.
Also allowing the bishop to sort of drop back if there was ever any like knight A5 knight A4, pick up the bishop pair. I'm like trying to look to see what's going on. This chessboard is like so small on my screen right now. Not gonna lie.
Yeah. No, well, first of all, I like Queen D6 because if Larry is getting sneaky with it, is he going to play Bishop C7 and go for a knight on H2?
I think that's what he's thinking. I think so. Okay, Queen.
He does it. He does it.
All right, let's see. Is he going to notice?
This could be huge. I mean, okay, if Eric doesn't notice it, we could have our first miniature in BlitzChamps because Larry has his eyes on the prize there with a checkmate on H2.
Yeah, if he doesn't notice it, he's going to be dropping a piece. Oh my lord!
Yeah.
Oh man! All right.
We might want to. Oh, we can't pull it up. We
Ugh.
missed it. It's already over.
Yeah,
Larry
Queen
Fitzgerald.
H2 checkmate. And the other tactic was if he didn't really do anything, there was Bishop takes F3, which removed the defender
Yeah.
H2 as well. So
Yeah.
you really had to address that with I don't know. I would have thought of something like G3 maybe. What do you think?
It's hard for us to analyze there because we don't have it big for all the fans. But yeah, that was, you got to give Larry credit there because he played for this battery. Again, John, you can't always control.
Dude, what is going on? This West Drew game, we have another like B7 F7 tactic. Now it's B2. I mean B2 F2
with the colors reversed. Yeah. Well,
yeah,
and to stay on your question on the lower, I think White could have played G3. John, or even move the rook from F1, because in theory, then if the trade, the king can actually escape. But you can't always control if your opponent's going to blunder, but you can control going for a good plan. So you got to give Larry credit for setting up that battery with the queen and bishop. And unfortunately, Eric obliged and gave him checkmate. By the way, John, that's the fastest game I think we've ever seen in BlitzChamp. That was a 14-move victory for Larry.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's got to be a record, at least on time. I mean, Larry had like 9.5 minutes left.
Yeah, that was crazy.
But yeah, I want to talk about this Wes game. Wes is going in the tank a little bit here.
Yeah, we've got Wes in trouble there.
Yeah, thinking about how to defend this F2 and this B2 on together.
And in fact,
he ends up going bishop E3, which is a little bit of an ugly structure.
It's already good for black, right? Because black can take probably, black has his flavor here. Probably taking B2 is even better than taking the E3 pawn with check. Okay, Drew settles on a pawn with check. Hard to deny it, but just to show what John was saying before we got here, because it was instructive from Mr. Urschel. This idea of queen to b6 was a double attack on the f2 pawn and the b2 pawn, and these are common tactics that can occur in queen's pawn games when the queen's bishop develops. We saw it could have happened in the Larry game with queen b3, and here it happens in this game. So whenever you're developing your queenside bishop, be careful.
Yeah, and what's the best way to deal with that? So queen b6, could you have gone knight a4, or what was a better way to respond?
Probably knight a4, but even here, black can go for the pawn and trade f2 for a4. So I thought so. Yeah. Anyway, this is a big moment because I think even if Wes is now going to slowly inch his way back, he is the favorite on paper here, John. You got to give Drew credit, right? He's doing well out of the gates.
Yeah, but this is the one thing I noticed about this position. Even with the doubled e-pawns, the d6 pawn, I mean, the d6 square looked really tender.
Yeah.
This is something that I was kind of eyeing as compensation for Wes.
And C7 as a tenderness.
Yeah.
Sometimes you got to try a little tenderness, you know?
Yeah.
There you do.
Yeah, so I'm assuming he's going to, he has to defend c7 or avoid c7 somehow, but then the d6 square, that's looking amazing. It's defending the e4 pawn while really making it hard for black's bishop to develop. I mean, I see compensation here.
I agree. And this is almost looks like a pawn sack, right, for white. If you put the knight on d6, it's so strong. As you said, it defends e4. Okay, this is also a good move, I think, from Wes, just coordinating. This is some high-level chess, given that it started with a little bit of a blunder by white and that pawn fork. Yeah. Well, let's take our first bird's eye view. I think now we've got all 4 games started, meaning our second bird's eye view. But if we want to back up, not only are all 4 games started, we should point out that Larry Fitzgerald is already on game 2 down there. He's white.
And Chaz is already, I don't know, the engine bar says Chaz is already winning. Can we go to that?
Yeah, let's do it. I will pull up Chaz's game.
Pull up Chaz's game, go from the start to just see what happened here.
Yeah, what in the world happened in Chaz's game? I'm going to quickly review this because
these players know they have 10 minutes, right? These guys are flying.
I think there is a transition here, and we've heard a lot of players talk about it, not just in this event, John, but in PogChamps and others, where the nerves the nerves combined with a time control you don't always play, meaning most of the time, John, they actually play faster. Because what are you doing casually when you're on the train or the plane, right? You're playing a 3-minute game or a 5-minute game. And so I think sometimes they play like it's a 3-minute game, forgetting the stakes, forgetting what's going on. But let's pull up this game between Chaz and Caleb if we can. And I'm just going to quickly show everybody what happened in the opening, because it was a French. That's your first mistake. LOL. First Anna Rudolph shout out of the day. Bad French. Anyway, we get a French and a trade on F3, and Queen E7 just blunders the D5 pawn. Owie. And then the queen goes with it. Oh my gosh.
Oh.
The fork.
All right, Chaz isn't messing around. Chaz is like recognizing his chances when he gets them.
Yeah.
I mean, this is good chess.
And he's smoking.
You take what your opponent gives you, and
I'm going to be honest, seeing Chaz, if Larry continues to be on form and what we know we have with Wes, I don't know that we know what this BlitzChamps is going to deliver us from a foregone conclusion perspective. I mean, I'm looking at Chaz's rating. He's 1150 himself, 1133 to be exact, but what we got some ballers here. Some chess players.
Yeah, absolutely.
Here,
and knight h2, I mean knight h7, recognizing that his knight is trapped, trying to get a pawn for that piece.
Chaz,
this is looking very, very comfortable.
By the way, it's just chewing gum, just like, I don't know, just like a casual day at the ballpark. It's just like,
just another day at the office, no big deal. I'll take another pawn.
Wow. And
Caleb can't castle. This is not looking good.
Not looking good at all for Caleb. The queen is on the prowl. Numerous threats on the board. Not to mention just natural moves will probably corral this king pretty soon. So we have seen stranger things than a blunder that would lose a winning advantage like this. But it looks like Chaz is on his way, just showing that. There you go.
This looks hard to lose. Yeah. Natural moves. Get your bishops out. Bishop b5. Bishop g5.
Great.
Castle your king, and I think Chaz is going to bring this one home. Should we look at a different game?
Yeah, let's do it. If we can back up to our bird's eye view, because Chaz is going to grind this one here, and if we just go around the horn real quick, Drew is showing that this call out that Wes was a heavy favorite is he's showing that maybe we need to pause with our pre-match predictions. Now that Chido and Kyler are playing, I would love to head over to that matchup. You've got, I think, two of the biggest stars as far as well-known names to the broader football community, the NFL universe. You've got the reigning champ playing white. I've got the board pulled up. Chido does have an advantage currently against Kyler. Kyler in his streaming setup there, and also looking pretty good. These two guys, they're fully in. There's chairs here, John.
Scale back to scale forward, right?
Okay, can you show me how we got here?
Yeah. By the way, if Chido wants to talk, if there's any way for us to listen in, I'm all about hearing whatever Chido has to say, because that was a blast last year. Just letting everyone know that. Here, I think I hear him talking.
Ooh. Aggression. Okay. We have time.
Dude, Chido's back with the C3 D4 from last year.
Yeah, he knows this opening.
Yeah, and Kyler, played a little.
I could try something here, honestly.
For those who don't know, it's the Ponziani. He's just chatting out loud to his buddy right there.
Just for the what is it?
For those who don't know, this is the Ponziani. You go for a big center, and it's one of Chido's favorite openings. He did it last year.
Yeah, but this should not be.
It should not be great.
I mean, this should not be a dangerous opening. I think you can. Yep. What would you do, Danny? Can you just take on D4 maybe, or you can even play D5?
I would say the best way to challenge these. I always say this in every King's Pawn Gambit, whether it's King's Gambit, Ponziani, Scotch Gambits. The key strategic break for anyone who's here to learn is always D5. And sure enough, if you look at what the engine would say to do here as black, whether it's D5 right away, which is even possible, the engine would say to take and play D5. And black is going to be just fine in a lot of these positions if you can equalize it. And again, you can even play D5 in positions like this and really, really spice things up. Maybe you could have even just taken E4, but
you can even play D5 before knight F6, right? Because they played C3, they don't have knight C3. You know what I mean?
That's a great
strike
point.
with D5 right away.
And there's no knight C3 to tempo the queen, which is why you normally wouldn't do that. So it's a great point. So when you don't play d5 against these king's pawn gambits, you end up in passive positions, and that's what happens on d6. So now white starts to get the big space. And again, it's not to say this is over by any means, but if we're just evaluating who's better, the reason the computers like white is white has more control over the center, black has a lack of development, and Kyler missed his chance to play d5 in the center. So now we're getting in trouble on the light squares, and Chido is on the prowl right now.
Yeah. Kyler's position is looking a little bit like Swiss cheese here.
Yep.
It's not a bad move.
This is not what you want to see near your king.
Lots of holes on the white squares. Kyler, look at him though; he's dead focused. And I will say this to Kyler's credit: last night when we told them the pairings, and he knew he was playing the defending champ, he was like, I ain't scared. I ain't scared. So he's ready. He also is like, I ain't scared. Also, isn't Chido like the best? But also, I ain't scared. So Kyler knew he was up for a challenge.
Can you just ignore this and do some like knight c4 and just start bringing the troops in?
Dude, if Chido plays knight c4 instead of just bishop h2, what do they? I mean, they don't golf clap in the NFL. They do a lot of things and they tear off their shirt.
I don't even know if knight c4 is a good move.
It's a great move.
It's what I would want to play.
Dude, you're I don't know if you've gotten the memo, but you're not bad. You're pretty good at chess.
Back up, Chido. Just back up, Chido.
No, but he's just backing up. He still has his threats next move.
Kind of see what's going on.
But you were right, by the way. Knight c4 was definitely the best move.
Okay.
It was just a mating attack that couldn't be stopped. So you were right, but again, you don't blame Chido for playing the smart bishop h2 at all.
Yeah, no, I mean you don't get any style points for brilliancies here. You just got to win the game. So keeping things under control. This king's not going anywhere.
Here he goes with knight c4.
Knight c4. There you go.
Chido. I think he plays better when he speaks his plans out loud, kind of like Hikaru Nakamura. Maybe Chido should consider streaming. I don't know.
He's definitely got the real core. He's ready to go.
He takes d6. This is the kind of stuff we saw Mr. Awuzie do a lot last year. Just dominate. I kind of want to see the final moments here just to see how Chido celebrates his first victory in the 2023 BlitzChamps. But I also know there are a number of other games going. If you're just tuning in, by the way, you can go to chess.com/events, use the command in chat. I think it's just command BlitzChamps, and get a direct link. So shout out to Tommy hanging out in chat, waiting for his first troll of me of the day. I got ahead of you there, Tommy. And shout out to everyone else who's joining us.
Oh, is that a blender? Oh no, I didn't blender. I was going to say.
There's a lot of checkmates possible here.
What I used to
Yeah,
call it?
and here we go. Knight takes.
I used to have a blender tour. That's what I used to call my old streams, the blender tour.
Can they hear what Chido's saying?
I don't think Kyler can, but we can.
We can. Can viewers hear it?
Yeah. I think they can.
Oh, they can? Okay.
Yeah.
They can? All right.
I hope so.
If they can, then I don't want to speak over him. I want to let him do the talking.
Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they can.
Wow, and he's just letting it sit right now? He's just taking his time?
Oh. I didn't even know. Oh.
By the way, they can hear each other.
Yeah, GG.
Yeah. Kyler not too thrilled about that.
They can hear each other? So he's saying that to Kyler?
Yeah, viewers can hear and players can hear, and I'm just, getting confirmation from the staff. By the way, shout out to the amazing broadcast team here at Chess.com.
5 excellent, 3 good. You don't like goods, we'll take good. 4 book, 4 and
Look at that.
Chido's talking kind of strong. I hope they don't play each other. Kyler might remember this.
I know. Kyler hasn't moved yet. Kyler's not happy about that. Look, the guy doesn't like to lose. You know that about him. So while we know chess is quite literally a game of losing, a game of humility, right? That's why I wear the face of those who lose a lot. But you got to be able to take your lumps, unfortunately. And right now we'll see if Kyler can return and bounce back. I see.
Ooh, you know where I want to go.
Dude,
do you know where I want to go?
I do.
I know you know.
I do. And Larry already won his match, by the way. So the match that was super close last year, John, is already over with Larry Fitzgerald taking a 2-0 victory. But let's go to the West versus Drew game. Oh, wait, no. You want to go to Caleb Chaz? Where do you want to go?
No, I want to go to the end game. What are you talking about?
I know you want the end game, but then I saw the eval bar of Chaz's game, and I'm like, what in the bleep is going on over there? But all right, let's
go there real quick. I haven't even looked at it.
Let's quickly go to Caleb versus Chaz, if we can. And
wait, what happened? Did they agree to a draw? Are you kidding me?
Where?
Wes and Drew? Why do I not see a game anymore?
I don't know.
I don't know. The game was just getting started.
No, all right. Well, we're gonna go.
Oh no. This is.
Wait, no, we're going to real quick. Caleb versus Chaz. If you're just tuning in, you see the score. Chaz took the dub in the first round. By the way, kind of did so in dominant fashion. He won Caleb's queen. But I wonder if this matchup is a little closer than that first game might reveal, because really Caleb just made that huge blunder, John.
And how did we get here?
Let's quickly
show us
discuss. By the way,
what's happening.
We had a Queen's Pawn game. Little Queen's Gambit declined. Little Ragozin development if you're into that kind of thing. 94. Okay, this is interesting. We had a checkmate threat very early on in the game that White stopped.
Nice.
And then E5, kind of an unnecessarily risky move, although White didn't capitalize and take on D5, which is why this is classified as a miss. Bishop D3 is a miss because you missed taking on D5, but now White does right the ship and has taken the E5 pawn. So a good start to maybe send this one to tiebreakers from Caleb.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, we're going to give you what you want. I can tell you're just pandering. Let's go to the end game, everybody.
All right, let's do it.
We got to back out to the bird's eye view because there is one game still going on in the first set of games. If you're just tuning in, you see results. Some of the matches are already over. Larry Fitzgerald won 2-0. Chaz is up a point. Cheeto's up a point. The one matchup still in the first game is the one we're now on, which is Wes Schweitzer playing Drew.
Oh, and Tranquil. I love what Drew is doing. Drew put that pawn on A4. His king is on C4. This queenside majority of Wes's is just like stuck. It's doing nothing. There's a big hole there. And either the knight or the king is just going to be babysitting that B2 pawn.
Dude, who is...
And his majority is rolling on the king side. I absolutely love this.
Who is Drew Tranquil? We just talked about how Wes is a foregone conclusion. Look at this. Like...
Who is Drew?
Is this
Where
Drew
has
Tranquil
he been playing?
or Mikhail Botvinnik? Like, what is this endgame?
Exactly.
He's doing it here in the endgame. A much more active king. If he plays F4, it's over. I mean, wait. Computer doesn't like it, but no, this has to be just good. You know what the computer wanted, John? Now that I see it, because then it's really over.
Let me think.
What did the computer want here? That it's just lights out instead of F4. A super instructive move when it comes to bishop dominating a knight.
Bishop E4.
Yep. Booyah.
Is that what he wanted?
Look at that.
Yeah.
Bishop E4. Everybody would have...
The knight is just like never going anywhere.
Yeah, would have completely paralyzed this pony. And then you quite literally rush the pawn to the touchdown. There you go. There's my first cringe reference of the day. Count it. Count it, baby.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
So...
Bishop E4 is lights out.
Bishop E4, a really instructive move for those watching. And don't be impatient with your pawns. Instead, you push, and even though black is still winning, now the game is actually, it's not so easy. There are chances for blunders, especially when knights can do forking freaking things, right? I said it, and he did it.
Oh, my Lord.
I did it. I jinxed him.
The good news is that he's getting a lot of pawns, and that A pawn is going to start running. So maybe there's a chance. Because the knight has to defend this F pawn, and the king has to come back for this A pawn. Maybe this is okay, but I have no clue.
I mean, obviously we have the luxury of the eval bar that says draw with best play, but I agree with you that probably if you had to choose from a practical perspective, black's position looks...
I mean, here...
Yeah.
What were you going to say?
From a practical position, it looks good for black. If you just move the king and rush the A pawn, white is the one who really has to be accurate in their timing here.
I mean, I'm Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, I'm just glad that black isn't completely lost. I guess white, you go king c2 is the first thing I'd think about.
Yeah, king c2 would
I don't
trap.
know.
You could also, I mean, you could play knight c5 because it actually can be, you can catch the f pawn with the king. When you guard b3, you ensure that if the king moves, you win the a pawn. Knight c5 allows
Yeah.
b6 though, and that's what I hadn't thought about just yet. So, but I think your move king c2 probably makes the most sense, is the best move.
Well, king c2, like white has at least a draw, right?
Yeah.
Because like black can't do anything. You know, they push their b pawn, you just take, and your king is ready to. Or I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Or maybe not. I got to think about this.
What a wild game, and I did call it, you can call it a commentator's jinx, John, but that fork, that's why you play bishop e4. That's why you stop the knight from doing dirty things in these endgames. So now...
Yeah, what do we do?
I think king c2 is the move. Your move, king c2, has got to be the best move. And what's hard about that move is that if king c2 and let's say black plays like b5, let's just analyze it. Might as well. Bring up a little.
Yeah.
Bring up a little.
King
board.
c2.
King c2.
b5.
b5. The point is, white has to just stay stuck, like knight f2. Basically, you just have to go back and forth, and that's kind of a hard thing to want to do. But what's funny about this endgame is if white plays for a win in any kind of fashion, right? Like if you don't just play tickle with the knight, you move the knight, you lose, and if you move the king, you lose. So what's funny is, go ahead.
Here's my question.
Yeah.
So black goes b5. Black goes, let's say, eventually we had the king on a2. I mean, yeah, I guess the point is when black goes b4.
Oh, you're saying like here, okay.
White, yeah, let's say instead of going king a2, black goes b4 and white is still okay.
Yeah, white would have to take. Pushing, I believe, would probably lose. Yeah, computer.
Yeah, so take. Yeah, that loses. So you got to take. King takes.
Yeah, and we're going to have a draw because you have one of these positions where in the end, black is actually going to win the knight for the f-pawn, but white will corral this, and then because we have a corner pawn, it's a draw. So
yeah, but this looks tough for white.
I agree.
This looks like something where only black has chances.
No, not only do I agree, that was kind of the point I was going to highlight about why this is much harder to be Wes. Okay, looks like we've had a move, though. Wait, we've had several moves. Sorry. Knight c5 was played. Black was winning on b6, knight d3, and then king b3. And actually, okay, like black is once again winning. This is the way more likely thing that would happen despite black's blunder of the fork, because especially at amateur levels, John, like choosing a plan where your best defense is literally to shuffle pieces and sit tight. It's one of the hardest things to do, right? And so we totally have compassion for Wes that instead of knight c5, if he had played king c2, he draws, but only if he appreciates that he has to sit tight. And this is so hard to be white here, and we expect Drew to. By the way,
this is really good. King b1. Now he's at that nice distance from the knight, a long time till checks, and now just start pushing the pawn, right?
Yeah. Can we get a check on how many games Drew Tranquil has played on Chess.com? Because we talked a lot about Wes, and clearly commentator missed the boat here, because I thought Wes was the odds-on favorite. Drew Tranquil, I'm sitting here looking at ratings. He's 1,400. I'm looking at the chess on the board, and
Drew is 1,400.
Drew is 1,400 here because Wes is.
No one told me that. Yeah, no one told me this.
I would love to get some stats on Drew, because this is a guy. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, is this just a forced win? Can we count this out? Do you just pick up the c pawn and start pushing?
Yeah, push him, baby. Let's go, baby.
Yeah, easy win.
By the way, so the moment we have clarity here, we will back up, because Kyler Murray. Oh my gosh! Actually, we probably should go to that game. We talked
let's
about.
Just move.
Okay, Drew is going to win this game. We will have another game between Wes and Drew in a minute. But Kyler Murray, we knew he would have to rebound. He was just in a winning position a second ago. He missed the dub, but he's still in a fantastic position here. So if we can pull up that game. We've got it right here. I am super impressed. John, a moment ago, this was the position. taking G6 and rook takes F7 and Bob's your uncle, but he missed it.
Yeah. No, but even
this
is looking very dangerous.
For those who don't know, the threat is Queen D2 and Queen H6, but that's a retreating move. I don't know if Kyler have seen it yet, but if he does,
no, he played it.
Wait, he's already what?
He played it. Is this the live board on the right?
It is. It is.
Yeah.
Kyler Murray with the comeback kid.
All right.
Look at
this.
this.
So here's my time to ask the obvious question: how do you stop this?
You have to give up the exchange. It's king H8, and then on
Queen
H6. Actually, no. White can just play Rook F3 there.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. How do you stop this?
Oh, you know what is nice?
Shit.
There is no queen. Okay, let's bring up the analysis board. There is no queen takes H7 puzzle rush mate because the queen can sack on H3. So let me show this line, everyone. If king H8,
good call.
Queen H6 threatens mate, Rook G8, and on Rook F3, if Black plays something like Rook F8 or Rook C7, normally there would be a queen takes H7 and a mate, but Black actually has a way out. So instead, you have to play this, and White is still winning, but at least Black is surviving because you can sacrifice your queen.
Gotcha.
So that's the idea.
Gotcha, but you're losing the queen.
Yeah, no, this is...
So this is functionally game over.
While we have the... never mind, we moved away from it, but I wanted to quickly see the opening because if we can, I'd love to back up because Kyler Murray, going up against the defending champ, loses game one in devastating fashion. He does not hold back any punches rebounding here. Let's just see. He plays he played a Smith Mora. Okay, not quite. He played a... Okay, so awkward openings. Awkward openings for the win. He castles.
Pieces on active squares?
I mean, an interesting opening here. E5 is definitely a mistake, potentially, and Kyler puts the knight on D5. Dude, this move F4. This is very good.
Always the way how I get checkmated.
F4 is very strong, by the way. Full recognition, not just in the ability to attack John, but that this bishop has locked itself out of the key defensive position over here.
I wish I could just... I knew the knight was
He
bad.
plays F4. And then Chido gives up the bishop, and that's when things are going to get rough. Wow. What a good game right now by Kyler Murray. Again, if you're just tuning in, could have taken on G6 and probably been winning in even more forcing manner. But this is
but that's hard to find.
It's over.
Chido just played Queen E6. He's already like, hey man, you're gonna get me. John, can you say blitz tie breaks?
I'm excited. I'm ready.
Dude.
Let's see how Kyler's blitz skills are. How this goes.
Chido's still talking, and if you don't know, the players can hear each other. Kyler doesn't have a lot of things to say back to Chido. He just wants the victory.
Yeah, Kyler didn't even want the queen for the bishop. He said, "No, you got to take my pawn, sir."
Dude, I am just sitting here super impressed because it's hard. It's hard to lose your first game in a match knowing you probably are playing the better player and keep your wits about you, especially on a stage like this. You've got thousands of people watching. I know you're saying, hey, these guys are professional athletes, but it's different playing chess with thousands of people watching than doing a sport that you played your whole life. What would you say to that?
I would say no, absolutely not.
What are you talking about? It is different.
Absolutely not.
Chess is the hardest sport to perform under pressure. Prove me wrong.
Whatever you say, Danny. Whatever you say. But no, Kyler's showing great technique.
Yeah.
Not rushing, just bringing this rook to h3. And checkmate is coming.
Yeah. This is absolutely wild.
GG. Great job.
I am super impressed, and we are going to have a blitz tiebreaker between Kyler Murray and Chidobe Awuzie, the reigning blitz champion.
GG.
Wow. Chido's a gentleman. Even if he talks trash when he's winning, he is a gentleman when he loses.
Allowing the mate. And let's see, what else have we missed?
Yeah,
so
let's
Chaz has now won both the games, so Chaz is through.
Okay. Chaz takes down Caleb Farley. Larry Fitzgerald, as we saw earlier, won.
What? I have no clue. What is this game? Why is there a rook on h4? This is like, how does? Do you see this Chaz game?
I'm heading over there. You mean the Chaz game or the game still going? The West game.
The one that's done. If you look in the top right.
Yeah, I don't know how that rook.
There's a rook
there.
on h4. How did that rook get there?
That's actually really funny because all the pawns are in front of it.
Right? Yeah.
Okay. We're gonna have to look at that later because that was unique. You were right. Okay, so if anyone wants to go check out the games, use the command BlitzChamps, and maybe you can tell us in chat
Please tell us
how did that rook get to h4? Okay. Well, if you're just tuning in,
it's another endgame.
Yeah, if you're just tuning in, we have another end game here between Drew and Wes. Drew got the better of the first one. Wes looking pretty good here right now. I like, dude. I love c5. Look at Wes playing faster than he did. Dude, do you guys know they have 10 minutes? They're playing this like it's a bullet game.
I like c4.
We had our first really epic roast in the chat. That is Kyler. We've already witnessed more wins by Kyler than he'll get this football season for the Cardinals. So
h3, I don't like.
You didn't hear that? Sorry, that was a big.
White had it was a burn.
It was a big burn. And I didn't like it because I'm a Cardinals fan. Oh,
no! Oh no!
Sometimes I make sound effects when I'm nervous.
Man, h takes just looks so good.
Dude, I love the banter.
Drew was doing so well.
Dude, he was focused. They can't hear each other. You saw the mutual chuckle. It's funny, John, because F takes g4 didn't just blunder the rook. It was one of those moves where if White played h takes g4, White is instantly winning. Like, you're going to win the h.
Yeah, White's winning. They have this great pressure on the h file.
Yeah,
it was,
This is a move that literally changes the eval bar swing. If you take h takes, the eval bar goes the other way, and White is just fantastic. Instead, you played f takes, and then like Drew said it best, dang it.
Yeah.
Okay, this isn't over yet. And by the way, I'll get a cue from the team. I'm wondering if we will be going to break before the Blitz tiebreakers, or if we'll roll right in. Either way, I'm excited, just like all of you fans. I'm going to give a shout out to the Cardinals chatter and YouTube. The Arizona Cardinals, just ignore Danny. We love you. I agree, Wilco. Ignore Danny. I'm a Cardinals fan, so I don't even know what the hate is. I'm literally born and raised in Arizona. I'm a lifelong Larry Fitzgerald guy, and I'm a huge Kyler Murray fan. So I just have to pretend to not be biased on shows like this. But that was a burn, and the Cardinals are struggling. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, this is looking very tough. I think you can just go f5 or sure f6. You just open the position up, and this king on e2 is way too open. Eventually, you're going to have rooks coming in, and this is going to be tough to stop.
Yep.
Yeah. This f2 square is going to be very vulnerable in a second.
You got to give Wes a shout out that when he won the exchange, John, he immediately went for that plan, right? Brought the rook, opened up files. A lot of times people get material, but don't always ask how to use it, right? Rooks need open files, and Wes immediately created an open file for a rook. Shows you the quality of his chess. Now we got the official Arizona Cardinals account on YouTube. So first of all, shout out to you, official Arizona Cardinals. Will you forgive me? Thank you. That wasn't even me that made that comment. It was an evil Twitch chatter. Twitch. Twitch chatters. Man.
The worst.
The worst. And
the most evil.
I was just the messenger. But all right. Anyway, if you're just getting here, we got one matchup that is for sure going to tiebreakers, and that is Kyler Murray's battle with the reigning champion, Chidobe Awuzie. You can see it on the right there. It was a 1-1 tie. I can't wait to see which of those guys is better when the gloves really come off there in fast chess. Maybe
how do you even put up a fight here is the question. It's just it's tough. There's no way to stop sort of infiltrating on the F file because this E6 pawn does a great job of covering F5.
Well, I was going to say that if we want to analyze real quick, White's one chance since you asked me.
Yeah, I wanted to know what you would have done.
I think Rook H2 is makes it a little bit trickier. Not to say that Black isn't in the driver's seat if you
with like Rook F1.
Yeah, you take the back door. But okay, like, I mean, look, like if you play for H4 and G5, maybe you play Rook G2 first to be safe, and you put the king here. Everybody's protected, and this takes some technique. Like Black is going to have to figure out how to check, but also even then, not lose. So if you found all the best defensive moves, Black would need to coordinate. But the moment you let the rook... Oh, in fact, this is even better. Shout out to Wes. What a move, because getting the rooks off the board makes your life even easier if you're Black. And look at that. That's technique right there.
Yeah.
It's good old-fashioned family
King D6
fun.
maybe, and I think this is going to be over quickly. Or pretty much any number of moves win here, right? You can take on B4 and just go Rook F2. There's lots of options.
Yep. Rook F2 first, take on B4 first. Heck, King D6 is probably maybe the best just to protect the pawn, and if you take, you bring the king even closer.
That's always
to
my
the
instinct. Somehow my instinct is always safety first.
Safety first. Hey, you're a guy who likes to rely on the data.
Exactly.
Hey, he's a guy who likes to look at what the numbers say, huh? Mm-hmm. Hey, he's a guy who wants to see if the math checks out before he makes a move. Hey.
Does the math check out?
How many of these can I come up with off the fly? That was 3.
Keep going. I'm not going to stop you. I'm just going to let you run out of steam.
Oh, man, this is awesome. Wes and Drew have legit skills, GM Hess. This is crazy, right? I mean, other than that blunder, shout out to Robert Hess, by the way. Much love to the man with whom you cannot spell chess without. This has been some high quality chess, and we're gonna get. Don't go anywhere because we may move directly into the Blitz tiebreaker between Kyler Murray and Chidobe Awuzie right after this game. So sit there right there. You can wait. You can wait a little longer for a snack. All right, or you can yell, "Mom, meatloaf! I'm watching Twitch. Bring me some meatloaf, Ma!" Right? You could do that. Exactly. But don't talk to your mom that way. So anyway,
is the Blitz about to start? Because I think we're
not going to start Blitz while there are still regular games going, because the games will go so fast that we don't want to miss it. But unfortunately, with that strategy,
are they going to go at the same time, or are we going to stagger?
I think they will. I think especially because this game is kind of running. Look, this game could be going for another 20 minutes right now with these two guys. They're using their time, 7 and 8 minutes. So if this one goes to a tiebreaker, which it most likely will once Wes wins, we will probably start both of Blitz tiebreakers at the same time. But don't ask me, I just work here.
Sounds good. Yeah, this is straightforward. Right. Rook F2, I think, is a reasonable move among many.
Rook F2.
You're threatening A2. You're also threatening Rook H2. You're threatening, a lot of different things.
Let's not count out Drew just yet. I mean,
so maybe you go A5. What do you do now?
Yeah, A5 is what you got to do. But
A5, I mean, King B5.
Exactly. Just do the math on that. A5, King B5. If Rook F2 takes A5, takes A2, White gets B4, and that's exactly.
Well, this should still be fine. You go Rook H2,
and you win H3. Yes, but that's a recipe for things to go the wrong way, I will say. And hey, that rhymed. I'll be here all day. Why don't you go get some hay? You want to lay by the bay? What do you say? All right. By the way, if you play, I would love to play King D6 and meet King takes A5 with King C5, but White plays C5 check first and then takes A5. John, this eval bar.
Oh my God, that would be great.
Yeah, this eval bar is not indicative of, I think, the criticality, if that's a word.
I don't know about that.
Dude,
because you also have this E5 E4 plan, which is like incredibly strong. Like Black has a lot of. Oh, he played C5.
Dude, he's gonna take. I called the fork. I'm gifted today with Joshua Chamberlain, Pixie Desk. Shout out to you, Robert Hess. Joshua Chamberlain.
But King C7 is a great move, and now just E5.
Okay, but
E5 E4.
Dude, I'm a devil's advocate you here. If E5, Bishop D5, E4, I take. E3, I go here. This is exactly the kind of thing players of this level would do. White gets back in time, and suddenly, like I've commentated on enough celebrity chess. You start to get okay. This was a big mistake because now, at the very least, at the end of this line, takes E3, takes E2 here. Black is going to have Rook F1 and kind of accidentally fumble into this sort of victory. So, but that was very close. Yeah. I mean, I shifted in my chair for a reason. Wes gets up. It's time to stretch our backs, buddy. I agree with you. Let's get up. Let's stretch backs. Oh,
changing chairs.
Whoa, that is
it was all the chair.
That's an alpha move right there. He just like changes chairs mid game. Actually, no, it's back support. Back support for the win.
Yeah, I actually just got a new chair. I really like it.
Yeah, what kind of?
Very good for my back.
Don't say the brand unless it's Secret Lab, because they sponsor our shows.
A brand. It's a good. What I'm a mathematician. The Secret Labs make like.
If you want a chair, I'll get you. You want a Secret Lab chair?
Chairs?
Do you want a customized Champions Chess Tour Secret Lab chair?
No, I just told you I just got a new chair.
But do you want one?
Oh, yes, of course I want one.
I literally have 7 of them in the office. You want me to grab one and show you on screen? I'll send.
Yeah, Secret Lab chairs are the best. Please show me.
Yeah, I'm just going to show you real quick.
I've never wanted anything more in my life. Let me see it.
Oh my God! Throw out my back. I've got like 7 of these right over there. Secret Lab chair for you, John.
Well, it's a beautiful looking chair. All right, now you've actually. I'm actually going to Google Secret Lab chairs. Now I'm going to take a look. Oh, these look nice.
E4. No, they're nice. Someone clipped that for Secret Lab. Show them the extra integration. We just got them. You know, you're welcome for me acting.
No, the black ones actually. The black one. I mean, they also look very. How should I put this? They look very okay. Like, yeah, they have some with like giant dragons on them and stuff, but they have some that look like very nuanced. Like you could have at like a normal office.
Professional.
Yeah, professional. Yeah. Like if I had like maybe not the Dark Knight one, they'd be like, "Why is Batman on your chair?" But if I had the Titan Evo. No one's going to look at it and be like,
I've got chat wanting a chair. I do have some extra chairs. If we can think of a good contest, I will give away a customized limited edition Secret Lab Champions Chess Tour chair today. If we can think of a good one. Maybe I'll think of a Photoshop contest.
What do the Champion Chess Tour chairs look like? Do you have like a
They're
graphic
sexy.
of them?
They're sexy, man.
What color are they?
It's like black, right? And it's got this nice little gold tinge, right, around the logo, right in you. Well, you can't see it if you don't want to see it. If you want,
what is going on here? You called this,
dude.
Can't he just take on B4? Can he take on B4? He can,
and he will. He's going to take B4.
Let's see.
King to C6, self-pinned the pawn. By the way, if you take, that is not a Chess.com bug. You cannot push this pawn because it puts you in check. And just like that, wait, what was the move that was better than that? That seems like an odd. Wow, the computer wanted king to c4. What a baller move. You neglect the b pawn to go win the e pawn. What a baller computer move. I hate computers.
I'll be honest, I didn't even see that till the last minute. Why? That's it. I think it was just a mistake.
Dude, they're talking. First of all, shout out to the great gamesmanship, sportsmanship there. But I'm going to go out on a limb, John, and say that we're not going to have another tiebreaker. We will have one tiebreaker, which is Murray versus Awuzie. You see, they already tied 1-1. If you're just getting,
I still have faith in Wes.
I think Drew.
I feel a little misled. I didn't check Drew's Chess.com rating. No one told me that we had another 1,400 hiding out here.
Dude, I am so impressed by Drew's chess. not just because Robert Hess already said it best. These two guys are playing some high quality moves. This is again, I'm not trying to say I told you so, but I told you so.
You
John.
did tell me so. You told
I
me
did.
so. It's true. It is true.
Yeah. I see all the requests for chairs in chat. Give me something good here. Don't give me the old my back hurts or hey,
Wait, but
Danny, whatever. Give me something good. Yeah.
You still didn't tell me what they look like. Like, what do they look like? Do you have a picture? Do you have
I'm
a
not
link?
gonna. You want me to unbox it for you? I already lifted the box. I can't unbox
Yeah,
it.
that would be great, actually, if you don't mind. That would...
Oh man.
Yeah, we can have a nice little intermission for our mini show. Danny builds chairs.
Danny builds chair. Unboxing videos are really popular with the kids these days, which, by the way, makes zero sense. Like, what is wrong with the? Okay, I'm sorry. Don't go dad.
Dude, just unbox the chair, put it on your TikTok, and away you go.
And you got 1 million followers right there, dude. Just like that. I'm not even sure this game ends in a draw because what happens in these games is magical when it comes to time pressure. I know. No, stop it. Stop it, Danny. Stop it. Look, I'm trying not to stop it. I'm trying to tell you I've seen magical things happen.
Take on A2.
Okay, all right. Serious chess here. Ready? Analysis board time. Let me paint a picture.
What do you do here? You go rook h2 probably.
Yeah.
But I guess white goes.
White's first move, if white has a chance to win, you ready? Is h4. Because if you do anything else, you make a warm and cozy move, black is going to go after the pawn and we are going to have a draw. If Drew plays h4 here, now you attack and I go h5. And then you try to attack this and bishop f5. And before you know it, white is actually threatening to win the h6 pawn, completely shielded by the pawns on h5 and g4. So after h4, what's the best move? Honestly, I'm not even sure, what to do here. I can't attack the g pawn. But then, now I'm threatening rook f4, but am I? Yes, I am. So I have to play bishop f5. Just to show why. If h5, rook f4, even though you can defend the bishop, black wins g4. So, but if white plays bishop f5, h5 is coming, and objectively, is the game a draw? Yes, probably still. The rook can come here. But this eval bar, just like I said before, that it was misleading in terms of how easy it was for black, this eval bar is incredibly misleading in terms of how difficult the position is. And if white gets h5, g4, I would actually bet on white to win this game, especially at this level. Now, all that said, looks like we have a mistake from Drew. He played c6. This is a mistake because it opens up the 5th rank, and now black's job just got incredibly easy to just hold things down.
Yeah, but also now you can get the h3 pawn.
Oh, right? And h3. And king d6.
Yeah, you just take h3.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
so
okay,
now,
you're right. This is the easiest.
And now black has some good chances.
Wait, did black already
Not great. Did they? Let's see. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, black already. Oh, sorry. I pressed the play button. That's a feature, not a bug, as they like to say in the biz. I pressed the play button.
Yeah, but this is
now
black,
maybe I'm
wrong. How do you win this?
Oh,
yeah, but
now I'm wrong. Now it goes the other way, and Wes is going to come back.
So here's my question. Let me just think about this for a second.
Yeah.
Help me here. Why is this so much worse than the position white was going to get before?
Well, because now
I guess you can't cover both pawns. Yeah, is the problem.
Well, bishop f5 is a really good move to have your best drawing chances, but it sacrifices c6. And so I saw you, Hess. I know it was the wrong color of the bishop, but we didn't get that far.
Oh yeah, that's true.
So white, white maybe never had great winning chances, but I think from a practical point of view, it was there before c6. Although now if black just takes c6, we're back to where we were. I guess all things being equal, karma works out in the end. Wes has played really great in this game. He deserves to get the dub if he can figure it out, and we will maybe have 2 games headed to a Blitz tiebreaker, not just the Kyler Murray versus Cheeto battle, which I cannot wait to see what happens. All right.
So what do you do? Is first thing, maybe do you cut the king off? Like some...
Rookie 2?
What's the best idea here? Yeah.
So in this position, there's probably multiple ways, but just getting the king in terms of opposition in front of the white king and eventually switching to the lateral checks is going to force the king back. Okay, that was actually a huge problem if white finds king e5. Because after king e5 and bishop, the point on king e5 is you're going to play king f6, and when the rook goes back to guard the pawn, you play bishop g4, cutting off the rook. So this was actually a huge mistake, and white finds king e5. And this is, by the way, when I say huge mistakes, we're not talking, no disparagement meant to all of my poggers out there, but we're not talking PogChamps level huge mistakes. These guys are playing high level chess. This is a huge mistake in comparison to how expert and master levels would play these endgames. So Drew and Wes are playing awesome chess. I want to make sure everyone knows that, but this was a big mistake in terms of how a master would play the game, and just like that, White has a draw in hand again. John?
Man, this has been a really interesting game. I've just been taking it all in. This has gone like back and forth and back and forth. Like Drew had a really good position. Then he took F takes G4 when he should have done H takes G4, ended up in a lost position. Wes had great technique. But then, switched chairs and got a little too loose, got a little too comfortable.
Yep.
And yeah.
Hey, know what they say? Never switch your chair mid-game.
Yeah.
Put up with the back pain. Just don't.
Unless you're switching to a secret lab.
Unless you're switching to a secret lab chair.
The only exception.
Official sponsor of the Champions Chess Tour.
Exactly.
I'm sending you a chair, by the way, and I've got a bunch more.
My question you still haven't told me, what color is it even?
It's black.
Tell me it's black?
It's black with, like I said, a nice little sexy gold logo, right? And it just sits there right in the middle, yeah? But
right in the back, like headrest?
Exactly. A head.
I'm not used to 10 minutes at all.
You missed it.
He missed it. Oh, I just gave myself a cramp with the tension. Oh my god. Oh my god.
No, but this is still a draw. Bishop G4, and this Drew is going to make an easy draw here. Yeah. It doesn't matter. Drew already knew the technique he wanted. He just wanted to go collect that pawn.
Yeah, he was.
Why win when a draw is enough?
Hey, it is true. A draw was enough to win this thing in regulation.
Now he's pushing it.
He's pushing it, the technique. Although you could still.
I'm not
lose.
sure I would have touched that.
Yeah, you could still lose if you're Drew. So.
No, he's getting too ambitious here.
If this becomes a game for the ages, we have had some back and forth swings. Almost had a heart attack.
Are we going to get rook versus bishop? That's what I want to know.
Dude. Almost had a heart attack there, Bob, on the blunder there. Let's bring up the analysis board, because while I was freaking out, I do want to show for our fans why rook g2 was the blunder it was that had me lose my
nice
mind.
little fork.
A little bit of a problem there, as they say. Bishop to e4 check would have won the rook on the spot. So and this is not outside of the question of now Wes still being able to force tiebreakers. When I look at the clock, he's about to get under a minute. I would still favor this being a draw, but again, as we've said, stranger things have happened than reviving Winona Ryder's career via a Netflix show about an 80s-based town taken over by aliens and science fiction stuff. Stranger things have happened than that. So, see, here comes King F6. Just watch. Here comes king f6, and then the bishop moves. If the bishop moves, you get the rook coming back. He's going to win the pawn.
Yeah, but here,
Okay.
just put that bishop. Okay, it's over.
All right. It's a draw
It's
now.
over.
It's a
Just
draw.
Move the king away. Get away.
Get away. Run.
Get away.
Run away.
Run away. Don't touch that
man.
pawn. Don't touch that bishop. Just run away.
Yeah, and again, I did ask a question earlier about, so Drew was captain at Notre Dame, by the way. Shout out to Cynthia, bringing us the stats in the background here. So Drew,
Cool.
I'm going to ask again, Cynthia, was Drew captain of the chess club or of the football team in Notre Dame? Because at this point, I might believe either one.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll just confirm that with Cynthia. And I am still curious how many games Drew has played.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know. I think I can just move my king around until you have to take one of the bishops or pawn. Yeah, I think it's over. I don't know if one of the Zoom people can confirm that or not.
We can confirm that.
We're not allowed to confirm that, but you are correct, and you cannot hear us.
He is correct.
They might be about to draw. Maybe we'll get Cynthia on here to confirm that Notre Dame stat, up to her. But right now, what I do know is we will have at least one matchup going to tiebreakers. Don't go anywhere. Kyler Murray and Chidobe Awuzie are about to go to a blitz tiebreaker. The most exciting sporting event since sudden death dodgeball is overtime chess. And okay, well, just like that, we have a draw. But because we're not going to a break, maybe we can have Cynthia join us and we'll hang out before the blitz starts. That's up to the team here. But John, high quality chess here from Drew and Wes. Let's give them a quick shout out on that.
Oh, absolutely. I think that's the highest quality chess game we've seen from all of BlitzChamps 1 or 2.
Yeah. Cynthia.
2 really, really good players.
Cynthia, are you enjoying the show back there? And I saw you with the stats about Notre Dame, so we had to bring you in to confirm. Was that captain of the football team or of the chess club?
I'm going to go with both, but the second part's unconfirmed. I can confirm the football team, but I'm also going to go with the chess team as well. And if I'm wrong, we could just do like a little, asterisk tomorrow.
I love that. Well, it sounds better to say he was the captain of the chess team. He did just beat Wes Schweitzer and move on. Let me ask you, of all the matchups we just saw, what was your favorite? A lot of good chess there in the first round.
That was wild. I mean, the second game, especially between Drew and Wes, was, at any point, it could have been anyone's game. So that was probably the most fun game we've had, and it was super compelling. We need more of this.
Yeah, we do. The tiebreaker coming up, Kyler versus Cheeto. Who you got?
Oof. It's really interesting because Kyler with that comeback move was pretty impressive. So I don't know. I think this one could be what happens if it's a draw?
Yeah, Danny, what happens if it's a draw? Yeah, Danny.
I'm going to get back to you on that, Cynthia. Thanks for pointing out the lack of... No, I'm kidding. I actually don't know. I think if memory serves me, the way we do it is they flip colors and play again, and it's one of those weird loops where it could keep going. But here we go. Thank you, Cynthia, for queuing up our format. Here's the answer. It's 3 minutes plus 5 seconds per move. White is determined by the previous 2 games' cap score. For those who don't know that is our computer aggregated precision score. It's a fancy word for accuracy in chess. So whoever had the better accuracy plays. If they are still tied, the players do swap colors. So shout out to you for the ask, Cynthia. Shout out to me for remembering on the spot. I literally didn't remember, but I'm glad it was. And let me say this, Cynthia, I want to ask you one more question before we get this game started. Sometimes in these in the playoffs, you get early matchups in the NFL or early matchups in the NBA, and you end up looking back and saying that was the real championship. I wonder between Wes and Drew, what we just saw there, high quality, that the winner of that matchup may end up going on to win the whole thing.
It's going to be really hard to top that one. Also, the interesting part here is the amount of time that both Chaz and Larry are both going to have, so that you have is it like a bye week where is it good for them that they're going to be able to relax and watch, or is it going to be bad for them?
That's a fair point. Fair point. Does rest pay off or not? John, Any other thoughts here for Cynthia before you and I focus back on the game, which I didn't know had started?
No,
by
the
the
game
way
started. Let's just get
Okay,
going.
all right, Cynthia, thank you
Go.
so much. We're going to dive into the chess
Of
here.
course.
We'll see you on the other side.
Yeah,
got
what's
it.
going on here? Why is there an isolated pawn on e3? Please
All right.
explain things to me. What has happened?
You're asking me to explain
There's a
things.
piece missing? Someone's missing a piece? What? Can we start over?
Yeah, I'm going to back up and show you the moves real quick. Cheeto does have an advantage, and it's a big one at that. Quickly, we had an e4, e5. Again, the Ponziani. Kyler took and played a nice attack with bishop c5. I wonder if he got some prep from his coach in between games, because this is a great position for Black. All the way up, still good until this move. Uh-oh, he just blundered the knight. That was it. That was it.
Yep.
Dude, first of all, shout out to Kyler's
I mean,
coach.
d5 is a good idea.
It's a great move. I mean,
Yeah.
I think we can say it that Kyler's been working with the man Eric Hansen, the chess bra man with the plan, John's favorite streamer. So shout out to you, Grandmaster Eric Hansen, for doing some fantastic coaching in between games here, because this is the recipe of how you beat the Ponziani. You take e4, you put the bishop out as soon as you can. As I always say, you strike with d5 against these king's pawn games. So he did it right until this move. Queen takes d6. Just blundered the knight. That was it. It's not over, but he did a really good job out of the opening, John. You got to give Kyler credit.
Yeah, absolutely. But I like what Kyler's doing now. He played f5. I think his plan is to put some pressure on this e3 pawn. When you're down a piece, you have to go for counterplay. And the one thing Black has going for them is that there's this weak e3 pawn, and the white king is still in the center. You know, once White gets a chance to consolidate, get his king to safety, sort of make sure that all his pieces are coordinated, I think it's an easy win. So
Yep.
f5, a move of desperation, but at least, you know, Kyler has a plan.
I was going to say, I don't disagree with anything you said. I think that it is an easy win for White if you coordinate. A piece is a piece, as they say. It's an extra knight. That said, like, you can't draw up Black's pieces any better, right? So if Cheeto makes a mistake, I'll draw it out. Let's say he goes like knight journeying instead of like solid moves, and maybe he gets the knight sidelined. And if Black can somehow keep the pressure in the center, yes, White can slide over, but it's not so simple. I mean, maybe there's other tactics that get involved with the knight coming into d3. So you get what I'm saying? Like, there's some potential here. There's a recipe for blunders, and that's all you can ask for if you're losing.
Yeah, absolutely. And there you go. Nice little gift.
I blundered.
Cheeto, I blundered. By the way, he sounds like such a badass.
So they can hear each other? So he just told Kyler that he blundered?
Yeah.
That was nice of him.
Even game now.
Very good. It was very kind.
Kyler is in the zone. By the way, can we get a zoom in on Kyler's chair? I think that's a secret lab chair.
Feels good at all.
I don't know if we can do a quick video crop. If
Is
it's
it?
not secret lab, I don't know what it is.
No, is that Secret Labs?
What it is it's this customized K1 Kyler Murray streaming chair. So,
Awesome.
but looks as comfortable as a secret lab. By the way, K Murray K1 has more time on the clock than he started with. Shout out to you, featured chat. John, that's baller.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And we got another endgame, although this does look tough for Black. I mean, I think White can probably win this e4 pawn pretty quickly.
Indeed. But
Yeah, especially after c6. The rook comes to f1.
If Cheeto doesn't play it, he can play c4, and that's not a bad plan either. Rook f1, probably the most accurate way to win, but if he goes d5 here, he's definitely... Okay, so Cheeto using the clock a little more wisely now, speeding up and playing good moves with it. By the way, this is epic tiebreak chess. This is an awesome matchup here, split 1-1, no matter who wins. Here comes rook d4, or is he going to play d6, John? Guess the move.
D6.
Shoot, we were both wrong. H5.
H5. All right, now D6.
Now D6.
Whoa.
Okay, Kyler's cutting over. Chido up a pawn, but this is about as close as it gets for tiebreak chess. You gotta love the excitement. Uh-oh. Chido somehow woke up there. He blundered his knight, John, and just was fumbling there, but he's playing great chess.
Mm-hmm. I think Kyler had a good chance to infiltrate with rook e2 that might have been missed.
Yeah, agreed.
Good chance for counterplay. And now this is starting to look tough.
Yeah, getting tougher. And this is a good lesson. No matter what level of chess you're at, rooks go behind pawns, not in front of them. You want your rook behind the pawn no matter what, because that's where the rook can be both aggressive and defensive. Never put your rook in front of a pawn, because with every move it moves further, you actually lose scope with the rook, versus behind the pawn, where every move it moves further, you gain scope and you gain defensive chances with checks, etc. So sorry for jumping into educational Dan there, John, but I really want to point out that this is a good moment to show the drawing chances are actually still very good here if you put the rook behind the pawn. Never put your rook in front of a marching pawn. It's the worst thing you could do.
Yeah, the most important thing in a rook endgame is always rook activity. It's not being up a pawn, it's having active pieces.
Hey, Mark Divoreski called. Oh, John Urschel's there. I guess I don't need to give any tips from the afterlife. Click. John Urschel. John Urschel coming in hot with the Divoreski rook activity. Shout out.
All right, rook g8 is probably the best try here, although
he plays this is not.
I think you can just start playing d6 and just start pushing.
No, okay, but no, if king c6, I know the eval says, hey, crazy, but like this is.
And can't you just go rook e7, or does that not work?
Rook e7, I take g2. It's
g2.
Yes, white is winning, but this is blunderable. Hold the phone. Don't call Divoreski.
I just want to give check. I want to just give check and then bring my rook back.
Did Chido just reference a YouTube video that he's seen? I don't know. I didn't see it yet. But yeah, this is Kyler's still playing fast. And when you add the clock, John, to the complexity of the position, this is not Rover, Red Rover yet.
That's the problem. Biggest problem.
If Kyler plays rook takes g2, Chido has to find accurate ways to win. You got to play rook c7 check. Wow, he finds it. d7 would have turned everything around. What a huge move. It cuts the king off so that then you can march freely. What a move. Easiest win is rook c4. It's not over.
Ooh, okay. You were right, Danny.
So now look, if he checks and Kyler, and if the king blocks, now he can take another pawn. And then here comes a4 ideas. Like, this is, again, it's winning. All you have to do after takes a2 is actually put the king shielded and then push. But we're in the area of you got to have rook ending technique, which is not something everyone has. Wow. Chido. You're not saying it with me? Chido.
Cheeto.
Overtime. Oh my gosh. This is overtime.
Really good technique.
Man, clutch shooter. Mamba mentality.
Dude, he's Mamba mentality.
He's got his hype man with him.
He's got his hype man with him. Always got to have your hype man with you when you're playing chess. This is great.
Yeah. Now it's a really easy win.
Yeah, it is a really easy win.
Go and take that h5 pawn. You don't even have to worry because your rook can always take that extra pawn that's moving back.
You got to give Kyler a huge shout out, though, by the way. I know this is about to go the way of the returning and defending champion. But Kyler Murray wins to send this to overtime. And in his first BlitzChamps, almost steals one against the defending champ. You got to give him credit.
Yeah. With like Isn't there like a 300 something point rating difference?
Yeah, seriously.
With a huge gap in rating.
There should be
He's
zero.
clearly been working very hard.
Yeah.
And I'm really impressed by how Kyler played.
Zero negative feelings about this should Kyler have. Thanks, Yoda.
Absolutely.
Zero negative feelings. Anger leads to hate. Hate leads to losing chess games. Don't be negative. But this is super impressive from Chido. Almost equally as impressive from Kyler. Obviously, he still has chess ahead in BlitzChamps 2, but he will be in the consolation bracket.
Is there a loser's bracket, or how's it work?
Yeah, so there's 2 brackets. The winners of the first round are then reseeded into the championship and consolation brackets, as we've seen before. By the way, stalemate is never out of the question. Let's just hold the phone before we just. That's all.
He's making a second queen, and he's doing the sweep.
Okay.
He's doing the sweeper.
Okay.
No, he's not doing the sweeper.
I've seen Stranger Things. I'm freaking out. You better checkmate, not stalemate here. Okay. Okay.
Every move's a check.
Every move, you better keep checking.
Every move's a check. How can you go wrong? There you go.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Hey, man. Yeah.
No, I didn't even know that was a fucking thing.
Oh, for real?
Oh, man.
That's insane, bro.
Hey.
Yeah, it's because the time you had me on time for the show. This is a tiebreaker.
That's why you sitting here playing like, bro. What?
Oh man.
Oh man, that actually sucks for
Big
Kyler
game,
because if he didn't know that, he was trying to win on time.
For real. You
Yeah,
gotta run that back in the future for sure.
Bracket. Let's see it. That was awesome.
He had like 3 minutes left the whole time. I was wondering why he was playing so fast.
Yeah, I think, honestly, that checks out. Obviously, Kyler not happy he lost, and we heard some expletives there. Welcome to live TV, everybody. This is the good stuff. But it also checks out that I think he legitimately didn't know, John, and now he does go down in tiebreak fashion to Chido. That means our championship bracket will have Drew versus Chaz, Chido versus Larry. We will get other games between the others, I believe, but I actually don't know for sure. So that was, there you go. This is the consolation bracket. Wes and Kyler and Eric will be competing in the consolation bracket. Still a lot of money up for charity. We know that Kyler Murray playing for the Boys and Girls Club of Scottsdale, AZ. Shout out to my hometown, AZ. Man, that was drama, and it always sucks to see someone. Kyler really wanted it. You hate to see someone pissed on that, but obviously the time control was known, and Chido played the best chess he could, leveraging that time to his advantage.
Yeah, but still, I was really, really impressed by Kyler. That second game, that F6 pawn, bringing the queen to H6.
Yeah.
Really good technique. Great to bring it to tie breaks. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see what he does the rest of the day.
I am super impressed by the chess we saw in the first round. I don't know where to start, from Wes to Drew, from Chido to Kyler. We didn't even get to talk about Larry Fitzgerald, the Hall of Famer, because he won so fast. So much ahead today in BlitzChamps 2. But before we go to our first break, let me remind everybody that we've seen these guys play, and you can play them too. If you've got what it takes to beat a BlitzChamp champion, you can go play Chidobe Awuzie over there at chess.com/play/computer. You can also play Larry Fitzgerald, the Hall of Famer. Use the command BlitzChamps in chat to get a direct link to go face off against them and see if you have what it takes to beat one of the bots. By the way, the trash talk from Chido's bot was customized by Chido, and it's pretty awesome. So go play Chido's bot. He customized his own trash talk. Don't go anywhere. It's so much more ahead. BlitzChamps 2 really is just getting underway. I can't wait to see what we will have in store, and we will be right back in just a few moments.
Did you know you can add emoji to your online games and analysis boards? Simply click on the emoji palette icon, select your emoji, and left-click on the board. You can choose from a host of notations, animations, emoticons, and even your favorite chess personalities. emoticons will fade away after a few seconds. However, notations and special animations remain on the board until they are cleared. To clear them, simply left-click on the emoji or hit the Clear All button at the bottom of the palette. Have fun. Try them all on Chess.com.
Have you come to play? Pay your $5 and get in the chair. How are you? My name is Jude Akers. Chess has given me a life, and that chess table, which evolved to a place where no one wanted to be, has totally given me a world. You might cry about all the things that happened to me as a kid. Don't cry. I sailed through everything. The moment I found the first book of chess by Joseph Fleming, I was gone. And I bought a plastic chess set in a drugstore, ESLO company, with a little manual by Frank J. Marshall, the legendary grandmaster. I put it on my bedspread and it gave off rays. I was gone, a gone pecan. And it literally will keep you alive if nothing else is going right. Chess has the power to, literally, as Taras said, make people happy.
Welcome back, everyone. BlitzChamps 2 continues to roll on. I'm not sure we could have had a more exciting start to the day. some incredible chess, an overtime tiebreaker between the reigning champ Chidobe Awuzie and Kyler Murray that came down to the last moment. He's John Urschel. I'm Danny Wrench. John, that was pretty awesome to start the day.
Yeah, I think your hands went the wrong way. You can try it again if you want. I'm on your other side.
I'm not the best.
I'm on your other side. There we go. Yeah, I'm excited to be here. A lot of fun. It's always fun when we're hanging out. Great first round. A lot of amazing games. A lot of really good endgame technique, I got to say. Also just some great positional chess. Really impressed by Kyler. And just excited to see how they do in the second round.
Yeah. All right, can't wait for the second round, but before we dive into that, let's once again welcome our third co-host. She is Cynthia Freeland, NFL analyst by day, chess commentator by night. Cynthia, welcome back, and what do you got for us?
Well, when I'm watching this one, I think this is the highly anticipated Chido and Larry matchup. Both of them are very strong. Like, I'm interested to see how strong each one will be. I'm also curious because Larry had a little bit of a break. Like, did he watch that last matchup? Like, what's going on with that? Does that give him some advantages for some of like the tendency analysis? Because I feel like since last year to this year, Larry's increased his ability to kind of use the timing to his advantage. So it seems to me like that's the one really I'm looking at that one.
Yeah, and Cynthia, probably the question is, will confidence, you talked about whether too much rest is bad, right? Larry had more rest than anybody. He won quickly, but maybe that confidence plays a part when he goes up against Chido, who he did lose to last year, right?
I know. It's a really interesting one. And by the way, we have to give like a big shout out to Drew because I don't know, like he was kind of like a dark horse. We weren't talking about him in the open, and now we're sitting here watching him just like, I mean, we thought Wes was going to be kind of this like guy who'd come out of nowhere, but it seems like Drew is really going to give Chaz a really big run for his money as well.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I can't wait to see what Drew continues to do, because if he wins it all, then John, I am going to remind you that you picked Wes to win.
I mean, I was trying to focus on the offensive linemen, trying to, stick together. But I got to say, I was wrong before, but now I'm 110% sure Drew is definitely my favorite going forward.
Okay, well,
I'm sticking with Chido.
Let Cynthia. Okay, you're sticking with Chido, defending champ. John has Drew. I'm going to reserve the right to plead the fifth at this time. We'll see when we get to it, because they still have to win their other games before they would play each other. So we'll come back to it. But all right, Cynthia, we're going to let you get back to it on the sidelines, as they say, behind the scenes. Yeah. And John and I are going to take a look at this bracket and get ready for some chess.
Let's do it.
All right, there's the bracket, John, and you called it. Drew and Chido. If you've got Drew over Chido, and Cynthia's got Chido, what does he got to do to get by Chaz, who, by the way, was pretty impressive against Caleb?
Yeah, Chaz was pretty impressive. Definitely a good first-round performance, but I think Drew was just nothing short of clinical. Just good, strong, positional chess. He made a small blunder here or there in the second game, taking back with the wrong pawn, but this happens to the best of us. I think Drew really illustrated a strong understanding of the game from a positional standpoint, and I think that's going to serve him well moving forward. So I think he's definitely the favorite in that matchup. The matchup I'm more excited to see is Chido versus Larry, because that's going to be an interesting one. Larry is clearly improved over last year. Last year, Larry versus Eric was this back and forth match that went down to the wire. And Larry said, not this year.
Yeah.
This was this was over before any of the other games were really even getting started. So I really want to see how Larry does going back up against Chido to show how much he's improved.
Yeah, I agree. And we will see that matchup start. Obviously, we saw it on the bottom of the screen in our previous bracket. Moving on to the consolation bracket, you see you've got Wes Schweitzer, who we're surprised to see there, but maybe in the end, if Drew ends up winning the whole thing, Wes won't feel so bad about that loss. He takes on Caleb Barley. And then you've got sorry, I'm mixing all the names together. Caleb Murray.
You've got Caleb Murray.
You've got Kyler Murray here, taken on his next opponent in Eric Armstead. Of course, Kyler just lost a heartbreaking blitz overtime battle to Chidobe Awuzie, one where he didn't even realize his opponent was getting more time. He was trying to flag him. So obviously that sucks, but it's nice to see how much Kyler cares. For those of you who saw the behind the scenes of that, that was pretty fun. So, okay, I think we've got our games ready to go. I'm seeing Drew getting ready against Chaz, which should be a blasty.
Starting soon. Yeah, I'm excited to. The Eric Kyler one is going to be good because Eric was a strong player from last year, and he really lost quickly in the first round without putting up too much of a fight. So I'm sure he's very eager to sort of get back on the right track.
Yeah, and
we'll see how this goes.
Looking for the games here. Looks like we don't have the second set of games to go just yet. So
we got time. We're hanging out. Don't you just want to hang out with me? What's going on?
Dude, do
there need to be chess games? Tell me. Am I not enough?
You're the one who's always trying to keep me focused on the chess. Don't you do that to me in our relationship. Okay, I'm the one who wants to talk.
There's no chess.
All right, what do you got there?
We can talk about the chess when it comes. What's new with you?
You want to talk about the tea? What are you drinking there? What's that? Let me guess. Okay, let me guess.
Yeah, so what I do is it's like
hold on. It's it's an Earl Grey black tea. Maybe you've got a little bit of like a chai in there. I'm feeling that for the caffeine with you more than like a peppermint herbal mix.
So to help you, know that there's black coffee in this.
Ah, okay.
There's black coffee in this.
I prefer.
So this should inform your decision.
Okay.
What's in this?
Herbal peppermint tea.
Cold mint tea.
Okay, so I
take a mint tea bag and I put cold water in it. You were on the right track. So this is my 1-2 punch.
All right. We
got Roy Lopez. We got a game.
I'm trying to pull it up.
Is it going to be a Berlin?
We've got Drew.
It's going to be a Berlin, baby. Let's see.
Chaz, and there it is. We have a Rui Lopez game on, just as you said.
Knight f6 is the only right answer.
Dude, Chaz playing knight d4. Look, the mistake of underestimating an opponent before.
Oh, yeah.
And we made a mistake of underestimating Drew versus Wes. I don't want to make the same mistake. Just given how quickly Chaz played knight d4, how confident he was, I don't want to underestimate
He's just
Chaz.
Twisting his hair.
Dude.
He's
got the Josh Friedel going. The Josh Friedel special. Hair twisting for the win.
Although I like bishop d3. I mean, it's probably not the best opening move, but I guess there's a plan there. Do you think he wants to go c3, tuck the bishop in, and do a quick d4?
Well, so bishop d3 is not the most mainline move, but it's not bad, as you said. If you know to play the Ponziani relocation special, c3, tuck the bishop, and you reinforce the center. It's actually not a bad position at all for white, right? Because those are the kind of pawn centers you go for in the Lopez. Now on knight c3, the problem here, everyone, is the bishop is kind of like the old lady who swallowed the fly. One problem blocks this pawn, which blocks this bishop, which means the rook will not get in the game. So even though, look at his heads up though. Even though he made that mistake, look how quickly he fixes that, John.
Yeah, absolutely. He's getting ready to play d3 and challenge that bishop on c5 with bishop e3.
Okay.
Plays h6, a heads-up move, recognizing that there's possibly a bishop g4, or maybe he didn't want to deal with knight g4.
Yeah. And he plays it fast.
Drew is just avoiding issues. Nice, safe, stable position, so he can start, getting to work.
He's got the man in the arena. Whatever that. What do you call it? It's not a poem. It's a statement behind him. And right now, he is the man in the arena to beat. Drew tranquil in a dominant spot overall. He beat Wes Schweitzer, who we thought was the favorite, playing good chess here in round 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Should we? Oh, okay, so d5 is what's going on here.
d5 is the right breakthrough. The
aggressive, strong move, threatening d4 to gain more space.
Yeah, you're threatening d4. White has a couple of good options, though. You could also play bishop g5 and pin the knight, who's kind of critical, right, to holding the center here. So I think Drew has a couple of good options to face d5, even though I do like black's kind of instincts to open the center. Okay, he takes first. But
and the Cheeto game is going,
yeah,
and
that's right.
It seems like that's also moving pretty quickly.
Kyler Murray is in the chat. Hey, Kyler, no worries. No worries on the language, man. Love the passion. And that was hard. That was a heartbreaker. But went to overtime against the champ. No shame in that. All right, let's actually back up. Shouting out.
Yeah, absolutely. Kyler, first of all, I want to tell Kyler his game was absolutely amazing. That second game was really, really good chess, and I was thoroughly impressed with your performance. You're doing great.
Yeah, and honestly, like he was in a great spot. And now that we know that there was the time thing, had to run that thing back against Cheeto, maybe it's a different result. But all right, this is only the beginning of BlitzChamps 2. There's a lot of chess ahead for Kyler and everyone. Let's back up and take a look at our bird's eye view real quick and remind everybody that we have another 4 games starting. The only one that hasn't begun yet is the man in chat, Kyler Murray's battle versus Eric Armstead. I want to go to Cheeto and Larry, right? That's got to be the marquee matchup right now to take a look at. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely.
Right?
Yeah. Let's go. Let's take a look.
Okay, so reminder for everyone, Larry was eliminated last year in BlitzChamps by Chidobe Awuzie.
Oh.
So revenge would be what he would want.
There's just knight takes e4 here, or what's going on?
Is that why black is good? There's also, I mean, I love black's position, even if he just develops. That pony is powerful. That's a powerful popping pony. But I think you're right, John. I'll show it real quick. I think now that I saw it, I think the reason the engine liked it to analyze real quick was knight takes e4. You hit the queen, so that means you got to take it, and then the other lady captures the undefended knight on h4. So this was a chance for Larry to steal a pawn in the knight. He doesn't. But I still like his position, John. I mean, you've got a super powerful outpost square on d4, a knight that a bit of an octopus here, kind of dominating the board. So Larry in good shape. The only thing we see, down on time a little bit.
Yeah, so he still has a second chance, no? If he wants to, or maybe it's not as good here.
Oh, knight h5. Dude, that's actually a good move. I mean, you attack the knight with the queen, and if the knight goes to f3, you would just be taking it and just blowing open the king. So Larry, aware of the weak knight over there, even if he didn't find the best move earlier, still in good shape. Just needs to get developed and get his king safe before the center becomes open. Ooh, queen f6. Why is the computer not happy? I don't even know.
Well, probably 94's, or what do you do?
90, you just take f5, and that's what he did. So I'm actually not sure what the move was.
What's the idea? Why was that so winning?
I can back up and see. We'll analyze real quick. Instead of 94, I think I see it. If you play queen e2 and attack the knight, you can't play knight f4 because the pawn is pinned. And if you play queen f5, I assume g4. Yeah, that was it.
Yep.
Although the queen goes to, then queen takes e5, because I was like, queen g6 pins the pawn. Okay, so that was the idea but that's, okay. That's one of those where the computer shows you it was winning, and like very difficult for humans. Obviously, I didn't see it, and I know that's not the biggest flex in the world, right? I mean, I'm only an international master, whatever Robert Hess. But you got to like Larry's position now. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm thinking. I'm trying to figure out what's going on in this position. White has this like isolated d3 pawn. The knight's just hanging out on h5. I mean, f4 is a good square since White's already played h3. So that's a good place to put the knight. And I'm just trying to figure out what the right plans are here. I'm just thinking.
I know that's what you're doing.
I want you to tell me what's going on.
Teach me. I'm tired of going up the down staircase. Sorry, that's a throwback to a play. LOL. All right, g4. Black can play queen g6, and the problem with g pawns is they don't go back, and that means that White's king is forever exposed. I think your plan, by the way, of knight f4 for black was 100% what the doctor ordered, speaking to a guy with a doctorate. But now, as long as Larry doesn't blunder the knight and finds queen g6, from a practical point of view, black is in a really great spot because the white king is forever open.
Yeah. Although maybe he doesn't see it because he's taken a lot of time here. And there's only one good candidate, I think.
That's true. That's a nerve-wracking thing.
Yeah.
Because the other move you hope he's not going to go for is a move like queen f3, where you sacrifice the knight to win the pawn. Even though there are some practical reasons to do that, that's not what you want, right? You got to keep your knight with queen g6 here if you're Larry. By the way, where is Larry playing from? Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs.
Yeah, this was my concern.
And then she...
Oh my God! Oh my God! What is going on?
Oh,
no!
One mistake led to another. And in the and in the end, it's Larry who's down a knight. Wow. Let's bring up the analysis board and just show how critical that moment was. And then we will go touch on one of the only other games we haven't seen yet, which is Kyler and Eric Armstead. So, but let's back up real quick and show what happened there, because that was a heartbreaker. Again, the only move here for black really is queen g6. You pin the pawn. And see, even if white takes something like e5, you can play like f5 now and just open the king, and white is in trouble. Larry doesn't see that, so he plays queen f4. Chido should have taken the knight for free. Instead, he took, and now Larry was winning again if he takes with the knight, where you get all kinds of action here. Instead, Larry takes with the pawn, and in the end, it's Chido who's up a whole pony here. The game is not Red Rover yet. It's not over, but it's much better for the defending champ. Yeah. By the way, Chido is just chilling right now. By the way, he's leaning back and not talking nearly. Yeah, not talking the same amount of trash that he was before. Although now, the more I take a look, the more I'm wondering if are they frozen or are they just happy to see me? I can't tell if they're even blinking.
Larry's just a statue right now.
Larry's a statue, totally frozen.
Where is he streaming from? He's streaming from like a block of concrete.
I was gonna say he's held up somewhere on the side of a building. But okay. All right, it's not over yet. No, he wasn't frozen. He was literally just thinking hard. And so now's
the time for you to say it's not over till it's over, and then
it's not over until it's over. It's not a tuba. It's not a tuba. Okay, it's not over till it's over. Larry can play moves like rook e3 and rook e2 here. Okay, not bad at all, dude. You hit the bishop. If you play bishop g3, it's not over. Okay, welcome to California. It's not over. All right. I'm not kidding. Bishop g3, rook goes to h2. Before you know it, f3, f2, and Bob's your uncle, man. All right. Well, yeah, that was NFL levels of concentration. I agree to chat complimenting Larry. He was so focused, I wasn't sure if the camera was frozen. And that's impressive.
Yeah. Engine doesn't like bishop c3, but that's kind of what I would have played. Seems like a reasonable move. Try to get rook d2 in and sort of take control of your second rank. But maybe black has rook d8.
I think black should have played rook d8. You're right. Rook e8 is less than ideal, unfortunately. Chido captures the knight. Not sure Larry saw that. That was a hardcore blunder. But Larry still has a chance if he sees bishop g3 with this threat. Now, obviously, Chido can play your rook d2 move, but it's that move or probably bust for Mr. Fitzgerald right now. Okay, we can. Oh, looks like we might have already seen Larry resign.
You got me in that fort.
They're chatting, but we can't hear it. Yeah, I think Larry resigned on that move. So, okay, let's back this.
So where do we want to move? So maybe we should move to Drew, who definitely was the man of the first round. Looks like
I want to go to Kyler's
Okay.
game because he's got a huge advantage against Eric Armstead, and that game might not be going very very long. I think we should go check on it
Okay.
because
Let's check in.
I'm trying to do that. The rounds are
Yeah, this looks like a crazy game.
confusing for me here. Can't quite find the game. We're watching on the bird's eye view, but
You just keep looking. But yeah, Chaz is just looks up a solid pawn against Drew. His king looks weaker. I mean, yeah, there's an a7 pawn hanging, but you really don't want to go out of your way to try to get that pawn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm looking for.
No. You, Danny, you do you. You don't
I'm
worry.
looking. I'm looking for it.
You just be you. You just keep looking. I'm just going to keep looking at these games. Chaz decides to trade a pair of rooks. It's now a full queen endgame. I hope Chaz notices that. Ooh, and Chaz goes g5, which is a very, very interesting move, removing some of the sort of pawns in front of his own king, but trying to put some pressure on White's king. Danny, are you still there? You're just silently hanging out in the background?
I'm here, and I'm letting you do the commentary, and trying to work with the crew here to.
You just keep working with the crew. I'm just going to keep looking at this queen endgame in the top left corner. You work as long as you need to. Let's see. Black goes up to king g7. The queen on h5 is covering the f7 square, keeping control of all the pawns. And at this point, Black is up an extra pawn, but because of how open the Black king has become, this can really be anyone's game, I think. But let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. What's going on in the other games? I'm going to look at the bottom left. I'm just going to keep saying things. I don't know what I'm talking about because
you're doing great.
I don't know how to play chess, but that's okay.
Okay.
Wes and Caleb, it looks like the engine says it's an even position, but let's look at what's going on.
Looks like we've got the game pulled up here.
We have a game now? Which game do we have?
We have Kyler and Eric Armstead, and I apologize for that. You did great. Holding down the fort. I was working on diagnosing an issue. Apologies. But
no worries. Can you take us from the top?
Yeah. Let's do it. We'll back up and analyze what happened here. Kyler in the driver's seat, playing good chess. Although the h6 move just now, just to talk about the live position, was a really good one by Eric, because if you move, this f6 pawn falls. So good stuff right there. Heads up defensive play from Mr. Armstead. But all right, let's see the opening. What was it, sir? It was an e4 game from Kyler. Bishop c4, f6, to be frowned upon by all Ben Feingold fans everywhere. Knight d5. This is just good stuff here from Mr. Murray, attacking the center. And then b6 is a big mistake, right? Mm-hmm. Obviously, White is already in the driver's seat. When you play a move like f6, you can't castle. This was not good stuff for those here to learn. But then Kyler really attacks it.
Right, and now you're losing your knight.
Just good stuff. Just goes and wins a piece. You gotta love that.
Yeah, Kyler is really strong, man. I gotta say, this
honestly,
does not look like 960 rapid chess right now.
He got a tough pairing in the first round, whom he nearly beat in Blitz Overtime Chess. If you're just tuning in, he lost to Cheeto. But Kyler Murray, this guy's a real chess player. He's He could have taken the knight here, probably should have while he had a chance, but even so, he's still in a good spot, finds that nice discovered check. And okay, how is he dealing with this? He's actually still on the clock. Looks like he hasn't moved yet. Oh no, he did move. No, our live game is different.
Yeah, that's not somehow that.
Yeah, that was the final position of Larry Fitzgerald's game there. But
gotcha.
Here we've got H6 on the board, and Kyler Murray is still thinking. He's actually chillaxing in his custom K1 Gamers chair. So shout out to that. But this is actually tough. I'm not exactly sure what the best move is here. The engine says white is totally winning.
Got to take the pawn, and I guess you're winning just because you're going to rip open the queen side? Or what do you do here?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Because I don't see how you hold on to F6.
There must be some really strong tactic, because if you take H6, you lose the F6 pawn. And if you take C6, you can just take back, and there you go. He backs up, and that shows you this game was not over. You know what? I wonder if there was some sort of like that's like unfair for humans to see, but I don't know if we can pull up the analysis board, but I'm gonna show the line anyway. I think it was rook e7. Yep, look at that. Because here was the idea I saw. After takes, you take and get a queen.
Mm-hmm.
This is just stupid. Mm-hmm. Maybe there's something even better. But if rook e7 was the win for white, I don't think you can hold that against Kyler Murray for not finding that. That was crazy grandmaster engine level chess there. He is still better, but this game is now back to a total dogfight.
Yeah, but this is going to be interesting. We're definitely going to have a little bit of king hunts going on both sides. It looks like white should be a little faster with their play, but yeah, definitely anyone's game.
Yeah. Eric is playing, I think, where he's comfortable on his phone, by the way. He's got his webcam up for the show, for the kids, for the broadcast, but I think he's playing on the phone. Kyler playing on the desktop. Just kind of funny to see the parallel, or whatever. The different approaches.
The different setups.
F3 is played. Look, white is probably still better. Objectively, black's king is actually easier to pry open, even though black has all the pressure over here. If white can take and play a5, you actually are not far from releasing a bunch of tactics over here. But the momentum of the game makes you nervous if you're Kyler Murray fans, because every move on the king side means that Kyler isn't really even thinking about this over here anymore. And this was a nice move, actually. It stops bishop takes h6.
Yeah, I still think maybe you just take on c6, you play a5, and this is still looking good. Maybe you even just take this knight on f4? Or what do you think? I just get...
He did finally take on c6, which I think was really good. But then he does need to take on f4. Just a real quick example.
Yeah, because there's some scary sacrifices going on with this
okay,
knight.
You're all over.
I just want to avoid these things. You know me.
You're already thinking about it. You're safe chess,
Safe chess.
Always practice safe chess.
Exactly.
Okay, but note that Eric took with the king because he's got mate on the brain here. He's got a sack on h3 in mind with the queen and the rooks. So if you're not stopping that, you could get in big trouble here as Kyler Murray. I think you should take on f4, get rid of that sacrifice, and then try to do something over here, whether it's a5 or queen to b1. But if Kyler allows either of these knight sacks, game on. Okay, look at that. Heads up play from Mr. Murray. I thought he was an offensive player. Look at that defense. Okay, cringy football reference number 3.
Number 300. It's been way more than 3.
Oh, man. Was it hard for you to literally be the smartest chess player in the room when your coaches were like, hey, guys, it's going to be a chess match out there today. They're going to try to think 3 moves ahead on defense, but we're going to do 4 moves ahead on offense. Like, was that hard for you to sit there and take in the locker room?
I think I've heard more cringy chess football references today than I've heard during my entire football career.
But come on, I mean, that must have been tough. You must have just been like,
No, it's
No?
a chess match.
It is. It's a chess match.
It's a chess match out there.
All right. Rook to
Absolutely.
B1. This is a chess match, literally. Rook to B1 is played by Kyler. All right. And we've got a full focus on this game. Kyler Murray relaxed. Eric Armstead much more leaned in and focused.
And Eric has a good plan. I think he's just trying to push these pawns and get a pawn to G4.
All right. Well, while Kyler does that, I say we back up to the bird's eye view. Remind everybody there are some other games going on. This game might be the most intense, but there are three other games going on here in round 2 of BlitzChamps II. If you're just getting here, thanks for being here.
Oh, we got an interesting endgame. It's a queen versus rook's pawn, and white has an extra pawn, which is actually going to really hurt them. They're losing because of the extra pawn. I love to see it.
In which game?
Drew and Chaz.
Okay, well, we don't have that one up yet. I'm trying to get us to switch over to the bird's eye view, so we can take a look at that.
Yeah.
There we go.
Let's see, does Chaz know his endgames? This is a win.
Well, once again, though,
Let's see.
Chaz crushed his opponent in Caleb Farley. Now he's beating the guy who we just anointed after beating Wes as the best player. By the way, Kyler Murray has finally unleashed the offense over there and is actually on the prowl versus Eric. Looks like he's got this queen b5 check in the lower right. Wes and Caleb are in a dead drawn game, but I think we should go to this game with Drew and Chaz if we can.
Yeah. Let me just think about is this straightforward to win? That pawn, the A pawn's kind of far advanced. Let me think about this for a second.
Yeah. Well, by the way, Kyler Murray just won against Eric Armstead. So shout out to him for quickly turning a scramble into offense. I mean, come on. That was a great reference. Kyler Murray scrambles for the touchdown and does indeed take down Eric Armstead. We've got a lot going on here. So I
guess so. For this Chaz Drew game, I guess you can you get the king on H8, and then you just play like Queen F7, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're gonna.
Right?
Which one are we talking about?
So this Drew Chaz game, you go like Queen G6, force King H8, then you go Queen F7, Queen F8, and it's mate.
And then you checkmate. But that is some high level technique. Yeah. I don't know that Chaz has won an endgame like that before, but as soon as we can pull up that game, we will. Here we go. We've got it. We've got Drew versus Chaz. This is a technically winning endgame for Black.
Oh, and here we go. Queen G6.
If he can pull it off.
Yeah, Queen G6, King H8, Queen F7. He's about to find it. Yeah, he's about to find it.
This is
Queen F7.
I mean, Chaz is bringing it. This guy is shocking the world right now, showing that maybe he's the best chess player in the NFL. Not my co-host. Not my co-host. Alma mater NFL. My co-host John Urschel. That's what I'm talking about, by the way, John. I was talking about my co-host.
Wait, what are you saying? Say that again.
I was talking about my co-host John Urschel being the best chess player ever to play in the NFL.
No such thing. No.
Yeah. There's a reason he's hosting and not playing. But all right, John, that was super big. And so the key to this position here. We just stabbed
You are got to be kidding me.
King, I'm trapped.
Yeah. And I don't know what they're saying. We can't hear the audio. But
no.
That was a good game.
No.
Yeah.
Dude.
The end game.
No.
after fantastic technique, he blunders the stalemate, everybody. Stalemate is not a win in chess. The king is trapped, and he has no legal moves, but he is not in check. And if black had instead played the move queen to f7, this is how this endgame wins. It's actually zugzwang. The white king and pawn are trapped, so the only legal move on the board is a6, and then black checkmates the white king in the corner. So this was the victory. Instead, Chaz captures the pawn and stalemates the white king right in the middle, right there at the end of the game. That is absolutely crazy. And we have one game still going. That is Wes's game against Caleb there in the lower right. Looks like he's about to get the checkmate before we even can jump in there. We'll try to pull it up, but I don't know where we have it here.
I don't think.
Yeah, we don't have that game up here. But
keep your king in the corner.
But yeah, Wes is about to win. Let's go back to the bird's eye view because this isn't the right game. We can see all the results where they are.
Wes gave a nice checkmate with queen b7. Pretty straightforward, and I guess we're gonna get our second games going pretty soon.
Yeah. All right. Well, that was a little bit chaotic. Let's back up and take a look at the scoreboard of all four of the matchups. Chaz and Drew. Okay, we're going to have to give them more love in the next game because Drew obviously playing some super high-level chess, then gets lucky with Chaz stalemating it. Larry Fitzgerald loses to the reigning champion. Unfortunately, that's a repeat of last year for the Hall of Famer, the Hall of Fame wide receiver, Larry Fitzgerald. Wes gets the dub versus Caleb. Kyler gets the dub. John, your quick thoughts on the chess we saw in this round, maybe the matchup that was most impressive to you.
Oh, man. There were so many impressive things. First of all, Kyler really showed just how good of a chess player he is. I mean, playing against Cheeto is always really tough, but he did a great job against Eric. Wes's game with Caleb was back and forth. Larry's game with Cheeto, again, back and forth, trading blows. And then Drew sort of being able to hold on to the draw, Chaz not being able to find what is actually not an easy procedure if you don't know the idea. If you haven't seen it before, this can be really tough to find over the board. So
but we thought
I think we're just seeing a lot of high-level chess.
Yeah. No, we are seeing a lot of high-level chess, and I think what was most shocking about that stalemate, John, was that everything about Chaz's play up to that point showed that he was going to find this idea, right? He was moments away from finding this super high-level idea and then blundered the stalemate. But all right, there's someone waiting to join us here. We're gonna back up from the chess here and talk about some chess that is to come. We are now joined by wide receiver from Michigan, the Michigan Wolverines, Cornelius Johnson. Cornelius, welcome to the show, man.
Hey, thank you. Thank you for having me.
Cornelius, we're going to talk a little bit about the event coming up on June 28th that you're helping put together with your teammates there. Can't wait to hear what's going on with the Wolverines and their obsessions with chess right now. But have you been watching the show? Any takeaways so far on watching these NFL players duke it out?
I just tuned in, and some of my favorite players that I've been watching throughout my whole childhood have all been up here on this chess show, playing such as like Larry Fitzgerald and other receivers, and seeing them play chess is also very inspiring to me. It's also some very good games.
How long have you been playing chess?
Me personally, I've been playing since around middle school. Middle school years, probably like 2015, 2014. And I sort of just picked it up to help clear my mind and try and get that advantage just off the field.
And what's it like in the Michigan locker room? Do you all play a lot after practice?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, we had a lot of chess boards, all throughout the cafeteria, all throughout the locker room. So anytime, you're just sitting there, maybe like getting a bite to eat or got some downtime in the facility, you can hop on the chessboard real quick and play. That's why we started playing here at the facility a couple years back, and then we just kept it going. And now that's leading up to this BlitzChamps event.
It's awesome. Well, tell us about how that came about. Whose idea was that, and how did you guys get together to organize this thing?
It was really my idea to try and get involved and bring something to the team to get involved with Chess.com, because it's like the main app for chess throughout the country, really throughout the world. And everyone has a Chess.com app that really plays. And I figured let's try and do something fun. Maybe try and get together at a spot, maybe a local restaurant or, a public event, and, just have some fun playing chess and coming together as a team.
Gotcha. And who's playing?
So the players that will be playing in this event are just me and 7 other of my teammates. So it'll be me, Donovan Edwards. It'll be me, Donovan Edwards. Who else?
Jamie,
not Blake Corn. Me, Donovan Edwards, Roman Wilson, Tristan Bounds, Zach Marshall, Joey Velasquez, Ladarius Henderson, Dale Chess, and just some guys that I've been playing with. A lot of high-end guys there on and off the field. So you can see how that translates onto from the chessboard to the field. Like, everyone has their own perspective on it. You know what I mean? Like, playing for fun or just playing for competition. On the football field we're competitive, but it's just the same way playing chess.
Gotcha. And has Harbaugh said anything about all of y'all playing chess?
That's a good question about Coach Harbaugh, because he honestly plays himself too, and he's got a lot of stories about chess. I'm sure if we were to ask him, he would have some sort of comparison of how chess relates to football. Like, he's always got those quirky sort of speeches he gives us, trying to compare it to everything. One time he did actually, it was last year during training camp, he sort of compared the spot we were in camp and compared that to a chess game he had, because he was playing one of our tight ends and he sort of was in the lead, I guess. And somehow he ended up getting a little too comfortable and ended up getting his queen took and ended up somehow falling behind the game. He was trying to compare that to us in camp and how our season was going, to stay locked in and not get too comfortable and always keep your guard up and protect your kings.
Yeah, absolutely. Wow. And also, speaking of last year, congratulations on what was an amazing season to watch. As a fan of the Big Ten, it was great to see what y'all managed to do last year, and really excited to see what you do this upcoming year, except when you play Penn State.
Dang, you're a Penn State fan? That's crazy. Thank you for the.
He's a Penn State All-American, so
former Penn State player.
Well, all right. So, other than taking it easy against Penn State, we do wish the Wolverines the best. Cornelius, this is awesome, man, and it's great to hear that anecdote. Let Coach Harbaugh know he's invited to the next BlitzChamps if he wants to play. Go ahead and relay that message for us if you want. And it's great to see you guys doing it. We wish you the best of luck on June 28th.
Thank you. Yeah, over here, we all love chess, and we decided to have that event, and it'll be next Wednesday, the 28th. It'll be those teammates I talked about. We're just going head to head for the crown. I think it'll be streamed on Twitch.com chess. So we'll be streaming all the action. Awesome. So don't miss it. Go blue.
All right, man. Well, good luck, and like we said, we won't miss it. Thanks for being here, Cornelius. And John and I are going to get set. We're going to take a very quick break. When we come back, we will have the next set of games in our championship and consolation brackets, respectively. Still a ton of chess ahead, a ton of matchups, but we have no idea how to predict the winner. So don't go anywhere. BlitzChamps II returns in just a few moments.
Confusing one. Yeah, this one is a bit difficult. I thought that you didn't solve it for a second. Good job. So I'm going to show you some puzzles. You're going to have 10 seconds to look at the tablet, and then I'm going to take the tablet away, and you're going to have to give me the solution. Okay. You ready? Sure. All right. Mate in 5, white to move.
Okay.
You got it. All right.
Yeah. Queen g6, knight f6, bishop g7, rook h7.
Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. Good start. Okay.
Queen g6.
Yes.
Queen g6, knight e7, bishop f8, knight d5. No, wait. Where's...
If you go knight e7, I go king h8. Bishop bishop f8, bishop h5. Yeah, that's not working out. Okay, queen g6 has to be the right first move. Yes. Bishop. Knight f6, bishop e7, rook h7, rook f7. That's right. Yes, very good.
Okay. So it's queen takes g6, fg, knight e7 check, king h7 or king h8, bishop f8, and then bishop h3 or h5. Wait, bishop h5 must be played. Yeah, not bishop h3. Bishop h5, and knight g5, king h8, and then knight takes g6. Is that 5 move?
So you said queen takes g6, f takes g6,
knight e7.
Knight e7. Okay,
yes.
We have knight f6 here.
Oh, knight f6.
Knight f6, king h8.
Oh, then bishop f8. Yes.
Bishop g7. Check.
Oh,
king g7, rook h7,
rook f7.
and then rook f7 mate.
Wait, but knight e7 is not checkmate?
Let's see. Knight e7, king h7.
Bishop f8. Bishop h5.
Bishop h5.
Knight g5. Wait, do I have a knight on g3? F3?
You do have a knight on f3.
So knight
yes.
g5 check. King h8. Knight g6.
So what if I go king h8 first instead of king h7? Bishop f8.
Bishop f8. Oh, yeah, it's
bishop
not mate. Yeah,
h5.
then bishop h5. Then knight g6, king h7.
Then
yeah,
king
that's not
h7
mate.
and I pick up the knight.
Oh, okay, yeah.
We are back. BlitzChamps 2 continues to roll on alongside John Urschel. We'll see if I can get this right this time. Look at that. I nailed it.
There we go.
How's that?
First try.
I am Danny Wrench, and we're having a great time here. BlitzChamps 2. Some high-level chess being played by some of the biggest stars in the NFL and the football world. We've got a lot of table setting to do to let the fans know who may just be tuning in what's been going on. So let's jump into the bracket, John. Take us to where we sit here in the championship bracket. 2 semifinal matchups, one tied and one being led by the reigning champ.
Yeah, absolutely. We've had an amazing day of chess. We're now in the semifinals. From the first round, Drew really looked like the most impressive player, and he was on the verge of losing to Chaz. But Chaz unfortunately fell for a very unfortunate stalemate, and it's still half-half going into the last game. In the semifinals, Chido and Larry were throwing blows back and forth, trading some blunders at some point, but the reigning champ Chido ended up coming out ahead, and he's looking to hang on for this last game to punch his ticket to the final.
Moving on from there to the consolation bracket, we have Wes Schweitzer with a 1-game lead over Caleb Farley. Kyler Murray also, respectively, up a game against Eric Armstead. Both Wes and Kyler were impressive in that last game. Maybe the games wouldn't even been that close. I think they even let some slip, but we'll see if they continue to hold on and ultimately find themselves playing in the finals of the consolation bracket. So, all right, we got that chess ahead. We've got more games getting set to start here. I think we might even be diving in first to that Kyler Murray versus Eric Armstead battle when we have a moment. But John, your thoughts on if you had to pick one of the players to have a better chance to make a comeback, Caleb versus Wes or Eric versus Kyler?
I'm gonna say Eric versus Kyler. His day hasn't gone so well. I don't think he's gotten a win yet, but Eric's a very strong player, as we saw from last year, and I think he's definitely capable of evening the score.
Okay. Yeah. I would probably agree with that, and we'll see what Eric has to do, though. I think the good news for Eric is that he gets white, right? You get the first move, maybe a confidence booster.
Yeah. In fact, that's my that would be my prediction. Is I would predict this one's going to a tiebreak.
Okay, you really think so?
Yeah. I'm calling a win for.
Well, I've got the game pulled up here.
But Eric has the black pieces, no?
Yeah, Eric should have the white pieces, so we'll get that fixed here in just a moment.
Okay.
But yeah, Eric will have the white pieces. If you're predicting a tiebreaker, that would be interesting. I'm going to say Kyler holds on to this thing.
Okay.
And actually,
so you're saying he wins it, or you're calling a draw? I feel like a draw is not a likely out. What do you think?
I think that probably Kyler wins his second game. All right, now we've got it going. Eric plays D4. We get D5 instantly. Kyler plays fast. We've definitely seen that. Kyler Murray plays fast like he plays football. He's fast, and we'll see if he has a time edge again in this game.
All right, can we board and let's see what's going on?
Yeah, we've got it. We've got D4, D5, Knight F3, Knight F6, waiting to get the players back on cam, but they are started.
So
if anyone wants to follow the games, .com/events yourself and check it out.
Yeah, maybe we could check out the bird's eye view, or at least
here we go. We got the
view.
game
Okay,
up.
perfect.
Yep.
So we've got a nice London system going on. Everyone's favorite opening.
A nice London system, everyone's favorite opening. You just say
good way to develop the pieces. Just get the bishop on F4, knight on F3, get that nice little C3, D4, E3 pyramid. Go from there.
Yeah. Well, it's a London, but it doesn't seem to have thrown off Kyler too much. He's playing pretty quickly here still. But do we want to talk about how much I hate the London now or later? Like, what are we doing on that?
Yeah, know that I know your hatred very well, so I'm just like, I'm going in. You just go bishop D3, knight BD2, castle, and then you just look up and see what's happened.
You don't even think until then, right?
You have to play all those moves before you're allowed to think.
Can we get someone to ban BJH13 from the chat? Not sure who that is, but that user maybe should be banned for what he just said about the Niners and the London. But all right, so all right, we've got Kyler playing fast, like we said. He's had an edge on the clock in most of his games, and here he's still playing fast.
Yeah, and to reiterate, Kyler has the black pieces and Eric has the white pieces here.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, so Eric went knight e5, took back with the bishop. And yeah, white has good development. It looks like a good, solid position. This is sort of, for a club player, this is what you want out of the London. Yeah. And we're going to get an interesting middle game.
I got to shout out the stats coming to us from Cynthia behind the scenes, because it's kind of an interesting anecdote. Kyler's playing fast, which is interesting because he actually had a very long time to throw in the NFL. Fun fact. He has the top 5 longest time to throw since entering the league. So his offensive line, I feel like they often don't get a lot of credit, but apparently Kyler actually does have a decent amount of time to throw the ball. Or maybe that's because he runs, I don't know how to interpret that stat. What are your thoughts on that as an offensive lineman?
Yeah, as an offensive lineman, you love to see a quick release.
Yeah.
You love a quarterback who gets the ball and gets the ball out quickly. So
okay.
That was always my preference. I mean,
okay, I guess the point is he scrambles and he keeps it going a lot, right? You don't really want
if he scrambles and keeps it going, then good on him, because You always love a quarterback that can move. Like
yeah.
in Baltimore, we had Tyrod Taylor while I was playing, and you always love blocking for Joe, but you definitely love pass blocking for Tyrod because he will make you look good.
Yeah. Okay.
Like things will go wrong, and he will just run out of the pocket and get 10, 15, 20 yards, and all's well that ends well.
Yeah, you drew it up that way. All right.
Exactly.
Well, there you go.
No, you always love a quarterback that can run.
Now, Kyler just played Queen G4. White missed a chance. The eval bar was up there, and I'll quickly just show why. White had this move Queen to B5 check that Eric didn't see, which would have been a double attack on the king and the very vulnerable B7 pawn. Things can actually get bad very quickly for Mr. Murray if that would have happened. But Bishop G3 was played. He plays E6. Will Eric find
round
the
two?
Queen B5 the second time
Let's
around?
see.
Round 2.
Is Eric going to notice it?
Yeah.
See, this is what happens when you play the London, you know? You win world championship matches, you win pawns, you win BlitzChamps.
I don't even
Good
want to
things
talk
can
about
happen.
Cynthia says that Lamar would have made you block even longer. So, in case you're missing that time. But shout out to Cynthia Freeland, NFL analyst in the background. She'll be joining us again in a little bit if you're just tuning in. All right, Queen B5 check was fine by Eric the second time around. Knight D7 played immediately by Kyler. But if Queen takes B7 is played, you might have been right about watching Eric Armstead complete a comeback, and maybe Kyler plays in his second Blitz tiebreaker of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Right. Eric's playing well. I know he's had a really tough day so far, but it looks like he's got good chances so far, a really stable position, and he's about to go up some material.
Yeah. All right. Well, rook to D8 allows bishop takes C7 if Eric sees it, which is a little spicy, by the way, because it opens up queen takes G2. It is good for white, but he kind of doesn't want the risk. Instead, takes the pawn with the queen.
Okay. Yeah, definitely a reasonable choice. At this point, he's 2 pawns up, get his king to safety, stabilize his position, and start pushing his queen side. This is, if Eric finds the right idea, the right formula, I think this could be a straightforward win for him.
Yeah, I agree. Although, because he failed to capitalize maybe in the most aggressive way, if Kyler plays bishop e7 and gets the king safe, right, takes the patient, mature approach and gets the rooks connected, this game is not over. It will take some time and some technique for Mr. Armstead to convert on his 2 extra pawns. So, but sometimes what happens when you're losing is sometimes you try too hard, but he doesn't. He plays bishop e7. If he gets castled, I think he'll be okay.
Okay. Strong prediction. Is Eric going to try to take another pawn is the question.
Okay. That would be 3 pawns if you're keeping track at home. 3 pawns. He doesn't. He castles. That's also a safe decision. Murray gets the king out of the center as well. And I think we're still going to have a lot of chess here. I vote that we back up, head to the bird's eye view, remind everybody that there are 4 games in total every round. The last game just got underway, which is Larry Fitzgerald's game as white versus the reigning champion, Mr. Cheeto. Mm-hmm. But pick your flavor, John. We'll go wherever you want. We've been watching this Eric Armstead game in the lower right corner. He did just take that 3rd pawn, by the way, with queen takes a7.
Let's look at the Cheeto Larry game. We got a nice spicy Sicilian. We got some like Taimanov type position going. Let's see what's going on. Cheeto means business. He's not going for some safe opening as black. He wants to put some fire on the board.
Well, we've got we'll see what he can get. I'm trying to pull up that game.
Yeah, and while you're doing that, I can just take a look at what else is going on. Eric still has those 3 pawns for the good. In the bottom left corner, we've got Caleb versus Wes, which seems to be a pretty interesting, chaotic position. It looks like Caleb is losing his bishop, but but definitely that e5 pawn has cramped black's development. And so that's going to be a question of, can white get something going before black solidifies and actually gets his king to safety? And now we finally got the Cheeto Larry game. Do you want to go back from the top, or should we start here?
We'll quickly see. We even got the players on camera. By the way, Larry changed positions there. Now he's got a chalkboard behind him. Sorry, just always fascinated there. Larry not in the same place he was to start the day. The opening itself was a Sicilian by Cheeto. Larry played bishop c4. Again, this isn't bad chess here. One of the risks of this position is that black will get d5, and the bishop can get in trouble. So that's often why you don't put the bishop on c4 against a Sicilian like this. Eventually, Cheeto does indeed take the pawn strike. And, okay, the game overall, though, is still pretty equal, although now after b5, right as I say that, that bishop got itself in trouble. Larry should have captured on c6. Now he's lost the bishop.
Yeah, this is looking tough so far, although if we've learned anything from all the games today is while the game's still going, there's still a chance.
There's still a
Larry
chance.
gets 2 pawns for the piece.
You're saying there's a chance. 1 in a million maybe, but no, it's not 1 in a million. Larry does have 2 pawns for the piece, and actually, you know, if you're talking about whose position is easier to play, as long as Larry doesn't make a trade, that's not what you want to do when you're down material. You want to keep it messy when you're losing. Don't give your opponent clarity. But if you're asking who's easier to play, John, rook d1, rook e1, you know, you put your pieces in the center. It's much harder to coordinate here as Cheeto.
Yeah, that's fair.
Because if you move the bishop, you lose the knight. If you move the rook, maybe you give up a 3rd pawn. You know, you can make moves, but it's actually a lot easier to think about moves that improve white's position. Okay, queen b6 is a good move.
Queen b6 is what I would, okay, that's exactly what I would play.
Yeah, it's a very good move. Not necessarily because it attacks the pawn, everyone, but actually because it protects the knight, which allows
so you can play bishop
then.
e6. Yeah, exactly.
Took the words right out of my
sandwich.
You took them right out of my sandwich. I love you. Okay, we've always completed each other's.
Oh, I'm out of things. What do I say?
Okay.
I'm out. I only had sandwich.
Yeah.
I didn't have anything else.
All right, b3, rook c8. And again, Cheeto is coordinating well. This guy's good. Look, he's the reigning Blitz champion for a reason. Cynthia sticking with a pick for Cheeto to win it all. And we'll see if she ends up being right, because this guy had a scare against Kyler Murray. It took overtime tiebreaker, but right now he looks like he's about to send the NFL Hall of Famer home. At this point, by the way, it is winner go home. FYI, we are in the championship and consolation bracket stage. So at this point, if you lose a match, you're out for the rest of the day.
Oh, Larry doesn't go to consolation? He's just out? Or does he go into 3rd place? How does this work?
Actually, you're right. I'm sorry. No, you're right. He does play the next round. I was going full knockout mode. You know, there's a lot of chess formats these days. They're hard to keep track of.
Yeah, clearly, I should just admit, I don't actually know the rules of who goes where. I'm just here for a good time. I'm here for the chess. Danny knows all these things.
Hey, isn't that a T-shirt? I'm just here for the chess. No, you are right. It is. It is a play.
Larry
to the
will
end
play
of the day.
more chess even if he loses.
Exactly, which is awesome. Makes everyone happy.
We all want to see more Larry.
Queen to d2. Here comes rook d8, which means there's a discovered attack on the agenda. That's when you move a piece and unleash another one behind it. So you got to watch out for that if you're Larry. In fact, it's kind of hard to see a safe move because this queen is also tied down to protecting the undefended knight. This is how blunders happen, right? You know how babies are made, John. This is how blunders happen right here. Okay, unless do you need education on that? Do you know all that?
Please
you know all that
teach
stuff?
me. Teach me about the birds and the bees.
I'm just saying, a lot of people are aware of that, but not everyone is aware of how blunders are made. So it's my job to educate. That's all.
Yeah, you're playing a chess game, and then a stork comes and like visits you.
A stork comes in
through
and
your
drops
window.
a plunder, right?
It
That's
just
how
drops the
babies are
plunder
made.
off. That's how they're made.
Babies are made when you're playing chess games with another friend, and a stork comes in and drops a baby on the chess table. That's how babies are made.
Exactly.
All right, bishop to g4 actually attacks the queen and hits the knight. Chido is doing Chido things right now. He's just being nasty. He's all over it.
Oh man, yeah, this is looking very convincing.
Yeah, he's balling. It's
a lot of choices here, but maybe just, I mean, rook takes c3. There's a ton of good moves here.
Yeah.
Rook takes e3, bishop takes f3. A lot of different things you can do here.
Yep. Yeah, Chido is picking flavors right now. Flavors.
What's your favorite flavor? What do you think?
Well, I will also point out that there's a bishop hanging on e7, so there is that going for Larry as far as what Chido is thinking about. But the flavor he has, I would probably prefer. I was just about to say it. I highlighted it. He did it. I think that's the most accurate because getting another piece off the board before you trade is probably more accurate than letting that knight. You know, anytime you're winning, simplification, and that's what he's doing. So, and we've got Cynthia here because she made a really great point. Where as we've got our chat going in the background, which is it's not even just that Chido is winning; it's that he's doing it in style right now with how quickly he's playing.
I think it's a strategy point because now he's sort of slowing it down, but before he was just really quickly going. Maybe it's because he scouted Larry ahead of time, but I feel like he's kind of trying to mess him up with a fast move, then slow, then fast, then slow.
You know, he also did what we always talk about. You're right that it's a strategy point. He managed his clock. He played too fast, but then the moment it got critical, he slowed down, did what he was supposed to do. Now he's thinking it through. So are you feeling good about your pick, Chido, right now to win it all? We brought you on to remind us that you picked that.
I mean, I'm feeling strong about it because I feel like the sunglasses, like I haven't seen Larry blink in like the past 3 minutes, but I haven't done blink analysis yet, but I can't tell what Chido.
It's not healthy to not blink like that, right, John? I mean, do you want to give some medical advice? You are a doctor, John.
Doctor?
Yeah, exactly. If anyone needs a doctor on the plane, I'm there, ready to give all the math advice the passenger needs.
Well, the sunglasses, the speed, Cynthia, it's working. Your pick is looking good right now. You're probably going to be with us for the final moment because it looks like Chido is about to take it home and can continue on his way. Look at that.
GG,
no time wasted.
And that's game, bro. And that's game. But we should definitely move to the Drew and Chaz game.
For sure.
It's half.
From a year.
This is punching a ticket to the final. And it looks like our new favorite Drew might be running into a little bit of trouble. Let's move over there and see what's happening.
All right, Cynthia, we'll see you on the other side here. We're going to head over to that other game and see who might be facing Drew. Be facing Chido because Drew is in trouble.
Yeah, he's down in exchange. He has a pawn, but it does not look too promising for him right now.
Yeah, well, I've got it pulled up here. And Chaz? I'm saying Chaz. I mean, first of all, it's not the most common name, Chaz. But he's doing it.
Absolutely.
What do you think about the position here? I mean, you got to give Drew some compensation.
I'm trying to think. I mean, he does have a pawn. He has a little bit of compensation. The main thing I like the most about Black's position, that knight is doing a good defensive job with the rook, trying to remove all weaknesses, covering a lot of important squares, stopping white from trading off a pair of rooks.
Yep. And
so
it's possible he could find d4 here. If Drew finds d4, I don't know that this is a foregone conclusion for Chaz yet, because just to quickly show, d4, the thing that makes d4 so good might not even be taking back on d4, John, but actually taking b4. And in this position, if the black knight then sort of centralizes itself, you've got the potential of a couple passed pawns just running up the board.
Yeah, exactly. Like somehow if I saw d4, I mean, I don't know what the best move is. I would really think about just sitting.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a
I mean, you don't want to allow a pawn on d3, but allowing the position to open up like that, you always need to calculate before you do such a committal move, especially if the knight can land on a good square, the king and rook start moving together. You know me, I'm always safety.
Hey, safety first. By the way, these guys are playing safety first chess here. This is super high quality. The battle between Drew and West in the first round was high quality. I didn't know that we would top that throughout the day, but this matchup even more so. If you're
my lord,
yeah,
Kyler's up a queen.
Kyler is up a queen against Eric Armstead, so something bad happened there, and Kyler Murray looks like he is about to punch his ticket.
Yeah, I'm serious.
Round.
Every prediction I've made today is just going horribly wrong. West loses. Drew is in trouble. Kyler's going to go through 2-0. This is.
I'm really glad you brought that up. That was super self-reflective of you to just bring up that you've been horrible at predicting today, so that I don't have to. I just want to say I love you for that. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
You're welcome. Just laying it out there. Kyler Murray is. I don't even think we're going to go to that game. I want to go back to the Chaz Drew game. I'm glad we showed it, but yeah, Kyler Murray is about to. He could even stalemate Eric, and he moves on. But I think he's going to checkmate him in one move if he sees it. Almost anything wins down there for Kyler. He finds it. He gets the job done. Punches his ticket 2-0, just like Chidobe Awuzie did against Larry. And we are back at this battle to decide who will face off against Chido in the championship match. I don't know. That's what's fun. Wait, Rook B7?
Why is that a blunder?
It's unclear at this time
why that's a blunder. No clue.
But it's actually classified as a miss. So the X means you missed a good move. The question mark means you blundered. Now, this was a good move by White. But if we back up, I want to see what was it that Black missed here. If I had to guess, it would still D4 or maybe even A5. I think D4 is interesting. A5 is interesting. You open up things and you can really get a mess going here. I know the computer doesn't like it, but I don't care. I'm trying to prove a point.
Yeah, but on A5, maybe even Rook A7?
Yeah. A5, Rook A7 could have been. Now
it's hard to get at the B5 square, for White.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, and the trade of rooks is not something that I think you want to see.
Yep.
Black. But still a lot of game left. I mean, knights are very tricky, especially as both of them are getting down on the clock. We'll see. We'll see what Drew can do here.
All right. Rook takes E7. That was also apparently not the best, although White is still in control. I want to call out something because even though you've had trouble predicting today, I've been unlucky to call some blunders. As long as there's a knight on the board, John,
there's a chance.
Forks happen.
Exactly.
So,
yeah, although now maybe Rook E8, the rook is sort of actually infiltrating somewhere.
Yeah. Although still, again, if he finds D4 and he's been sitting on it, and Drew has had the opportunity, it almost makes me wonder if his time advantage, John, is playing against him, because I think he's looking at the clock and kind of just trying to keep that edge, thinking that's his best chance. But there are some practical chances here for Black if he plays D4. But if he doesn't find D4, the rook is going to start getting active here against the pawns, and it's going to be over.
Yeah, absolutely. What do you do against D4? My first instinct is to sit, but maybe allowing D3 just crushes all your winning chances. Maybe you have to take. I don't know.
Honestly, I don't know. We might want to look back.
Yeah, I don't know either. Should you play A3 at some point just as prophylaxis against
coming
D4?
beat d4 and a5.
To
I don't know,
force, I don't know.
The good news for Drew is even though I criticized his strategy for kind of sitting tight and not pushing, it doesn't look like Chaz has a clear plan, right? And so it's right now, if the game stays the same, but we just take 2 minutes off the clock for each player, advantage Drew. And that's one of the things. Yeah.
What were you going to say?
I was just going to say, it's one of the things to think about, that like right now, if Chaz doesn't do anything, he's down on the clock. And so maybe Drew is okay with sitting tight.
Yeah, absolutely. The plan I love is maybe some like rook a1 and a4 sort of idea to start to open more files for the rook. Like the knights do well when the position is closed. You need to open up more things, you know?
I love your plan. And I think you're totally right. I think that is the best plan for white. On that
note, I don't think white should be concerned about, okay, he plays h3, but I don't think you even needed to be concerned about knight g4.
Yeah.
Knight g4, you just move and you go f3. If you take on h2, I think you get trapped.
I agree. Well, yeah, you actually would.
Right, king e2, knight takes h2, f3.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Yeah. We have the analysis board. I can show John's brilliance real quick. That's actually
not brilliance. Just I'm trying to figure out what to do here.
No, it's a cool idea because if the king moves anywhere and the knight takes it, you play f3, and the knight is actually run out of squares. You go pick up the pony. It's actually a really cool idea. So that means that wasn't a threat, but that's kind of high level stuff. So I understand Chaz's defensive mindedness to play h3. Playing defense is Chaz. And now he's getting going again. If Drew puts the knight on, it goes knight d3, also interesting. But I wonder if that'll backfire, John, because actually it allows the white king to come to d4 at some point, and that might be. Really
also, that's a stuck knight. I know it looks pretty on d3, but what is it actually hitting?
Right. That's also fair.
Yeah. I mean, I think the best bet is to recognize like maybe that's permanent square, and maybe you need to try to reroute via b2 a4. I don't know. Because the knight on d3 doesn't actually do anything. Or I could be wrong. What do you think? I don't know.
No, I think you're right. I think the knight was actually more effective on c6, where you could prepare d4, as we were talking about. And so the knight looks pretty, right? But that's it. Looks pretty, doesn't have a lot of potential here. The king comes to d4, and already we see that Chaz has played it. And white's in good shape.
Actually, again, the move I would have loved to see would have been a4, I think.
By the way, we didn't get to see this game, unfortunately, but even though Wes won game 1, Caleb won game 2. So we are going to have yet another Blitz tiebreaker here in BlitzChamps 2. We already had one in the first round, and we're going to have another one.
Shut that door, buddy.
So, and by the way, if Chaz holds the draw in this game, or sorry, if Drew holds the draw, and by the way, Drew's talking to his family there. Shout out to trying to play high-level chess with your kids in the room. Been there.
Oh, that's... So he did this idea that I like, but I wanted the king on e3, because you got to hold on to that f4 pawn.
By the way, now that Drew, we said, as long as there's a knight, there's a chance. Where there's a will, there's a way. I don't even know that I wouldn't say that black is the favorite in this game. Honestly, it's equal according to the engine. And if black finds king d6 here, instead of if you take and allow rook e6, all bets are out. Look at that. He finds king d6. Drew showing why we liked his chess in the first round.
Yeah, I think here you need to take oh no. I was about to say you need to take a second, think, and not play too quickly. Because rook g1 is a blunder.
And just like that,
he took the sandwich out of my mouth.
He did. He took the sandwich right out of your mouth before you could even complete the sentence. And just like that, Drew Tranquil is going to punch his ticket to the championship match versus Cheeto, which I love it because it gives me the dynamic of my two co-commentators, John and Cynthia, having stakes in the game. John Urschel picked Drew to win here, everybody, if you're just tuning in. Cynthia is still, her bets are on the reigning champ in Chidobe Awuzie. So it'll be fun to see who gets the better, assuming Drew doesn't stalemate and send this to tiebreakers. We're going to have a Drew versus Chido final.
Drew's just taking his time. Maybe he's going to play G4, get a pair of pass pawns. Yeah. I've still been really impressed by Drew's play. I mean, he was down in exchange. He didn't panic. He played nice, good, solid moves. And he took his chance as soon as he saw it.
I'm also super impressed by Chaz's play. I know he's going down here and going to lose the wonder, but let's not forget that Chaz should have won game one if not for the stalemate. Mm-hmm. He played a brilliant game, was up the queen, and ultimately stalemated for the draw, which is why we sit there with a half a point each. So this is Drew at this point, given the toughness of the competition, and again, a lot of these players are new to us, John, but given that he had this super tough opponent in West Schweitzer, then he's taken on Chaz here. I think Drew, of the two players, might be a little more battle-tested than Chido. Although, what am I talking about? Chido had the really tough battle versus Kyler Murray that went to overtime, and Larry's no slouch. So I don't know what I'm gonna have there in the.
I don't know. I think the Drew West match from the first round was definitely the toughest, highest level match, and then this has been really, really good chess. I got to say, these have been my two favorite matches so far.
Yep.
Yeah.
The technique is real. The technique from Drew, simple, clean, getting the job done. Oh, apparently
does
not.
Drew even want a pawn, or does he just want to mate? I think he might just want to checkmate, which isn't a bad idea because you avoid stalemate. Or never mind.
Now he'll go for the check. I think he was trying to avoid the check when it wasn't opposition. So there were obviously faster ways for Black to checkmate there, but still good disciplined technique from Drew. And he has checkmated one if he sees it. And we will assume he's going to find it, though we did have a stalemate in the first. Okay, he does indeed find it. And just like...
What'd you say? I said good game. Damn, bro. Oh, man.
Great game. That's it. That's all they said. It was
That's
good
it.
Game.
Man in the
Great
arena
game.
moves on.
Man in the arena moves on with a 1.5 half victory. You get some caffeine, bro. Hey, I could use some caffeine too. I'm looking forward to this break. Not gonna lie. Okay. Chidobe Awuzie will be facing Drew Tranquil in the final.
But
Caleb
no
Corley
break, Danny. No caffeine. I
know there's no break. I see the producer yelling at me. It's okay. but Kyler Murray moves on, and the other matchup in the consolation bracket has yet to determine a winner. So Caleb and Wes are moving to Blitz Overtime Chess. They say you can dodge a wrench, but you can't dodge a ball. You're not even able to dodge a wrench.
I tried and I failed. Here I am.
You've been trying to get away for years. But all right, this is awesome. Shout out to everybody on Twitch, YouTube, wherever you may be. Thanks for making chess part of your day, whether you're here for the NFL or here for the bad jokes. We got you covered. And John, who you got in this matchup? I know we didn't get to see how Caleb turned that around. Just knowing what we've seen so far, it's hard for either of us, I think, to not think that Wes is the favorite. But hey, Caleb is here for a reason, so let's see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm pulling for Wes. I got to pull for my fellow offensive lineman, but yeah, I'm excited to see it. In Blitz, anything can happen.
Okay.
As we all know.
Well, the game's getting going.
Yeah, I see them. They're at their boards. Oh, and the game started. Let's pull it up.
Yeah, we're trying to get it. Up. We are looking for it. I can't get it up just yet.
Please stop saying that. Yeah, but we can see from the bird's eye view, they've only played like 5 moves, and I already love Wes's position.
Okay, now we got it. Got it. Here we go.
You got it up. Good.
Here we go. One more time. Everybody's feeling fine. Here we go now.
What is going on here? I have no clue.
I miss you, Justin Timberlake, when you were.
No. What is going on with this position? There's a piece missing. There's a piece missing.
What happened with that?
There was a piece, and then it was gone. I mean, I love how Wes has been playing this. He sort of got a big center early on, and he just said, "Give me that piece."
Okay.
Play d5, controlling the center. He just needs to develop, get his king to safety, and
let's quickly back up and just show how the piece was won, because that's a blunder.
Yeah, even before the piece was won, let's show how Wes really tried to push for space.
He's being aggressive, advancing in the center for space, as John said, when he has a chance. Knight e2, and white is okay, but instead puts the knight on a4. And black goes after the piece. Now, the most accurate way to win the piece, for the record, was b5. But Wes plays the solid developing move, and Caleb doesn't see his ability to defend it, and instead gives it up. And just like that, Mr. Wes Schweitzer is up a piece and up on the clock big time here in the Blitz tiebreaker.
Yeah, absolutely. And now Caleb puts his queen right in the crosshairs of a bishop on d7, although there's not really any great discovery yet. Although c3 I really like. This is a really good move.
It's a great move, especially when you're down a piece. You want to create tension and opportunities for tricks. C3, as long as he takes back.
I mean for Wes to avoid tricks, because now he can trade some pieces. I was going to say knight d4 is what I was imagining.
Yeah, knight d4 was the move. That would have been a discovered attack.
Knight d4, discovery, get more pieces off the board, and away you go.
No. Oh. I'm sorry.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Oh my gosh.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
Dang.
That's a tough one.
I should have played the knight. Oh my god.
Yep.
Good move, boy.
Thanks, man.
John gets his wish, rooting for an offensive lineman, and I wish you wouldn't be so biased. That's all. You know.
Why do I need to hide my allegiances?
You're a mathematician now, okay? You don't even need to be biased.
Yeah, there's no lion here. There's no hiding my emotions. I'm just, I'm not CEO. I'm not what are you, chief chess officer? I'm not CCO of anything.
It's a made-up title. No one even knows how I got here. Like, at some point, they started looking around the room being like, who's that? Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Okay, but Wes, jokes aside, is playing some quality chess. And again, if you just got here, he had an epic match versus Drew Tranquil in the first round. And we've had some amazing chess today all around by a lot of the players, but you got a feeling those two guys were playing maybe some of the best chess we've seen in BlitzChamps 1 and 2. And so Drew is now in the final against Chidobe Awuzie, and here goes Wes trying to punt his ticket to play Kyler Murray in the Consolation bracket final.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Wes has very good control of this position. I mean, he's up a piece and a queen. And right now it's just a matter of getting pieces off the board. When you're up this much material, you can really just trade pieces almost indiscriminately.
Yep. Yeah, you don't even have to evaluate.
You don't need
whether
to be
the map
fancy.
is good.
Yeah. You don't need to be fancy. You don't need any tricks. It's now time to just get some pieces off the board.
Well, I was going to say, and if the rook moved to the wrong square, there might be a quick ending here with some back rank problems. But Caleb's still trying to go for tricks. You got a shout out. By the way, if knight takes e5, best move for black.
What's up?
I was quizzing you in the chat.
Oh,
if
it's
knight
just
takes
mate in
e5,
2, isn't it?
Yeah, queen takes f2 and then checkmate on g1. So this is a pin for the win. And the fact that the rook is hanging along with that attack on f2 means that Wes and Kyler, dude, I'm excited for every one of these matchups. You got Wes and Kyler, you've got Cheeto and Drew. Oh man.
Yeah, Kyler's been really outperforming our expectations of him.
Yeah, and by the way, you've also got Larry and Chaz, which is going to be an interesting one for the third, fourth place battle.
Yeah,
so this
absolutely.
Is going to be awesome.
This has been just a huge step up from last year, I gotta say. Like the play has been so much stronger. It's been really good to see. Also, shout out to Kyler and Eric Hansen. They've clearly been working hard because Kyler's doing a great job and he's got a chance to win the consolation bracket.
And just like that, the mate on F2 that we called a little bit ago is on the agenda. Oh wow, he takes on G2. Fancy schmancy. Wes given the good old-fashioned offensive lineman stretch. I've seen John Urschel do that.
It was looking close there, man. I was
offensive lineman stretch.
Before I gave you that queen just on blunder, I should have played my knight before.
Yes. Yep.
To the bracket we go. Just like that. Good stuff there from Wes and Caleb. And let's take a look. Let's take a look at where we sit. Drew and Cheeto. John's got Drew. Cynthia's got Cheeto in the championship. And we've got a third, fourth place matchup between Chaz and Larry, John.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just incredibly excited for the final. We've got two really strong chess players, but also Chaz and Larry have performed well today. I think it'll be a good third place match. Yeah, I think we've got a lot of good chess games to continue the day. And what's going on the consolation bracket? Do we have any more games there?
We take a look at that. Yeah, we do. We've got Kyler Murray taking on Wes Schweitzer, and looks like we've got a mock bracket up there. That's not actually what happened, everyone. We still have wait. Yeah, We've got Kyler and Wes about to throw down, not Caleb and Eric, and that's what happens when you're testing stuff. And there you go. But what we've got is Kyler versus Wes coming up, and it's going to be awesome. The other thing we've got coming up that we should jump to right now is we were joined by Cornelius earlier in the show, but let's remind everybody of what's coming up on June 28th, because it's not just NFL players who enjoy playing here in the BlitzChamps. We've also got college players. The University of Michigan, the Wolverines, are going to host the first ever college BlitzChamps. That's right, it is June 28th. Cornelius Johnson, Donovan Edwards, Joey Velasquez, among many others, are going head-to-head for the first ever BlitzChamps College Edition crown. Watch it as usual right here, twitch.tv/chess, youtube.com/chess. We'll be streaming all the action on June 28th at 12 p.m. Pacific time. Go blue if you're rooting for Michigan. But blue is also the color of Penn State, which is my man alma mater here. I don't even know where to go with that. So let's just say go blue or go home. Don't go home unless you are home. In that case, be safe and don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back.
Dude, it's impossible to not hear you just breathing super loudly.
Okay, fine. I will hold my breath for 3 minutes.
All right, let's go.
Okay,
let's go
sure.
right now. Got the
Ready?
chess clock app right here. Almost there. And you did it.
What can you do for 3 minutes?
My wife says not a lot, but I can plank.
Keep that big butt down. Dude, nice.
2, 1, you did it. Wow. I feel better. Oh, yeah. You were timing me?
Yeah, you were in there for 30 minutes.
Oh, man.
Let's play some chess and get some dinner.
Let's do it.
Time odds?
Yeah.
Okay. You bring a clock?
Oh, I left my clock at home.
Dude, you idiot. I told you to bring it.
Let's just go get something to eat.
Okay. Download the new Chess.com clock app so you can time yourself playing chess or whatever other dumb stuff you and your friends do.
I understand 18 seconds for black, so not too much time there either. Rook c7, a7's falling.
It is. E4, he pushes the pawn. This is getting a little messy.
Mm-hmm.
Takes a knight f1.
Knight
I
F3.
don't like that F3.
King E4. 91.
Move.
Oh my gosh, 0.9 seconds when that move was played.
On B1. Move the rook.
I was going to say King C2 and run the king.
King
Knight
E2,
G3.
G4. Takes it.
Was it?
Takes it. A7.
Take it. Oh my gosh.
Takes it right. Knight C2 was winning.
But there was checkmate in 1 for black after knight takes G3.
Oh my god, that was me! And instead he played here, and they're losing on time. When
my
knight C2 and A7 wins for white.
Oh my gosh.
We are back with Blitz Champs. We're moving on to the finals, and we've got a couple of huge matchups, of course, to get underway. You've got Cheeto versus Drew in the consolation bracket, maybe just as exciting. Kyler Murray versus Wes Schweitzer, and then the third, fourth place battle as well between Larry Fitzgerald and Chaz. I can't wait to see what happens there as well, John. But all right, welcome. That guy's John Urschel. He's my co-host. We've been crushing it all day. It's been a blast, and I think let's chat a little bit about the players that we got here. We've where we want to go. Well, let's welcome back Cynthia as well. Cynthia's our other co-host, and she's here, and she's been bringing us all kinds of anecdotes from behind the scenes all day. Cynthia, how'd you enjoy that last round before we head to the finals?
I mean, I feel like the level of chess just keeps getting better and better. We thought maybe the first round we saw the kind of playoff final before the final, but I actually think we got the final we all wanted here in terms of play we've seen today.
Yeah, well, you and John have picked Drew and Cheeto respectively. So, John, I'll let you go first. State your case.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think Drew is a very strong player. He definitely had what looked like the toughest path to the finals. I mean, he had to beat Wes in a sort of 1400 level blitz player, peak of 1600 on Chess.com, so no slouch at all. And then in the second round, he had to play someone who was, really strong, and he had to face some opposition. He was almost losing in the first game. If not for a stalemate, he would have been down a point. And in that second game, it was back and forth, and he had to defend. He had to play good chess. And I think he's definitely shown the most resilience out of all the players that we've seen today. I'm sorry,
It's okay. Wait, Cynthia, she can
saw Cynthia
that's up to you.
I saw Cynthia stiff arm.
She made it onto the broadcast. She's been trying all day.
Yeah.
Hey, Cynthia's friend, you made it onto the broadcast. All right, Cynthia, there you go. John made his case, to paraphrase, kind of Drew's been battle-tested, right? Mm-hmm. Drew's been through the ups and downs. Your thoughts on Cheeto holding on here and defending his title?
Well, look, I think Drew's what happens at the end of the game there, the end games are going to be key with Drew. So I think that the fact that he's timed up the differences and played fast when he needs to, slow when he needs to, I think that gives Cheeto the edge because the timing and also the fact that he's been here before. Sometimes we talk about it in football, right? Like how many veterans are on the field. I think that will help him out as well.
Okay, there you go. If Cheeto manages the clock and relies on his experience, we'll see. I really do think this is a coin flip. I can't wait to see what happens. Cynthia, we'll catch up with you again later on in the round.
You got it.
In this next set of 2-game matches, and we'll see you then.
Thanks.
All right, John, let's take a look at the bracket. You and Cynthia, you picked your guys, and what about that third place matchup between Larry and Chaz? What are your predictions telling you there?
I just don't know anymore. I think I just don't know anything. First of all my predictions have been wrong, so I'm gonna pick Chaz so that your guy Larry can win. but yeah, I don't know what to think. Larry's looked really impressive, definitely improved over last year, but Chaz really had a very strong performance against Drew. I mean, Chaz had plenty of chances against who I think was one of the strongest looking players of the field. So I really don't even know what to think for that matchup.
I think that's I agree. Honestly, I think that Chaz has played so well. If not for that stalemate against Drew, is Drew even in the final? So Larry definitely has his work cut out for him. But okay, the other bracket, as we said, it's Kyler Murray versus Wes Schweitzer. We had that matchup on screen, and it is not Caleb versus Eric for some reason there, but okay, we've got Kyler versus Wes. I think they're going to be the ones throwing down first, and I can't wait to see what happens there. I am going to give Wes the slight nod, even though similarly, I would say that Kyler has been super battle-tested as well. He had an overtime loss to Cheeto, but I feel like Wes is just that much more of an experienced chess player. His 7,000 games on Chess.com are going to pay dividends here, John.
Yeah, absolutely. I have to say, I'm just mesmerized by watching these small children run around and dance on this screen we're watching that the fans cannot see, but I can see Cynthia's friends in the background. Lots of dancing, lots of running. They've now left. We can get back to the chess. Yeah, Wes, offensive linemen got to stick together. I'm still pulling for Wes, although I think Kyler has been an amazing story today. I mean, the work he's put in to improve, to prepare for this tournament, it's definitely paid dividends. He's playing really, really good chess.
Yeah, I agree, and I can't wait to see what's going to happen in this battle. So, one thing I'll also shout out about Kyler is even though he lost probably the most heartbreaking match of the day, in that he went to overtime against Cheeto, comeback victory style, and didn't realize that there was an increment for those who were here. He was not happy about that, although he did end up hanging out with Shatters and Twitch after that, apologizing for some of the language. I guess what I'm getting to is Kyler has been mentally in it despite that tough loss, and that makes me think that he's mentally ready for the matchup with Wes, even though Wes is probably the on-paper favorite.
Yeah. No, it's going to be interesting to see. Kyler has been consistently outperforming expectations, which he's been doing his whole life.
Yeah,
so
his whole career.
Let's see what he can do in this upcoming matchup. It's going to be a good one to watch.
Cynthia made that point, right? Too small to be a quarterback in the NFL. Whatever the other things held against him, but Kyler likes being the underdog, and he likes getting after it. And here he goes in this particular matchup: Wes versus Kyler. Wes playing the white pieces with A3 on move 3. This is an interesting Queen's Gambit when you avoid all the bishop b4 kind of ideas that might happen. But Kyler playing fast. Yeah, they both are. Yeah, wow.
Yeah. Wes says, who needs bishops?
Who needs bishops?
Who needs
Let
bishops?
me develop. I like it. And again, you shouted out. Eric Hansen, the chess bra, has been Kyler Murray's coach here for a little while. It was secret, not secret anymore. Here we are talking about it to 7,000 viewers. So there you go. But he's done a good job. Kyler now slowing down, thinking about how to deal with this. Ooh, spicy.
Yeah, knight c6, putting pressure on the d4 pawn. E3 seems like a natural way to, or that also seems.
Kyler got the gamer leaning forward pose going on from featured chat. I agree. I think this is pretty awesome. Honestly, if you think about it, you're talking about a guy who was #1 in the NFL draft a few years ago. He's a superstar, and here we are watching him play chess in his gamer setup. I'm just saying it's cool, John. What we're doing here is cool, okay?
Very cool.
Thank you.
Very, very cool.
Ooh,
I agree. I concur.
Nice in-between move there. That's actually a really good move, I think. Kick the knight before you deal with the tension in the center, because it doesn't have a lot of good squares. It can't go back to c6 while the pawn is there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Uh-oh. That could get... Wow. It actually works. I don't see an engine eval switching, but it makes me nervous.
Why does it work?
Because you can't play f4.
Yeah, you can't take f4.
Oh, wait, and what happens on this move?
Yeah, that was my question. That's why I was saying why.
Yeah, I don't know. This looks just good for white. Maybe our eval bar is a little...
Yeah, I mean, yeah, maybe I'm missing something. What am I missing? I don't think I'm missing anything.
I don't think you're missing anything. I think it looks pretty good for white. So something's just not updating there. But we'll reset it. There we go. I hit the old reset on the eval, and just like that, it was fixed. So yeah, white is good. You were right. Eval bar was wrong. There you go, Joe. Hey, you just passed the test. This whole thing is like you ever seen that?
This is the game show. I passed the game show.
Yeah, called Punked. This was called You Got Eval'd, and it worked out.
Yeah, I've just come to realize that I am far, far worse than an engine, and I should just not trust what the engine tells me. Just be wrong.
Yeah. Hey, I love that. And the biggest lie ever told to chess players is you're not allowed to be wrong. Nothing wrong with being wrong, because you never lose if you learn, John. That's right. All right, let's back up. We've got this consolation final going between Wes and Kyler, but we've got other games that are going to be happening in this round, as you all know, including the championship battle between Drew Tranquil and Chidobe Awuzie A. You've got the guy defending his title playing black. You've got Drew Tranquil as white. Here we got the what looks like the potential of an open Sicilian on the way. Oh, nope, nice C3 instead of D4. We'll see, John.
Okay. Yeah, Chido pulling out his usual. It seems like this is his like patented setup: E6, C5, Knight C6.
Yep. Yeah, he likes the Sicilian. Although Drew
Takes. He likes these Bishop C5 type lines.
Yeah,
I've seen. Yeah.
But Drew likes the main line here. We saw that Larry played Bishop C4 against Chido in the last round and got in trouble. But this is an open Sicilian, a Taimanov open Sicilian with mainline theory. I mean, who are these guys? I thought they were NFL players.
No, Chido. From last year, I learned Chido really like knows his opening stuff. Like for instance, E4, E5, C3. He was talking about opening theory last year. I remember.
Yep.
The It's called the Ponziani, right?
Yep. The Ponziani.
Ponziani. He was. Yeah. He definitely knows his openings.
Ponziani, not just a way to mispronounce an Italian pasta. It's also a chess opening, and he knew it. And this is a mainline Taimanov. I'm giving Drew props as well, because Drew also apparently knows his open Sicilian theory. Here, White normally plays bishop to D3. Yeah, normally what happens. I'm resetting the eval bar again, everybody, because for some reason it's doing that. But now once we got the reset, here we go. The game is equal. Bishop D3, by the way, is played. And A5. Okay.
When do you think about E5 as a reasonable move?
Often in these structures, honestly, like it should always be on the agenda for White, especially because if you don't get E5 before, the only time you don't want to play E5 is if there's that Queen A5 check trick, right? But that's not the case here. And if you don't play E5 before Black is able to kind of strike at the center, then it's a very different kind of game. E5 kicking the knight, if you can follow it up correctly with aggressive moves, lead to very good attacking chances for White on the king side. So to answer your question, like I would play E5 right now, and probably what you do is you meet knight D5 with the move knight to E4, which is a very common little central trick in this structure to be aware of. Here, and then put the pony there. Now, not only have you brought a piece over here, but you can play C4 and kick the knight, and these positions are pretty dangerous for White. So
see, this is what I'm here for. I want to learn some chess, Danny. You got to teach me.
There you go. Okay, he plays E5. It's funny. The engine didn't like my knight E4. Normally, that is the best move, but it doesn't like that either. Oh, you know what it is? I bet the move. Okay, the move was immediately Queen G4. See, normally Queen G4 isn't played with this type of tempo because you're already castled. But here, if you castled, Bob's your uncle on Bishop H6. So actually, the positional idea I show with knight E4 is still the one for our students of the game, like John, to take home. But that was a really concrete example of where White had a chance to get really aggressive. Now look at Chido. Dude, this is already getting where I'm liking Chido's position, because with Drew missing those aggressive chances, the dark square bishop trade, the fact that the knights are traded, every trade that happens here, John, favors Black, because White has more targets. The E5 pawn, the B pawn, White needs the pieces on the board in order to use the space advantage they have. Without the pieces, E5 is actually an overextended weakness. There you go.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I mean, with the sort of pawn on E5, you kind of want to move the queen to help support this thing. Like, okay, you know me, I don't mind some trades. I was looking at bishop takes G5 and then queen G3.
Yeah.
Was one idea.
It's because you love the end game. You used to tell the
fans.
And
the E5 pawn is hard for Black to get at with only
you love the end game. That's adorable. You love the end game.
I'm not ashamed.
Okay, good.
My favorite part of chess. It's the most fun. I just do what's fun,
I love it. The end game is great. And bishop B7 played. What's funny is if White puts a queen on it, right? If you like it, then you better put a queen on it. Then this pawn blocks the bishop. And that actually is a nice little central advantage. And speaking of queen trades, Black actually can't just offer it because, the queen is not protected there. So okay, queen C5, not a bad idea either, but it runs into rook C8. That's the problem.
Right.
Fair play.
Yeah, and the queen is going to quickly get knocked out. Like you can't go to d6 because of rook c6, and all of a sudden you're giving
that would
you're
be
giving
hilarious.
black way too much. That would be a horrible way
to lose your queen.
To lose the first game.
Look at these guys focus. Cheeto leaning in. He wants to defend his title. Drew, he wants to be the only man left in the arena. If you're missing the reference, he's got the man in the arena behind him on the wall. An inspirational quote. Google it if you haven't ever heard it. And
yeah, but I think just queen d4, like, yeah, you gave. Sometimes it's important to be able to say, yeah, I made a mistake. I gave my opponent an extra tempo. Let me put the queen where it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
Like this can be a tough thing to do mentally sometimes, to like move a piece, your opponent do something, and then to have to admit like, no, I was actually wrong. Let me move that piece somewhere I could have moved it last game. It's like a tough thing to do mentally.
Agreed. Psychologically, one of the hardest things to do is admit mistakes, retreat. He does retreat, but goes all the way. Again, queen d4 would have been better to keep the idea of pushing this pawn blocked. What's funny is it's not a good move now, because I actually think if takes, everything gets traded, white is winning in the end. But this idea of just sacrificing that pawn to make sure that this bishop gets a long diagonal is kind of a thematic one in chess. And look at this move. He wants to play d4 next. Not a bad move from Cheeto.
Yeah, absolutely. What do you do here? So, okay, obviously my eye continues to go to things like queen g3, but I'm just a little over eager.
I knew you would. Queen g3 is
what's
not a
the
bad
best
idea.
Move? Yeah. What's the
I
actual?
would say
okay,
you could even just castle. I mean, as much as you don't really want to allow d4, now that I'm looking at it in real time, it also makes the d4 pawn a weakness, right? Similar to e5. And so look at that. Drew does castle. He's kind of saying, look, if you play d4, I'll do John Urschel's queen g3 trade. And in the end,
in the end of
lines like this, this pawn is weak. Although you could even take with the f pawn the computer wants, because then you have this move. So good stuff from Drew. High quality chess. Look at the time, also very even. Cynthia's prediction proving out Cheeto is a little faster at this moment, but we'll see what happens as the position gets more intense.
Yeah.
Okay, d4 played. Let's see. Queen g3 makes a lot of sense, I think. Looks like the most natural move. I guess you could go queen d2, but that looks like you might be playing with fire a little bit.
Yep.
That's maybe also.
Well, this is the championship. I want to, if we can, I'd like to actually back up and head back over to Wes's game versus Kyler. This is the championship final for those just tuning in. This is for all the marbles, if you will. And there is a checkmate thread on G2, by the way.
Yeah, maybe let's just wait to see the checkmate thread.
Okay, that almost gave me a heart attack, Bob. That'll be a baker's dozen.
Well, that's not good.
Oh,
that's not
man.
what you want.
That was, okay, bishop e4 was a big mistake.
That's not good. That pawn is disappearing.
Wow. Okay.
And Cheeto just
it could have been worse. That was nerve wracking.
No, but it's going to be fine. You play f3. They go d5 or f5. At least you have bishop d3 defending the queen.
Yeah.
So you're only losing a pawn, but the problem is you're losing a pawn and you're compromising your structure.
Yeah.
And really, this e5 pawn was a big benefit, keeping the d7 pawn backward. This was sort of like one of the best things in White's position, right?
Well, now if the bishops are traded on e4 too, the c2 pawn might fall. But while we're in the bird's eye view, let's head back over to the consolation bracket final. And
all right,
we'll get that up.
Let's check out the consolation. We got Wes and Kyler, and I'm going to start counting pieces and material. I think someone's missing a rook.
We got it.
Good.
Yeah, Kyler's missing a rook. Wes proving to be what we thought he was, which is the favorite, and ultimately, like we said, someone who, if he had gotten by Drew, who knows what could have happened between him and Cheeto. But right now, we'll get back to that in a minute. Cheeto doing well as the defending champion. Kyler trying to hold on here and maybe get a stalemate, right? That's what you're hoping for at this point. Snatch a draw.
I'm not holding out much hope here.
Yep.
This looks like Wes has really good control of this position. Not only is he up a rook, he's up like 5 pawns. He's getting fancy, getting pieces off the board. This is really good technique.
Super good technique. And that 98 is with check, by the way. So there is no choice from Kyler. The pieces have to be traded. And just like that, Kyler actually just resigns, throws in the towel. They will play another one. So it's not over. And let's remember that Kyler Murray came back to defeat Chidobe Awuzie in their second game and ultimately forced a blitz tiebreaker. So Kyler goes down. Let's head back to the bird's eye view. This match isn't over, but it's win or go home for Mr. Murray. The other consolation game, if you will.
Oh, Eric and Caleb are playing. Gotcha.
Yeah, Eric and Caleb are also playing. And we can pull up that one as well. We also have Larry Fitzgerald and Chaz going down. We can go anywhere. Where you want to go? I think let's go to the
No, let's go to the finals. Cheeto and Drew. It's
go back to
somehow
Cheeto and Drew.
Back to being let's see.
Yeah. We'll go in there. Cheeto and Drew.
Yeah, it's back to being not so bad. I thought Drew was dropping a couple pawns actually after that blunder. I thought he was going to drop the E5 and the C2 pawn. So I'm curious to see what happened.
Cheeto must have missed something there.
Yeah, can we go back to see what happened?
We'll back up and see where we left.
Yeah.
Cheeto won this E5 pawn, everybody.
Yeah. I thought C2 was going to fall as well. I'm curious.
Yeah. There was checkmate here.
Yep.
Drew defended it, but Cheeto wins the pawn. He did take it, but then instead of trading queens and winning this pawn, he moved the queen, which allows White to defend and kind of catch up a little bit. So really it was kind of right here. His best opportunity was just to trade, gobble up the C2 pawn, and rooks on the 7th rank are hungry hippos, as they like to say.
Yeah.
Or absolutely. I used to say when I was teaching kids chess, hungry hippos. You ever play that game, Hungry Hippos? Very underrated.
Yeah. You spam the button, your hippo starts gobbling all the balls, all the ball gobblers.
Hungry Hippos was the original button smasher. Like that was a button smasher game before button smashing was cool.
Gotcha.
Look at this. Cheeto playing it cool though. Maybe he missed his best chance to win, but he's doing good.
Yeah, no, he's absolutely doing well. He's got pressure on this A3 pawn. He's got a good pawn center. This is looking
I'm liking it.
Really difficult for Drew.
Cheeto holding out strong. By the way, notice that his hype man is gone. Cheeto's entourage has left the room. He's fully dialed in now.
Yeah. What do you do here? What's the best bet for White? Queen C2 or what's a better move? Let me see.
Okay, if Queen C2, we have Rook takes C3 though, right?
Yeah,
so
that's right. So that's not good.
It's actually very tough for White.
What's actually a good move here? I'm trying to find something that's not really bad.
Like something that goes after E5, like Queen E4. Mm-hmm. I mean, you're worse, but you could also play Queen F5. I would say Queen G3, but the problem with Queen G3 is Black can just defend the pawn, and then your C3 pawn is still pinned. So probably Queen E4 or Queen F5 would be what I would do.
Gotcha.
Get out of the pin, go after the E5 pawn. But Cheeto is cruising. He's also up 3 minutes on the clock. And if he wins with Black, in theory, even though these aren't grandmasters, normally players are better with the white pieces, and we know Cheeto loves his Ponziani. So, John, this is Cheeto within striking distance to defend his title right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this is going to be definitely an upset because despite Cheeto being the returning champion, he definitely was not on paper the strongest player in this field, not even one of the top two. And so what he's done so far has been, really impressive in this game.
I agree. And again, it's a shout out to Cynthia. She called for the experience from Cheeto, and it actually seems to be paying off because on paper, he's not as strong as Drew. Drew is a 1,400 plus player. And, but right now, Chido is showing that he's been there. He's got the experience. And I will say this, of all the players today, John, and correct me if I'm wrong, if memory is misserving me, I feel like he's gotten his type of game, if you will, like his openings more consistently. He's always had his Ponziani. He's gotten his Sicilian, and that pays dividends in matches like this where Chido is comfortable, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree. He's definitely gotten the type of positions he's wanted. He's gotten the type of games he's wanted. I mean, even, his decision not to trade queens, which objectively was not the best decision, was more true to his style, keeping pressure, keeping the game tactical, and I think that's gone well for him today so far.
Agreed. And this is a big moment. I think you could take with either way and still be better, but the simplest might be to just trade queens. I actually don't know what I would do. Take with the pawn or the queen if I'm Chido. There's true.
Wait, what do you take with the pawn? You got your queen's under attack.
Oh, I was literally not even focused on that. Thank you, John, for calling me out.
No
you gotta take
worries.
with the queen.
You gotta take with the queen.
No, hey, it's good. It's good to call out the blunder, right? I was testing you. You passed.
I passed. Okay, good.
You passed. F plus.
No,
You got an F.
Because I messed up.
No, it's a pretty good move.
I was trying to figure out if I could take that piece and threaten your queen, but then I figured there was it wasn't gonna work.
Got you. That's a good move.
Yeah, Danny, maybe, Drew might have a decent chance at a draw if you play this well. I know it looks like it's tough, but if the queens get traded, Drew activates his rooks, you could end up with a rook endgame that Chido might not have the easiest time to convert. Something with like just the A pawn and the rook stuck in front of the pawn.
Dude, agreed, Town. Population us. I'm with you.
So we'll see.
I think Chido is also showing that he kind of doesn't want the queens traded. I think part of the reason he's taking so much time is he might be looking at queen takes A3 rather than taking on D4. I think he. Oops.
Oh shit! Oh,
are we missing moves?
Oh wait. Are we missing moves? Something's not happening.
Oh yeah, I see it in the overhead. Mate.
What happened?
Mate.
Dang, I gave up a winning position. GG's, I'll give you a checkmate.
We need to refresh the board here.
Yeah, back rank mate. Oh my lord.
Like, did it work? And I was like, yeah.
No, it worked.
Like, he can get his
yeah, why don't we move to the bird's eye view so we can show it to the viewers?
It worked. GG's, brother.
Okay, we're gonna back up and show what happened.
Yeah, so in the bird's eye view, if you look in the top left, you can see back rank mate. Drew came back and won. Chido missed the fact that his king did not have luft.
By the way, he did play queen takes A3 from what I could see. So even though we weren't seeing it live, there were...
Yeah, it was something... we didn't see it live, but it was something like queen takes A3 and Black's rook came out to E8 and probably took the queen and didn't realize that they left their back rank sort of open. If I had to guess what happened.
At least we're getting their commentary. The reason why you're here. Oh man. Well, I guess we should probably head over to one of the active games. We'll I'm enjoying their banter right now. We can let's head over to Chaz's game with Larry. We haven't checked that out yet.
Yeah, let's see what's going on there. If we just look at the top right corner, what do we have? first thing I always do is let's make sure we got all our pieces. I see materials equal. Black's king is in the center and has lost the right to castle. Yeah. And let's see. This looks like a very sharp position. White's rook on d1 is staring down the black king on d8. White definitely has the... Oh, and Larry just goes king e7, bringing the king into the middle. Larry says, there's no queens on the board. It's already an endgame. I'm getting my king active. I am not worried about king safety, which we will see if that ends up being a good decision.
All right. Well, we're gonna stay here on the bird's eye until we've got some games ready. By the way, but okay. Which one were you talking about? We're talking
about the top right. You wanted to talk about Larry and Chaz, yeah? Talk about your guy.
Talk about my guy, Larry. He's a little bit worse in this position, unfortunately. But if he, Larry's actually better if he can just defend the c7 pawn where the knight is threatening to take.
I mean, yeah, it looks like a complicated position to me. I have a hard time evaluating this. Larry somehow lost the right to castle. His last move was king d8 to e7, which is not an easy move to make, to sort of move your king right into the center.
And now he takes f2. That the problem with that is you lose the c7 pawn, and ultimately, and in fact, look at that, Chaz takes it. Now the black king on e7 is worried about checks everywhere.
Yeah.
So this is getting tough. I'm still blown away by how Drew pulled that back. And again, I love the banter there. Chido kind of saying there's a reason you're here. Unfortunately for Cynthia, that means the pick of Chido is down and out. So we're gonna see an epic comeback or not by the defending champion. This is the drama we want, though. Drama we want. Chido in a comeback seat next round against Drew. And right now we got these other two games going, both of them the consolation battles in each bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. And we still have 2 games going, 1 game for third place and another a consolation game. And both these look like really close matches. Both really complicated positions, actually.
Yeah, and now we've got the Chaz versus Larry game moving along. King f7 was played there by Larry. And
should we take this chance to go back to the Drew Chido game and see what happened?
Well, I think we actually now have the Larry game versus or we did. We had Chaz Larry up. And take a look at that because we got both of those guys on camera if we can. So let's take a look at this game between Chaz and Larry. G4 just played. And it's a 50-50 battle right now. From a practical point of view, I don't even know who I would prefer, John, because both kings are a little bit naked here, a little in danger.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I don't even know what's going on in this position yet.
This is one of those where the engine is saying 50-50, but I'm going to refresh the eval. For some reason, when we're first loading the games, the eval isn't quite active, but there we go. Black has a teeny bit of an edge, but overall, like we said, this is totally unclear.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out what to make of this position. That seems like an incredibly unwise move, pushing pawns in front of your own king. That might come to haunt Larry. Oh, and G5, I think probably taking on F5, just even without calculating, makes the most sense to open up lines in front of the king.
Yeah.
Like maybe takes, and you even think about like bishop E3 or some move like this.
Takes on F5 and then bishop E3.
Yeah, or knight
probably
E3.
best. Yeah, I like that because it
bishop
opens
E3
up the
or
F
knight
file.
E3, something like this, opening up the F file, putting pressure on the king.
Although this is a fun idea from, Chaz. I'm not saying it's great. Obviously, the engine's pointing out that black is fine, probably on a move like bishop h5. But if Larry doesn't see bishop h5, here comes pawn h5. And so it's one of those positions where it could go either way based on black's move right now. I think black kind of has to play bishop h5 to slow down these pawns from marching. Otherwise, white is going to quickly dominate on the king side here. Uh-oh. That's kind of what I was thinking you didn't want to have happen. Here comes h5, and it's big trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. This is starting to look really tough for black. h5.
And this is a truck backing up outside your window somewhere. There's a truck backing up. I think I can hear it.
There is.
Hey, I've backed up a truck or two in my time. Okay, did you know I had a CDL in a past life? That's a commercial driver's license for those who don't speak CDL. Okay, that's a long story going in my memoir. All right, rook e7.
Learning so much about you.
Bishop to d6 is coming, and look at that. Chaz finds it. Chaz is playing like a Chad. Is that what they say? Chaz is playing like a Chad.
Giga Chad over here.
Giga Chad over here.
Yeah, and I don't know what happened. There was a landscaping service doing some landscaping on the
still there
MIT lawn.
Hey, everyone likes to feel connected with other people's lives. There's nothing wrong with calling out when you hear a truck backing up because someone goes, "Oh, makes me feel like I was at MIT with John Urschel today. Did you know they were doing landscaping at MIT?" No, honey, I didn't. What kind of landscaping? Oh, I didn't know. John didn't say. So that's a whole conversation that's happening later today between somebody. All right. By the way, Larry is losing. He should have played bishop h5, but it's not over. It's not over. You've got these two pawns, and they can be pushed.
Yeah, I kind of want to get my knights back to just keep these pawns at bay.
The one thing that Chaz has going for him is these knights and their forks are a forking problem, if I've ever seen one. F4, you get forked on... he did it. Uh-oh. Here comes the fork. If Chaz sees knight d5, then all of Larry's hopes and dreams are dwindling.
Exactly. You take that pawn, you can like park a knight on e2, and all your problems just start to disappear.
Owie, 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 owie.
Yeah. Yeah. Also, if they let you, you can take the bishop on g6, and things are looking better and better.
Yep. Knight d5 check, doing good things. Mr. Chaz Surratt is again, I feel like if we ran this BlitzChamps back, and it's not over yet, and who knows what Chido can do in the last round. Are we going to have a comeback? But I feel like if we ran this back, there might be different results. A testament to how strong all the players were, John. We talked about it. I mean, Wes and Chaz, this has been, overtime with Kyler and Chido, like even that was a borderline, match that went the other way. So this has been a lot of fun, even though Larry is likely going down here against Chaz. The level of chess overall has been quite entertaining, I must say.
No, I agree. Drew, Chaz, and Wes were definitely on a very strong side of the bracket.
Yeah. A lot of high-level chess here. Screaming like Russell Crowe, are you not entertained? And what would have happened to Russell Crowe's career? Can we talk about that? Or is it too soon to talk about how Russell Crowe's career? I mean, we're not talking about that yet. Okay, moving on.
What's wrong with his career? Like didn't he do like The Other Guys? That was a good movie. I really liked it.
I don't know.
You didn't like it?
I don't know.
Didn't like it.
It's like A Beautiful Mind, and then some not so beautiful things happened after that. That's all I'm saying. All right, knight h3.
Yeah,
Larry
like
has another
fine move.
He takes h4. Larry has another chance at bishop h5. It's not over yet. FYI, Eric Armstead much better against Caleb Farley. We're not going to head over there. We're gonna stick right here. By the way, Larry once again has moved. By the way, can we just call this out? Larry started out in the brick wall. He got out of the cell. He moved to the chalkboard. Right, he went from the chalkboard to what looks like a wonderful vacation bedroom. I don't know, somewhere. Bishop
Yeah, no, I mean,
F2.
this looks like.
Takes. Larry has all of his hopes riding on one last little guy.
Yeah.
Come on, Rudy.
I mean, I guess you hope for some blunders. Like, I don't even know what you hope for. It's kind of hard to blunder here. Yeah, it's hard. I'm trying to come up with a blunder, and it's very hard. Like rook F3, you always have like rook E3 check.
Yeah,
but you always have rook E3 check.
Yeah, you're right. There is no blunder.
There's no blunder. Like there is no blunder.
Which is tough. It's tough when your opponent probably just can't mess up, right? So
yeah, exactly.
I'm gonna hook up with Larry after this event. We're gonna work on time management. We're gonna work on some things before next year's Blitz Champs. The NFL Hall of Famer is coming back with a vengeance.
I'm a little offended. You never. When do we work on things?
Me and you?
When's John and Danny time?
Dude, we used to have so much time together. Can we just talk about how we miss each other, like right here in front of everybody? Remember how we used to do all the shows we did? You know?
Yeah.
Man, back in the day.
Good
all right, we got to do it.
Simpler time.
Are you still solving endgame puzzles every day?
No, I'm doing like almost no chess. I have like two small kids.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to like get tenure at MIT.
Yep.
These things are kind of keeping me busy.
You're doing real job things, mathematician stuff. I get it. I know.
No, but I miss it. We gotta hang out more.
Well, knight c7. Larry's holding on for one more day. He can play knight c5, and there is a check on d3. That would be the move we would advise if we were in Larry's corner. But he's only got 18 seconds and counting. The clock is a ticking. Ooh. Rook f8.
And
not ideal. I had a moment, John, where I thought Black castled through two checks. I was like, how did that happen for a second? Chess jokes. I was like, what happened there? Oh man. LOL, as the kids say. LMAFAO.
Are you just like constantly concerned?
ROFLAO. Anyway, I did it. I laughed out loud. Black is going to lose here, unfortunately for Larry, but we still got more games left. Don't go anywhere, everybody. The championship final bracket. Can Chidobe Awuzie return the favor and win in the next round with the white pieces versus True Tranquil? Find out next time. It's going to happen, seriously, in the next round.
No, that was really good.
The voice
sounded very professional.
Yeah. In a world. Here we go. All right. Well, we still have a lot of fans tuning in. Who will be the Blitz champion? Will we be crowning a new Blitz champion, or will Chidobe Awuzie complete the comeback? I can't wait. At this game, I'm just kind of waiting patiently.
Yeah, I can't tell. Maybe it feels like Chaz doesn't actually really have a plan right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just kind of moving aimlessly, which is when blunders happen.
It is true. We talked about that earlier. How blunders happen. Storks come by.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, let's talk about the most instructive thing to do here for white. 96 was a great move. Yeah. Taking this pawn next is the simple, easy does it kind of way. And often, instead of trying to make magic happen with the pieces you have on the board in the endgame, you want to bring a new piece to the board, which is a queen. So the fastest way for white to win is to take b7 and then just get the party started. Just push them, baby. Get the pawn up the board, bring the lady back, and the game should be over quickly. So, but it sounds easy, but a lot of players end up losing their way because they try to do things with the rook and the knight, and there really isn't a way to coordinate properly. You just go get a queen.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. See, like even that, like it's a little bit of a waste. Just go get a queen.
Although if Larry's just going to keep giving pawns, why not just keep taking them?
That's fair. A pawn is a pawn, as they say.
Yeah. Just go knight f4, get your rook active, and just start pushing these pawns.
But I'm always worried about forks, not that kind of fork. Here comes rook takes c4, and it should give us the result we were looking for. I think it's fallen apart here for Mr. Fitzgerald, sadly.
It has. Yeah, just push your A pawn, your B pawn, your favorite pawn.
Just pick
take
your
that
flavor.
H pawn when it hits H4 and just take it. There we go. Good technique.
Yep. All right.
And this is the last game of the round.
Good game.
And Larry has resigned. All right, so should we do a little recap of
what
just happened?
Look at you. You're all over it, almost like you've been here before. Chaz takes a 1-0 lead in his matchup versus Larry. Let's move over to the full scoreboard and take a look at where we stand, because there are, of course, multiple matchups still going. Chaz Surratt takes the 1-0 lead versus Larry. Chidobe Awuzie was better. He was playing well. He is the defending champion, but he loses in back rank fashion to Drew Tranquil. Eric Armstead gets the better of Caleb Farley, and Kyler Murray loses to Wes Schweitzer. Can he come back as well? So, John, if you had to pick Kyler or Cheeto as a better chance to come back in their matchup, which would it be?
I think Cheeto's the better chance. Cheeto looked very strong in that game. He was playing a really good tactical Sicilian, and Cheeto's going to have the white pieces. So we're going to maybe see some Ponziani action.
Yeah, I nothing against our guy K1 for the Arizona Cardinals, but I tend to agree. I think Wes is obviously a super experienced player. Kyler has his work cut out for him, but Cheeto gets the white pieces. He's an expert in his opening repertoire. I think this battle with Drew and Cheeto could be going to overtime. So don't go anywhere, everybody. It's BlitzChamps 2. It's been all day. We're having a great time, and more chess ahead when we return in just a few moments. We're here in Toronto for the Global Championship. I got Fabiano Caruana with me. You don't need to talk yet. I got James Canty. We're going to see who recognizes these guys out of the random passerbys, and we're going to ask them some fun questions about chess. For $5, do you know who this is? No? Okay.
Actor.
An actor. Well, you see this guy. Any idea who he is?
Somebody very famous.
Mm-hmm. He is. This is actually 50 Cent's brother. His name is Daryl.
That's right.
Goes by 75. You want to play chess?
Okay. So what, is he a player or something of chess?
He is a chess player. I'm not, but he is.
I play on the side.
Yeah.
I've been taking some coaching lessons from Grandmaster Canty over here recently.
Guy over here.
Calculation over everything.
What's your name again, sir?
My name is Jamie.
What's your name? I already know it.
It's Daniel.
Yeah, Daniel Naroditsky. Okay. There it is.
Come on.
On the attack, baby. On the attack. If he wins, I know the guys at Chess.com. We'll get him a diamond membership.
Okay.
Do you know what that is?
Yes.
Okay. Is that something you want?
Yes.
Yeah? Okay. Look at you. Is this a London? Yo, we got a pro here with the London.
Full on London.
How'd it go?
I won.
You won. Okay.
You won. That's great.
Hey. Good game. All right. I should have said youtube.com/CSQpod. What is the URL? Just YouTube?
I actually don't remember.
Okay. look at the pod.
I was here.
I was lost. Okay, well, hey.
8, let's go. Oh no, I think I should have just done that. Chat, I got 14.
We beat it. Let's go. No, 15, unreal. No, first try. 8 in a row, 9 in a row, baby. Let's go. Let's go. I got a little achievement thing.
I honestly really enjoyed that. That was really cool.
Become a Chess.com community streamer at go.chess.com/start streaming.
can. We are back. BlitzChamps 2 continues to roll on. We're moving into the final moments of the day. Who will be crowned Blitz champion? A repeat, Chidobe Awuzie, or a newcomer? He's John Urschel. I'm Danny Wrench. We've been having a blast. Cynthia Freeland has been with us all day as well. We'll catch up with her a little bit later. NFL analyst extraordinaire. John, Chido, what's he got to do to complete the comeback here against Drew?
I think he's just got to play his own game, play the way he's been playing all day. Good, aggressive chess. You know, I think he's going to come out of the gate swinging like he always does, keep the game complicated, put pressure on Drew from the very first move. And even though I think Drew's going to be able to hold on, he'll have his chances.
Okay. There you go. You're coaching right now. Play your game. Right? Don't panic, if you will. And one thing, if I was also in Chido's corner, I would kind of say you blundered back rank, but overall, you know, you played a great game in that first match, and you were probably better against Drew. Not probably, you were. So again, sticking to his plan. We'll see if Drew has anything against the Ponziani. It's no secret what Chido plays. Do you think Drew could do any kind of preparation against the Ponziani?
I cannot believe we've spent so much time talking about this opening between BlitzChamps 1 and BlitzChamps 2. Can someone please do an opening video on this?
Yeah,
so we
seriously.
can get Chido to play something else.
The Ponziani is not the best opening for white. I think that's the nicest way to say it. However, it has worked
It's
effectively.
not a London, is what you're saying.
It's probably worse than the London, right? And
the undefeated opening.
The undefeated opening. So the question is, when will more of the NFL players catch on and maybe do some prep against Chido? Because if he wins 2 BlitzChamps in a row, then you might get some head hunting happening for him. So, but okay, he's down 1-0 against Drew Tranquil right now, who's been the man to beat all day. Played an incredible battle versus Wes Schweitzer to start. Got by him, then got by Chaz Surratt. Also was incredibly close, but he did it. Here is Drew Tranquil up a game, taking on the black pieces against Chidobe Awuzie. We have liftoff.
Oh, and a C3 Sicilian.
Look at that. Wait, so that already avoids the Ponziani.
All right. We're getting some good C3 Sicilian theory. I remember this because I used to play this when I was like very early on in my chess career, and you and I played a daily game, like us against the world.
That's right.
And we were on the white side of a C3 Sicilian.
That's right. And I'm pretty sure the world used computers and cheated against us blatantly.
But I also had a trick for the world, which is I made my moves at strategic times so that near the end of the clock, people would be asleep.
Oh my gosh, that was right. You're bringing back all the memories. John Urschel with the meta 5-head play back in the day. We played a game versus world. We had this show, Master versus Many. We did these events where we played everyone using vote chess. And I remember you telling me you were making moves so that the global time zone was most in our favor, so more people couldn't vote. Dude, where have you been?
I still remember that game. I don't remember all the details. I think that game was one of those. It's not this knight f6 line, but I think it was the other line.
Yeah.
But yeah, good times. Anyway, we should talk about the game. I'm sorry.
So C3 Sicilian. No, I think this has been great. Black is in a great spot here. I'm going to refresh the eval again, and I'm sure it's going to say that black is a little better. How much you want to bet? Yep, just like that. And And
definitely this backwards D pawn. Black has gotten good development for his knights. His bishop's going to come out. And I like Black's position.
It's a great position. The open D file, the D4 square for the knight. You could even get E5, and you're playing with a bind, a bind for Black there. Really great stuff here, and probably just a mistake for those. We don't need analysis, but just to show real quick. In this position, the move is not C4, which Cheeto played. It's much better to just grab your big center, which is what you're supposed to do in the Alapin. Instead, C4 creates this backward problem, and you've moved a pawn twice. So that was really where Cheeto first went wrong. But we'll see if Drew can take advantage of it. If he pops a pony into D4. Oh, wait, he's got... He sees it. Drew...
Bam, thank you, ma'am.
Drew Tranquil might be on his way to being a new Blitz champion right now.
Could this be a quick one?
That was a blunder. Huge mistake there from Cheeto. What happened, everybody, as I was trying to be instructive, and we had a blunder here with the move bishop takes F3, opening up the king to all those things I just highlighted. That's called a double attack. The queen is checking the king and winning the rook for free on A1. This is a problem. This is a big problem for Cheeto. Although
absolutely,
John.
Although what you think? Some knight C3 and try to
Lloyd Christmas. I'm saying there's a chance, Mary Swansonite. I'm saying there's a chance. Knight C3.
Do you go? Let me see. Is knight B4 a good idea? Let me think. What's the easiest way?
I think the most natural moves are the easiest. Just put the knight on D4 and D4. But the point that we're highlighting, everyone, is that the queen, while she did win a rook, currently lacks options. You can't take here. You can't go to B2. You can't go to B1. And so if somehow Cheeto is to, let's say, get castled and get this rook involved, the lady is trapped right where she stands. So it's not over. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And I know I've said that a lot.
Yeah, knight B4 makes sense to me. That's what I kind of wanted to play. But let's see. It does allow some pressure, maybe. Like, maybe you play... Can you play bishop F3 here and try to cause some problems? Or maybe knight B5 and then bishop F3? I don't know. What would you play here?
If I'm white, I would castle and then look to get bishop F3 in. Although, you got to castle. If you play bishop F3 first, you allow knight D3 check. It's just too much. So get the king safe, and So this is what happens when we're losing, right? We look to desperately get ourselves back in. It's like the Hail Mary, if you will. That's actually a very relevant football reference. So kudos to me for that. You can't even get mad about that. Even you can't get mad about the Hail Mary reference. So you're going for a Hail Mary here because you're losing. But if Black does anything to stop it, knight B5 is really not a useful move, and it lets the queen out. So that's really like the desperate thing you don't want to do. What you want to do is take a breath, get castled, play bishop F3, and slowly work your way back into the game and make Black figure out how to get the queen safe.
It's not if not for queen E5, it's not so bad a move, right? Like, I guess you have queen E5, and so that takes care of everything.
Yeah, queen E5 is...
But other than queen E5, it doesn't look like there's like a very easy way to deal with it, is there?
Well, but even if you move the rook, let's say, like to C8 or D8, my point is it's not really what white wants to be doing to go on this sort of goose chase. But you're right, queen E5 is...
Because rook C8, maybe you go knight A7, and on rook D8... I guess rook D8, yeah, you're right. This is probably fine, although you lose the right to castle.
That's true, if knight C7 check. That's true.
Yeah, and I think he's taking time because he doesn't see queen E5. So he brings the knight back to defend c7.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is fine, I guess.
Which is fine, but it does help. I think Chido's chances continue here. Again, if he can get castled, okay, he brings the knight back. Again, maybe he recognizes that he doesn't want to let the queen out. So that's a good adjustment.
Hey, do you know if it's first to 1.5 or
right?
first to 2?
Yeah, but Drew only needs a draw, and he says, "Let's repeat."
Look at how fast he did it too.
Sure.
Drew's a gamer, right? He knows the game within the game. He's like, I'm not messing around here. Like, if you're gonna take a draw,
that's what I'm
whatever
saying.
he said right there, we can't hear his audio. I don't know if we can plug into their audio because they're bantering. I think that's literally what Drew just said. If my lip reading
I couldn't figure out
skills
whether my
are
queen
half
was
decent.
trapped or not.
What is he saying? Can you narrate for us?
I was like, I'm
You
wasting
want me to
too
do the
much time.
voices?
There's ways
There we
to
go.
trap it, but obviously, yeah, you have a pretty good setup right now. Actually, let me think. Am I tripping? Am I tripping? Look at this.
All right. Let's do it. Let's do it. Cynthia, you're back. Since you've been gone, Chido was winning. He let it fumble in the first game, but tell us what you think maybe he's got cooking here.
Well, listen, Chido usually is a part of a team that gets better in the second half. In fact, the Bengals last season went over 10 games not allowing a second half point. So I'm not counting him out yet. Also, and I'm just trying to make my point here, I'm not saying any shade against the Chargers, but when Drew was a Chargers, well, the Chargers, they were a part of a pretty epic playoff loss against the Jags. So I'm not counting anyone out yet. Just making my point here. Just, saying that I still think my guy Chido has a chance.
Your point is being made on the board, and man, there's John covering his face for a reason, because right as you joined, you might be Chido's good luck charm. Drew blunders, and Chido is right back in this game.
Chido's D coordinator, Lou Anarumo, was texting me, making sure Chido's doing okay. So I think he'll have someone more to answer to than just us if he doesn't do well in this matchup. Just saying.
Okay. Well, there you go. If only he knew that. All right. Well, shout out to Chido's defensive coordinator, staying in touch and watching the action wherever you are, sir. And but seriously, Cynthia, that was actually a really good call, because now if Chido can keep his head in the game, the comeback might be in store. John, you feeling nervous?
Yeah, very nervous. Okay, he plays e6. I was thinking maybe you can try some rook a1. But yeah, probably the best bet for black. Develop, get castled, forget that you were winning, and let's try to win this game all over again.
That's good sports advice, I guess, especially if the team's making a comeback in the second half. Cynthia, you might have called it. If we go to overtime, we'll obviously have you back. We'll see if Chido can muster it up, and we'll see you on the other side.
You got it.
All right. That was actually pretty auspiciously timed there. Cynthia joins, Drew blunders, almost like it's scripted, as the kids would say. Shout out scripted in chat. But John, you can't even play bishop d6 if you're Drew, or at least it would only be a trade. So Chido really is back in this game. Like, it's not just drama. f4, not even a bad move. Then you can play bishop f3, and you don't have to worry about checkmate ideas.
Yeah, this is definitely anyone's game. Drew's got to be kicking himself. He just needs to refocus, develop, get his king to safety, and then look back up. I like this move, queen b8, getting the queen to a safe square, covering c7, just go bishop e7 and castle, and then let's, try to win this game all over again.
Yeah, you got to. You're starting from scratch, and the fact that the clocks are even as well means we are really back to a coin flip. If I'm developing a plan for Chido, I'm wondering how to be all in, because part of me wants to play bishop b2, John, and just develop, take our time. But part of me also wants to play f5 and try to open things up before the black king gets castled. Probably bishop b2 is best.
f5, that's really devious. What do you have in store? Takes, rook takes, bishop e7?
Well, he goes for it. It actually wasn't as good as bishop b2. So I did say that by the end. I said bishop b2 would have been better, because if bishop e7, you could have taken the pawn. So even though I liked f5 and Chido goes for it, the reason it's not good is because of what John said. If takes, and bishop e7, I think the king gets out. But wait, apparently if takes, you can still go back to play bishop b2, and you're still kind of in the hunt of not letting that black king get castled. So it's not over. That's what I'm saying. And again, I've said that before. Not over.
Oh, so then what is best?
E5. Okay, wow. That's a move to avoid the tension that's coming by Drew. Not a bad defensive mindset. Here comes f6 though. So the comeback. This is getting harder and harder for black, because even if you get castled, John, from like a practical perspective, if this pawn on f6 stays, what do you have? You have a long-term mating net problem, right? Even if you get the king castled, you're still in trouble. So okay, knight d7. White should
but I like
on
this.
Yeah, it's a good move, but
although I guess takes
bishop g4. You could also play bishop h5, but bishop
h5, maybe you castle?
Yeah. This is very good chess here from Chido. Again, he knows he messed up, but he's staying in it. If this bishop comes to f5 and that black king castles, white is going to have an all-out mating attack over here with the queen and bishop getting jiggy with it on the king side. This is... Again, I got to come up with a new phrase. Like, it's not over. Last game of the year, Dan. Don't hold anything back. Like, I got to find a different way to say it. But the point is, there's a lot going on here. And...
yeah, so, knight f6 could be dangerous. Like, knight f6, bishop f5, castles could be really, really dangerous.
Yeah, it's...
is what you're saying?
It's objectively probably okay for black, but yeah, this just feels
this is the... but that's the only good plan you kind of have as black.
Yeah.
Like, if you don't go knight f6 and castle, I don't know what else you're doing, because things are looking really, really tough.
I agree. Yeah, so I think we'll see knight f6, and then, I think Chido probably plays bishop f5. Although we should note that queen f3 is another idea. Whenever you have a queen and rook on the same file, you've got the potential for good things. So queen f3 is also possible here. Okay, knight f6 is played. You called it.
All right, queen f3, maybe still you castle?
Yeah, I would agree with you. By the way, we're staying focused on the championship because that's where all the marbles are, but shout out to Wes Schweitzer, who did just defeat Kyler Murray, so he wins that last match 2-0, which means Wes Schweitzer is the Consolation bracket champion. Kyler Murray had a great event and took the defending champ to overtime, but Wes Schweitzer gets the better of that one. And Eric Armstead also defeated Caleb Farley super quickly, by the way. It was a miniature checkmate. Too bad we missed that, but it's okay. This is the one that really matters. It's for all the marbles. Which is 25 grand, by the way, to your favorite charity. So if Chido can win, that goes to the Kickstep Foundation, which is his own charity he founded, investing in youth education through games. That's a big part of their thing, is that they teach lessons through games, John, when it comes to Chido's foundation. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what's going on in this
I know
position.
you are, and I'm trying to tell you what's going on with the charity.
I guess Queen D8 was a missed opportunity. Maybe black had a better move. I'm trying to figure out, was it E4? Like, what was the better move instead of Queen D8? Now Chido takes a pawn. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure this out. This is like a really complicated
even
position.
So, there's even so, like, black is kind of okay here. Don't take G4 because that would be checkmate on F7.
That is true.
But if black gets castled, this is still okay.
Now it's like screaming you have to castle because knight C7's coming.
Okay, wow. Drew does castle. John, I'm going to give a quick shout out to Drew's charity that he's playing for. That's Care Portal. It's a Kansas City-based foundation that helps to expedite care and foster healthy outcomes for vulnerable kids. So there you go. They're playing for 25 grand for their charities, John. I want to make sure people know about them. Care Portal and the Kickstep Foundation. This is what's on the line here with the first place and 25,000 cash money, homie.
Please never say that again.
Cash money, homie?
Yeah. I've heard it twice, and that's too many times.
Is that that's not even okay. We're going to talk about that later, but for now I'm going to let it pass. Rook V8 hits the queen. Chido is still in it to win it. He has to in order to send this thing to overtime.
Wait, I have a question.
Yeah.
Let me see.
The queen is under attack. I think she
can the queen get out? How does the queen get out?
I think she just needs to stay put. A6 or A7. Okay, C6 is also.
And if
fine.
you go, yeah, but if you go like Rook B6, you go Rook B6. How is the queen getting out? Oh no, but the pawn's hanging. Yeah, never mind.
Yeah, Queen C5 was under fire.
Yeah.
E4, interesting move there from Drew. He's trying to make trades. I don't blame him. Trying to make trades if he can get pieces off the board. But he's only up the exchange now, so this is, this isn't a place where you can blindly trade, John. You talked about that in the other game. Oh man, you know what the move was there? It was your move, Rook B6.
Yeah,
that was the move.
Yeah, remove the defender. Yep.
But now we're back in it. Very equal chess.
Yeah.
Oh man, I'm nervous. It's not even my game. I'm freaking out. I'm freaking out over here. Yeah. Yeah, Eric actually really did. He really played well in that last matchup. Just shout out the other matchup we didn't talk about. Eric Armstead defeated Caleb Farley.
Right. Eric went through 2-0 in the last game. Wes won last game 2-0.
This is a big moment. If I had to guess, Chido will not take on D4 because he doesn't want a queen trade, but he actually could. He could take, and after the queens get traded, you play bishop B2, and it's actually not very clear at all who's better there. Like white actually might be totally fine because that pawn I think is going to fall. But you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do the commentator's curse, jinx it.
Tell me.
But I don't want to jinx it, so I'm not going to say it. But now that I've said it, now I have to talk about it. It's one of those, like, oh, you can't take it back.
Right,
what did you say? I think we're going to overtime. I think we're going to have free chess for everybody here.
Okay, we'll see. Yeah, this is definitely looking tough. And he just played F6, which is opening lines to his king, but also trying to. Well, actually, I don't know what he's trying to do with F6. But
yeah, actually, I think he's nervous. I think he knows it's all on the line.
Just some nerves. I think he was trying to like over defend it with the bishop on D4. I'm not sure, but
yeah. Well,
now maybe trying to defend the F6 pawn so he can bring his rook to G8. Maybe was the idea.
That's actually okay. That's a nice idea. Chido playing the natural moves, but I want to point out that I think objectively, white could take here at any moment and pick up that D4 pawn, and it might have even been the best plan. But it's very hard to do that when you're down material. You don't want to trade queens, so we get it.
Yeah, rook goes to G8. So yeah, at least he has a plan. He's seeing it through.
Yeah, you're right. It's not over for Drew this time. The other way, a draw punches his ticket. Actually crowns him the next Blitz champion. So it's best of two if you're just tuning in. The drama is real. You can cut the tension with a knife here, and that's not just the awkwardness between me and John. That's the tension on the board, not just the chess-ual tension between me and John. It's chess-ual. The move rook G8. All right. Rook F4 is threatening rook H4. Oh, wow.
All right. What's wrong with rook?
Yeah, he backs up. That was probably very smart, but that's not a good sign for Chido. Uh-oh. The best plan, by the way, instead of doing the rook lift, which he had to retreat on, was probably somewhere to bring the queen and knight together against the king. But, oh man, a lot going on. A lot of time pressure clicking in now. Both players about to be under 2 minutes left.
Yeah, with the rooks coming off, this is looking better and better for Drew.
Agreed. I hate to say it because but then I said it, so I had to say it. I wanted overtime chess. But we're down to the 2-minute warning here. 2
Yeah,
minutes
this is
left for
looking
both players.
better and better because this knight really hasn't been doing anything.
Yep.
All game on b5, and if you ever take on d4, the queen comes in very nicely. But bishop e3, interesting try.
I mean, if c5 falls, then Chido is doing great, right? So
so
Drew
maybe you
has
go
to protect that pawn.
rook e8. The queen has to stay with the bishop.
Uh-oh. That was actually...
Oh, yeah, this is
that was
dangerous
great for
now.
Chido. Drew is trying to shake off his years with the Chargers, as Cynthia said. Doesn't want to remember those epic losses here, but shout out to the Chargers, by the way. I have nothing against you. Dude, white can do anything here. Queen f4 is good. You could probably almost get away with knight e6 because c5 is going to fall. But queen f4 is a fantastic move, and if takes, you take with the bishop, and white is crushing on the dark squares.
Yeah.
Dude, don't be so upset right now. We're having a great time.
No, I'm just trying to figure out
chess.
what's going on. It said Drew had Andrew was saying Drew had a good move other than this bishop d4. I'm trying to figure out if it was rook e8 then or what the right idea was.
It was rook e8 then.
It was rook e8?
Good call. Yeah.
But rook e8, queen f4, what was the follow-up?
Well, because the bishop still defended f6, you could take on d3 with the queen. That's what it was.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah. So queen f4 found by Chido. That's a good sign if you're a Bengals fan. This is not looking good. Not looking good for Drew. Bishop takes d4. We're going to have overtime chess, which makes me excited.
Ooh, let's see. Yeah, this is tough to defend. What do you do?
The threat, everybody, is bishop takes f6 check.
Yeah.
Probably black's best move is king to g7, but that's a really hard move to play, and Drew doesn't find it.
Oh, but king g7 isn't queen g5 an issue?
But you can play king f7, and it's not... I mean, it's...
Gotcha, it's not a big issue.
Oh, you know what? Right there, Chido had queen g3, winning the rook, and he missed it.
Oh.
He still has queen h5, but if king g7, there's actually no way to win the rook anymore. He had his chance, everybody. When the queen was on f4, this check would have won the rook. Now it's not so simple anymore. Drew might be in the driver's seat. Dude, we're gonna get an OMG heart attack moment here, Bob. We're gonna get an eval bar here, Bob. It's gonna make me go crazy, Bob. Someone's gonna.
All right, this could go either way.
Yeah, it really could go either way. The anticipation is killing me. Best is probably bishop f2 at this point from a practical point of view for Chido. Like,
right, try to cover up this h2 a7 diagonal, get the rook out of there.
100%.
Make sure his king is safe. Yeah.
But again, he had his moment to win the rook. Now he could blunder at any moment, because with the rook on the king, if he allows this check, everyone. Okay, he finds bishop f2. Wow, very nice, solid move. These guys are balling. These are good chess players here. Chido's gonna.
I'm
pull
seeing
this one
everyone.
away.
All the chat we see coming up is chat just big
Yeah,
Chido
Drew,
fans.
you got chat. Come on, chat. You a Chido fan or you a Drew fan? Let it be known. Let's do it. Give me your answers. Will Chido complete the comeback, chat? Oh, king e7. He takes a7. Bishop c5 was probably even better, but this is also pretty good. And it's Drew's king is on the run, and they're both down to 45 seconds. A lot of Chido fans I'm seeing. Mostly Chido from what I can tell. A few Drews. Someone's a Cheetos fan, which is also fantastic, right? They're cheesy, they're light. Then you eat too many, though, and they get oily real quick. It's very weird what happens with Cheetos, right? They start out tasty, and then real quick, it's a regrettable decision.
Yeah, I like Cheeto, but I have to say I'm a huge Cheetos hater.
He had checkmate on the board. He had checkmate on the board. He had Queen C7 mate.
Did.
Dude, and don't underestimate, anytime you miss those mates, you may not get another chance. This is Cheetos Blitz Champs right here. He had checkmate, and he could have sent it to overtime.
Yeah, absolutely. This has been back and forth, and I think Drew still has his chances.
He does. He does.
Yeah. You have a queen and a rook. There's always options for perpetuals.
Yeah, all Drew needs is
unexpected
a draw.
Sacrifices.
Dude, that's a huge point. All Drew needs is a draw. So Cheeto missing checkmate is, oh man, get those Doritos out of here, chat. Sorry, chat is spamming Doritos, which is like not even funny. Rookie 2. Rookie 2.
Oh my lord.
Rookie 2 and it's over. And we will have a new Blitz champion.
He's going to find it.
He's going to find it because it's
He's got 30 seconds. He's going to find it.
He didn't see it.
And he misses it.
He finds it again. Now he's got it again.
Rookie 2.
I told you.
Rookie 2. It's going to happen.
Eval bar is directly tied to my blood pressure right now.
Rookie 2.
It is going up and down. He didn't see it. Oh my god. Now White's winning again.
Oh my.
Dude. Oh my gosh. No Doritos, chat. Only Cheetos here. Drew could still get this, though. Cheeto missed mate in 1. Now Drew has had his chances. F3. Oh, no, but then queen takes.
But queen takes, yeah.
If queen takes, he's got it. Queen takes
up.
What? He missed it.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh.
Oh, my Lord.
Eval bar heart attack. This is freak. Rook G6. By the way, everybody, F3, Cheeto was winning if he took with the queen, and then Drew was winning, and he missed it. This is literally anybody's game, anybody's Blitz championship. It's either overtime chess or we have a new Blitz champion.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, but now the queen starts to come in again.
Yeah, but Cheeto can't take a draw, so that's what, like, all these checks don't mean anything if he doesn't find something. And what is it? I don't see it. And Cheeto's only got 20 seconds. John, what do you got?
That's true.
Queen H5. What a nice move, actually. It's a fantastic move. Queen F7. Not bad either, I don't think. Apparently there was something better. Maybe it was Queen D5.
Or the checks run out.
The checks run out, and we're back to drama. We're down to 20 seconds each, by the way. 5 seconds are being added to the clock with every move. Oh, he had Rook G6. 5 seconds is added to the clock on every move, but it's almost over. Queen B8. Okay. John, you're frozen, but you're not frozen. Let it go, Elsa.
I'm not frozen, am I?
No.
I'm just I'm trying to take this all in.
Okay.
What is going
so many
on
things.
Here? King C4.
What to do? He's got 16 seconds. You can push.
Rook G6 is still a big threat.
Oh my gosh.
He takes the pawn.
What's crazy is that, like, the computer is like, yeah, this is just equal. No big deal.
It's just equal. It's no big deal. Just stroll in the office.
Oh my god. Drew is just eating the pawns. Look at him. Stone cold.
Hungry hippo.
Dude, just stone cold walks the king into the face of danger and laughs. You've got to give him credit for keeping his nerves under pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. This is starting to look closer and closer to a draw. I don't know about you.
It is. No, it is, because Cheeto lost his advantage. He lost the 2 pawns. If we end up catching up with Cheeto afterwards, I don't know if I'll have the heart to tell him that he missed checkmate in 1. but I think I'm going to have to tell him that he missed checkmate and won. I mean, I don't have the heart to do it, but it's my job.
Yeah, but I mean, it's, sometimes it can be tough to see. Oh, my Lord.
Rook e4 check. Oh, he missed it. Rook e4 check because the pawn was pinned. Rook e4 check was mate. Oh my gosh. 13 seconds. What is going on? Did you see? Dude, rook e4 check was the win. Okay, now white can check. But again, it's only a draw. So this is still just, unless Chido gets a favor, meaning unless Drew blunders, this is a draw. This is the advantage of having the full point.
He just has to hold on.
Just has to hold on.
And now he's back up to 30 seconds. Chido has 15 seconds now, and Drew seems to
Drew is
be under control here. King c6.
Dead focused. Yeah. Chido's frustrated. That was not the grunt of a man who sees clarity. That is like, he's frustrated. He's like, oh man. You know what we're up against here, John? We're about to get a threefold repetition. For those who don't know that in chess, if this game ends suddenly, one rule in chess is it just happened. If the exact position occurs 3 times, the server will automatically claim a draw.
How is the draw even determined?
And we have a new Blitz champion.
I'm not sure what happened.
Let's go!
Yeah.
Wait, is that? Oh, dang.
That's it.
That's it.
Is that it? Is it 1.5? Did they confirm that?
Confirmed.
The man in the arena. The last man standing. Wow. He did have an advantage.
Wait. Oh, because I was just went up a pawn. Okay, I see. Makes sense. Is that 50 moves without a capture? Is that why it was a draw?
Oh, you're going to show the mate in one?
Yeah, it was right here.
Why was it a draw?
I'm not sure. I'm trying to figure out why.
It was a draw because of threefold repetition, but we will explain that to you.
Oh my god.
Yeah, threefold repetition, and one player was under 30 seconds, right? It claims automatically.
Yeah.
Is that right?
With the server, if you do threefold repetition, it claims it automatically no matter what.
No matter how much time you have?
No matter how much time you have. If it's the exact same position, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Then he could have went backwards.
That's interesting.
Probably.
Well, we're listening.
Man, they gotta
we're
let
listening
me know.
to Drew and Chido. I don't know if the fans can hear them. I apologize if they can't, but it's been awesome. Chido's now figuring out that he had checkmate, so I don't have to be the guy to break the news. That makes me feel good. Oh man. And
is that 50 moves?
We will inform them of why it was a draw, but let's bring up our bracket
because the same position
and show the truth for what it is. Drew Tranquil is your new Chess.com Blitz champion. He defeats the defending champion in dramatic fashion, one where Chido actually had a chance at checkmate to send it to overtime. But John, you called it. I'll let you tell Cynthia when she joins us again. You called it. But your thoughts on Drew?
Oh, can they not hear the player still? I figured I'd let them speak.
I don't know.
The viewers cannot hear the players, I guess.
Got it. Okay. Well, sorry, everyone. John and I are not sitting here silent. We're actually really enjoying listening to Drew and Chido banter. And shout out to both those guys. Just good sports, good gentlemen. John, your thoughts on Drew Tranquil and his 2023 BlitzChamps performance?
Yeah, it was an absolutely amazing performance going up against Wes in the first round, who is a very, very strong chess player. had played like 7,000 games on Chess.com, then coming back in the second round, managing to survive in what was a worse position in both of his games of that match. And then in this last round, being able to take his chances, I think, is the big storyline for him. In the second round, finding that fork after he had been defending move after move. In the first game of the finals, taking his chance after being worse for most of the game and recognizing that back rank mate. And then that last game, just holding on all the way until the end, getting that draw, getting that repetition. It's really, really a day of nerves and finding good moves when he gets his chance.
That was very well said. It was a game of holding his nerves. He took his chances when he had it, and he did it. And I know Cheeto will want revenge next year. He'll be back. I'm excited. Now we have 2 Blitz champions, and we've got drama. Maybe we have a rivalry in the making. So, all right, we're going to be back with interviews as well as all the final thoughts on what was an amazing 2023 Blitz Champs. Don't go anywhere, fans. We will be back in just a moment.
Yeah, I was in Silicon Valley. It was like the heyday of like things going on. All my friends were like going and getting jobs, or they were like out there raising venture capital money. And I'm like, hey, I've got this chess idea. And like, I'm going into like venture capital firms, and they're like, chess is way too small to be investable. And so I literally have a list of investors, including some who still I'm friends with, who were like, I missed my chance. But like everybody said no.
Except your friend's mom.
Except my friend's mom.
Shout out to friend's mom.
Yeah, she was like, I'll loan you money, but I don't want to invest.
He's like, I don't want equity in your ridiculous chess situation, but just pay me back my 70 grand in a few months and we'll be good.
Yeah. It was actually after 3 years. So I paid her back like 100 grand. Anyway, those were the details of our first loan. But the thing is that not having venture investment, not being able to run the Silicon Valley like playbook made us do everything different. From the very beginning, Chess.com was a place to capture that chess curiosity from the very beginning. If you go back, 20 years in the internet, when you would go to your browser search bar, there was no search. It was just a browser bar. If you typed chess in there and hit enter, it would just put the .com on there and take you there. And so Chess.com captured the chess curiosity of the world long before the search engine was even built into the bar. It was just chess, enter, add the .com, go. And there were thousands of people each day showing that level of curiosity and arriving at Chess.com and then starting to see like, oh my gosh, there's a community here. Oh, there's some articles written by this guy, Danny. Oh, I can create a profile. But from the very beginning, Chess.com has been the receptacle of, of the funnel of like curiosity, and then bringing you on in to show you the awesomeness that is chess. When all the other chess companies out there at the time, and there were more than there are now, back then, they all had logos of, kings, or they had knights or whatever. And we were like, we're doing the pawn. And the reason we're doing the pawn is because we're doing chess for everyone. We're not doing chess just for professionals. We're not doing chess like just for beginners. We're doing chess for everyone, starting with the pawns and on up. And that's why, people are like, well, that's not the strongest piece. It's not the most commanding piece. And I'm like, no, but it's the piece of everyone. It's the piece of everybody. And that's why we started that way. So anyway, and just kind of was putting that together that I think I was at the perfect spot rating-wise and chess understanding-wise to make this happen. And maybe it would have gone a totally different direction if I had been weaker or stronger or whatever.
The 2023 BlitzChamps event, BlitzChamps II, as we've called it, is now in the books. And we have a new Blitz champion alongside John Urschel. I'm Danny Wrench. This has been quite the day. For all the fans still with us, thank you for being here. This was epic, John, and I don't know that we need to waste any more time. Let's show everybody what the championship bracket was so that we can be joined by our two finalists. In the end, it was Drew Tranquil taking down the reigning champion, Chidobe Awuzie, in dramatic fashion, John.
Yeah, absolutely. And he had an amazing path to victory. From his first round match against Wes, going back and forth, probably the highest level match we saw of the whole day, to having to come back in the semifinals, from having to defend both games, and then in the final, winning with a back rank mate, and then being able to hold off Chido after facing a lot of attacks, a lot of serious threats. Managing to make the draw to become BlitzChamps champion.
It was awesome, and you said it. That was Drew Tranquil's approach. We also have the previous champion, the guy who helped us get this whole thing started, Chidobe Awuzie, with us. Let's welcome them both. We have Drew Tranquil and Chidobe Awuzie. Chido, I want to start with you, man. I know you already know this because obviously you checked right afterwards whenever you pulled up Game Review, but this was so close. It couldn't get any closer. You had checkmate at one point. How are you feeling right now? I know it didn't work out the way you wanted, but how are you feeling overall about how today went and how you played?
I thought it went pretty well. Am I stuck? Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, I thought it went pretty well.
You're good.
The competition was really good. And, I actually didn't know I had mate, but my mom had texted me immediately after the game saying you had checkmate. That's probably because one of you guys said it. So I'm going to definitely have to work on my end game, finishing capabilities. In real life, I'm a finisher on the hoop court, playing cards, but I guess my chess finishing got to get a little better. So shout out to Drew. He did a great job.
Well, Drew, you are the Blitz champion. Now we have two Blitz champions in the books. Can't wait for next year for you two guys. Maybe we got a rivalry building. But behind you, Drew, we were talking all day about the man in the arena and whether you would be the last man standing in the arena. Here you are. Congratulations. Your thoughts on your Blitz championship, your BlitzChamps championship.
I mean, Danny, John, I'm so excited just to be a part of this. Got brought on, I think, a couple days ago. Have never really played in a chess tournament at all. Have just enjoyed playing chess throughout my time in the NFL, playing teammates. And so this was so cool to get out here, raise some money for charity, and compete. I do feel like that back rank mate was probably the move of the day. I was like, he was on the offense the whole game. And then I was like, I'm like, he's going to see this. But I was like, I'm going to sell it like I blundered. And then he took it and I got the mate. So that was a sweet move.
No, absolutely. That was definitely a big turning point because Chido definitely was attacking, had you on the ropes, and maybe something to learn for next time. Chido, it's okay to trade your queens. When the queens go off the board, the game, it still continues. It's still interesting. I know you're an attacker and you're a great attacker, but you can always let those queens go sometimes.
Yeah.
Hey man, it's 2023, women rights, I'm all for the women. So, always got to keep my queen strong, but I definitely understand what you're saying.
Chido, let's talk about
he had the knight on B5 last game, and it was brutal for me. I had no idea how to get out of that.
Yeah, bro. I'm happy for you, bro.
That night was a monster.
Yep. Well, guys, I want to ask you a couple more questions about the debut before we talk about the money you won and maybe give you a chance to speak a little bit about the charities you were representing. But Chido, let's go back. You and Drew were talking before we were live about how this whole thing started last year, a bit of a rivalry between you and Amari. You won. This year you almost did it again. But take us through some of the matches. You had the tough one with Kyler to start. And then here, just your thoughts on give us the breakdown, Chido style, of how today went.
All right. So basically, we went around the corner. No, I'm just kidding. So, we played Kyler in the first round. Kyler, I didn't know how good he was or how good he wasn't. But one thing he was quiet. It was completely quiet. And if any of you guys watched last year, me and Amari were bantering. Me and Larry were talking during the match a little bit. It was just competitive banter and friendly banter. But then Kyler was just completely silent. So I'm like, okay, can he hear me talk about when I'm blundering or not? And come to find out he could. And I was like, dang, okay, let me shut up now. So that was kind of like my theme for the whole tourney. Be a little more focused, kind of match the energy of my opponent. And we had a great turnout, man. Kyler, shout out to him for playing me. Larry, a legend, getting a chance to play him in chess, it's always a pleasure. And then, the new Blitz champ, it wouldn't be right if I repeated. Now I got some motivation to get back in my bag. You know what I'm saying? Even when he's talking about the move of the day, Chido wants more. I want to play some more, but we'll handle that. We'll handle that next year. And I'm very excited to, congratulate Drew for sure this year.
All right. Well, Drew, we got a question from chat for you from Shelby Soph. Drew, how does it feel to be Mahomes of chess playing among the football? You're the Mahomes of chess players today, according to this apparently Chiefs fan.
Well, that's high status right there. I got to repeat though. I got to have 2 in my bag. Mahomes has 2 Super Bowls. I'll have to repeat in the BlitzChamps 3 next year. Maybe I'll see Chido in the finals. Who knows? But I got to go get 2 until I'm on that level.
Gotcha. Oh, and I have a question from chat for you. Do you think you'd be able to take on anyone from some of the other major sports? What do you think? NHL, NBA, MLB?
Maybe for both of you.
Drew, what do you think? You think football players got them?
I think so. I think absolutely. I think football is the ultimate game of strategy. You go into a game, and just like chess, the opponent makes a move, and you got to rethink the whole thing on the fly. So I'm going to say we have the advantage.
Okay.
I like it.
Love it. Chido, what about you? You agree with
Yeah,
him?
I mean, honestly, if you put us over the board and we're able to really, because one thing I do like to do is talk a little bit, and that's something that was missing from this tournament a little bit. But if you put us over the board, I feel like football players were more mentally tough than a lot of no disrespect to other sports, but we have a little bit of mental toughness, tough skin, and I just think that combined with that and all the complications of football, even people in the league sometimes don't even understand all the penalties and rules, but you have to go out there and play. So there's just a lot of things that's juxtaposed at times that I think football would probably be, one of the stronger sports playing chess.
I'm with it, man. We've only done BlitzChamps, so I'm with you. I'm going to call out the other sports too. Be like, I'm on your guys' side. So let's see how that goes. Chido, we got another question from chat. Various Goldfish username wants to know whether it's more nerve-wracking for you playing in this event or a regular season NFL game, even playoff game. Because I was saying to John that I think it's nerve-wracking to play high-stakes chess with thousands of people watching. But your thoughts on the nerves as this compares to an NFL game?
You know why it's a little more nerve-wracking? It's a little more nerve-wracking, I would say, because it's not something you do every day. Football, I'm practicing every day, working out for it every day. But chess, it's not something I'll play casually every day, but I'm not actively training for it. So when I get on a big stage where people are expecting me to be, the next Bobby Fischer or, Hikaru, Magnus, and that's what they're used to. It's like, okay, you're not getting that today, sir. Sorry. So it's a little bit more nerve-wracking to go out there and compete.
John, you want to
Chido, you're killing me.
John, you want to say that you were wrong?
Right.
You want to say you were wrong in front of them? Yeah.
I was wrong. I said,
all right, well,
chess game doesn't compare to an NFL game, but Danny was right.
But speaking of NFL games, Drew, the Chiefs play the Bengals in Week 17.
I know.
You guys going to talk?
I told Chido we're ready. We're ready for that action.
All right, maybe you guys, if you guys want to throw down chess before
playoff. I know. We'll probably see him then, and we'll probably see him in the playoffs. So let's get it popping.
Let's do it. If you guys want to throw down chess before the game, I don't know how we can do that. We'll try to make something happen. This has been awesome. You guys are playing each other in Week 17. Let's bring up the prize money before we go. Last questions. We really appreciate your guys' time. Let's give the shout outs for the other big reason we all did this, not just for the chess and for the bragging rights, but for charity. Drew, if you want to just say a couple words real quick about Care Portal. We know they're a Kansas City-based organization doing a ton of things for displaced kids and families, but you got $25,000 for them, and your thoughts on that.
Yeah, just such a cool opportunity, and thankful to Chess.com and the BlitzChamps tourney. I mean, there's a huge deficit nationwide of kids in the foster care system and families willing to take these kids in. And I think what organizations like Care Portal are doing is making it is trying to decrease that deficit and trying to bring more families on, get more people on board that can take these kids in and provide a loving, safe environment, because that's what every child deserves. And so they've got a cool technology software base. They're expanding nationwide and really trying to get more people equipped to bring in foster care kids. So super excited to win some money for them, and hopefully they can continue to do great things in the world.
I love it. That's awesome, man. Chido, it's the Chidobe Awuzie Kickstep Foundation. I know you talked about it last year, but you're taking home 20 grand again for the foundation. Give us a shout out. Tell us what you guys are doing.
Yeah, so last year with the money, we actually gave it to 2 different organizations, nonprofits. We gave it to UIU Cares, and then we gave the other one to MBSED USA. Both of them are, nonprofit organizations. One is focused in Nigeria and, basic necessities, building, community centers and, giving children access to, better learning tools. And then the other one, UIU Cares, is kind of the diaspora of the Africans in, the States. And they also help with, scholarships for people back home, the same kind of stuff. But so I plan to donate this money as well, through Awuzie Kickstep Foundation to other charities that I really enjoy and see and align with their mission. And our mission is basically to help kids, athletes, people take the first step in whatever passion you have. So, I feel like the school system is good, but there's a lot of, other programs that I benefited from when I grew up as well. So I want to be one of those programs where we're able to touch kids, touch people, and help them learn things that they're passionate about. So, yeah.
I love it, man. That's epic stuff, and more good things coming for that foundation and for all the ones you guys are working with. So, hey, you guys, this was awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you for not just the chess you played, but for the time you're giving and obviously the efforts you're putting into the charity. And I know I speak for everyone when I say can't wait to see week 17 and can't wait to see what happens next year when you guys probably face off again.
I'm excited for it. Really appreciate it. Drew, practice up, baby. Practice up.
Chido, it sounds like you like to play on the board a little bit more in trash talk. So bring your board and we'll make it happen.
All right. Now that I know that you like to trash talk, I can tell you do too. Hey, next game I'm not gonna.
No, I just try to bring it where my opponent's at. If he's trash talking, I like to try and match.
All right, I'm gonna come with it. That's my X factor. No problem.
All right, guys. Thank you so much, Drew. Congratulations again. We'll see you both next year, and thank you for your time. All right, that was our players, John. There's another look at the bracket. One more time, your thoughts on Drew Tranquil, his path to victory here to become the new Blitz champion.
Yeah, I think Drew just did a great job all day. It wasn't always perfect. It wasn't always pretty, but he found the tough moves when he needed to. He hung in there against great competition, and he's definitely deserving of the Blitz Champs title.
Yep.
I think we just saw very high-level chess from everyone. I mean, it's just really great to see how much chess is going on in the NFL and just how much better even players from last year are.
Yep.
Looking at Larry, looking at Chido, we see a lot of people who were vastly improved over last year in terms of chess quality, if you ask me.
Agreed. And we also saw some incredible chess in the consolation bracket. There you see it. Wes Schweitzer did indeed get the best of it at the end of the day. He took down Kyler Murray 2-0. It was awesome to see Kyler playing in this. Of course, everyone else there, Eric, Caleb, everybody. Of course, I don't have the full list in front, but they all took home money for different charities, and we appreciate their efforts. And obviously, we're super excited to be able to get back to that. So, all right, before we wrap this thing up, let's bring on our co-host. Our partner in crime throughout the whole day has been Cynthia Freeland, NFL analyst, data scientist, and in the end, the data that John, I guess, picked on Drew there, Cynthia, paid off a little more clearly than your bet on Chido.
Well, that's the difference between a PhD and just a master's, obviously. I mean, he's Dr. John. I'm just, master's level. Like, we got to go PhD level. But anytime you talk about a Chiefs with like 13 seconds left, and Danny, you kept saying 13 seconds, the Chiefs are going to win. 13 seconds left, 13 seconds left. It's. I mean, I know it was against the Bills, but still. And by the way, you talk about that Week 17 matchup. That's New Year's Eve. So if you're looking for something amazing to do, maybe a little chess and then a football game and then ring in the new year.
You're describing
not a bad idea.
Literally
Sounds good to
describing a
me.
great night. I love it, and I think John might be visiting around that time. I don't want to talk about John's
Yeah.
schedule.
Danny, what else would you rather be doing?
Maybe that's our plans, right? Little skiing, little chess, little New Year's, little football. So, Cynthia, this has been super awesome to have you as well, John. Are we wrapping up now? I think we might be wrapping up.
Let's wrap it.
So, I'm so excited about how this all went down. Go ahead. Oh, sorry. I thought someone was saying something. Cynthia, thank you so much for being here. John, thank you for being here. How's that for awkward endings? We're going to wrap this thing up. Give a huge shout out to the whole crew working super hard, everyone at Chess.com, the broadcast team, as well as all of our players, even the ones who weren't there in the final moments. We raised money for charity today, and we're super excited to be doing that work. So thank you so much. We will see everybody next year for the 2023 Blitz Champs, if not in week 17, before then in the NFL season. And thank you, everybody. We'll see you next time on Chess.com.